with that happened on Sunday and said that the Aam Aadmi Party government has utilized the centre's funds in a wrong way, and instead of spending that money on welfare, they endorse their luxurious splurges.
जब दिल्ली के लोग ऑक्सीजन और दवाओं के लिए भटक रहे थे, तब इन लोगों का पूरा फोकस अपना शीश महल बनवाने में था। इन्होंने शीश महल का भारी भरकम बजट बनाया और आज इस अखबार ने खुलासा किया है कि कैसे इस शीश महल पर उस बजट से भी 3 गुना ज्यादा पैसे खर्च किए गए। जब दिल्ली के लोग ऑक्सीजन और दवाओं के लिए भटक रहे थे, तब इन लोगों का पूरा फोकस अपना शीश महल बनवाने में था। इन्होंने शीश महल का भारी भरकम बजट बनाया और आज इस अखबार ने खुलासा किया है कि कैसे इस शीश महल पर उस बजट से भी 3 गुना ज्यादा पैसे खर्च किए गए।
All right, those are pictures coming in. You can see that luxurious residence of what the Prime Minister Modi has called a Shish Mahal. This has created a lot of, I repeat, a lot of controversy on the BJP. You can hear that is now questioning the Aam Aadmi Party for the use of funds. They're saying that the Aam Aadmi Party they have used the funds for the wrong purpose, for splurging on themselves instead of for the welfare of the people of Delhi. Let's move ahead right now to the other story we're tracking as Delhi Assembly polls are coming closer and closer. Controversies are also getting bigger and bigger by the day. The BJP candidate from Kalkaji Assembly constituency, Ramesh Bidhuri, has sparked this big outrage with his controversial statement after making derogatory remarks against Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Take a look at this report for more.
A controversy erupted ahead of Delhi Assembly polls after BJP leader Ramesh Bidhuri made derogatory remarks against Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. The video went viral where he was seen taking a sexist jibe at the Congress leader. While Bidhuri did make a U-turn, the damage was already done.
इस प्रकार के बयान पहले दिए जाते रहे हैं और किन्होंने दिए? लालू यादव जी ने बयान दिया, हेमा मालिनी जी के ऊपर दिया, मैंने उसका उसी संदर्भ में बोला था और उसी आधार पर कांग्रेस के साथ तो सरकार में मंत्री रहे, कांग्रेस चुप्पी साधी रही। नरेश बालियान आम आदमी पार्टी का विधायक है, 2024 में फिर उन्होंने ये बयान को दोहराया 2024 के चुनाव में, तो आरटीसी की चुप्पी रही। लेकिन फिर भी अगर मेरे इस बयान से कोई व्यथित है, किसी को दुख पहुंचा है, तो मैं हृदय से इस बात के लिए अपने शब्द वापस लेते हुए खेद प्रकट करता हूं और इस बात के लिए मैं दुख प्रकट करता हूं।
Known for his contentious remarks, Bidhuri allegedly made the comment during a BJP event in the Kalkaji area. While making the derogatory remark, he referred Lalu Yadav's earlier statement comparing Bihar's roads to Hema Malini's cheeks. While clarifying his statement, Bidhuri added if Congress found the statement objectionable, then they should first denounce Lalu Yadav's remark.
कालकाजी भी सुधार कैंप के सामने वाली, बराबर वाली, अंदर वाली सारी की सारी सड़कें प्रियंका गांधी के गाल जैसे जरूर बना देंगे। लालू ने कहा था बिहार में कि बिहार की सड़कों को मैं हेमा मालिनी जी के गालों जैसे बना दूंगा। लालू ने झूठ बोला था, नहीं बना पाया, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, जैसे ओखले की सड़कें हमने बना दिए, संगम बिहार की सड़कें बना दिए, इसी प्रकार से कालकाजी भी सुधार कैंप के सामने वाली, बराबर वाली, अंदर वाली सारी की सारी सड़कें प्रियंका गांधी के गाल जैसे जरूर बना देंगे।
The statement has triggered a political uproar with Congress and AAP strongly criticizing Bidhuri and BJP. AAP questioned the BJP for having an anti-women party mentality.
वो हेमा जी के बारे में जो लालू जी लाइन्स में चलते हैं, ये हेमा जी के बारे में अगर बोला है ऐसे अपशब्द, और प्रियंका गांधी एक विशेष वीआईपी कल्चर खानदान से है, क्या करोड़पति की एक खानदान की बेटी तो महिला है, और एक जनरल परिवार से निकलने वाली हेमा मालिनी वो महिला नहीं है, वो महिला नहीं है। एक खानदान विशेष से निकलकर आने वाला नेहरू खानदान का परिवार राजकुमार होगा, महिला होगी, गरीब परिवार में, सामान्य परिवार में रहने वाली महिला महिला नहीं है। कांग्रेस माफी मांगे, कांग्रेस लालू से माफी मंगवाए, और ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ लालू उनकी सरकार में मंत्री रहे हैं, वो उनसे माफी मांगे।
While Congress called Bidhuri's comment shameful.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की नेता प्रियंका गांधी जी के बारे में इतना घटिया, निम्न स्तर का बयान, गंदा बयान रमेश बिधूड़ी ने दिया, उसके ऊपर आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने भी प्रतिक्रिया दी और कहा कि यह बिल्कुल गलत है, अशोभनीय है, अक्षम्य अपराध है। लेकिन मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, और मैं हैरान भी हूं इस बात से, कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के दो बड़े नेता जो अपने आप को दिल्ली का चैंपियन कहते हैं, एक अजय माकन जी और दूसरे संदीप दीक्षित जी, उनका एक बयान रमेश बिधूड़ी के खिलाफ नहीं आया।
With the Delhi polls just days away, the political slugfest is only expected to intensify.
Getting some big updates coming in right now, Republic TV viewers. Amid ongoing allegations of voter deletion ahead of Delhi Assembly polls, the Election Commission of India is set to publish the final electoral roll on Jan 6th, 2025. The draft rolls were released on October 29th with claims and objections processed by December 24th, 2024. Aam Aadmi Party and BJP have exchanged accusations with Aam Aadmi Party alleging BJP's bulk deletion of Purvanchali voters, and BJP accusing Aam Aadmi Party of registering illegal Rohingya and Bangladeshi settlers. Aam Aadmi Party Sanjay Singh further claimed BJP is attempting to delete his wife's name from the roll as a political retaliation. Aam Aadmi Party plans to closely monitor the updated voter list. What we see right now is allegation of voter deletion ahead of Delhi Assembly polls. Riyanka is joining us live. Let's go to Riyanka. Riyanka, as we head towards the Delhi Assembly polls, not too far away, politics is heating up, controversies are coming to light. And this time, a new allegation of voter deletion has now come to the surface. Riyanka, please take our viewers through the latest details and the allegations which have come out in the forefront. Go ahead, Riyanka.
As you rightly mentioned there, Shivangi, given that the Delhi elections are around the corner, there is already a controversy that is panning out regarding deletion and addition of voters from the side of the BJP as well as the Aam Aadmi Party, where one alleges that the Aam Aadmi Party has in fact added illegal Rohingyas into the voter list for vote bank. On the other hand, it is the Aam Aadmi Party that is blaming the BJP for deletion of voters of the Purvanchalis. Now, as per the latest update, what we are getting to know that the final electoral roll will be in fact rolled out, and this amid the name deletion row, the ECI has decided to roll out the final names of the list of voters today, that is 6th, and the Aam Aadmi Party is going to keep a very, very close eye on this development, given that they have been alleging that there has been deletion of voters from the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party. On the other hand, more details that we are getting is draft electoral rolls were released on October 29 last year, inviting public claims and objections until November 28, 2024, when the controversy had panned out. In fact, the Chief Electoral Officer of Delhi conducted a special summary revision of the same, and which is why a final list of voters will be released today. So both the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party are going to keep a very close eye, given the row of deletion and addition of voters that had been created ahead of the elections.
All right, Riyanka, before I let you go, I also want to take our viewers through once again all the allegations which are coming out in the front, because now the allegations have come to a point where parties are accusing each other of having illegal voters on the electoral rolls. Yes, Riyanka, we're talking about the Rohingyas and the illegally staying Bangladeshi immigrants, illegal immigrants from Bangladesh. Now, we have seen how the drives have been happening around the national capital to identify and deport these illegal residents of Bangladesh. If you could take our viewers through that allegation specifically.
See, there is already a crackdown and a drive that is launched by the Delhi police in order to identify the illegal migrants from Bangladesh, the Rohingyas who have a settlement in the national capital ahead of the elections, because there have been a vast, allegation from the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party that the Aam Aadmi Party has harbored these illegal migrants and Rohingyas in the national capital in order to get votes from a certain, community. Now, this has gone very unwell with the Aam Aadmi Party that continues to allege that the BJP is removing names. In fact, Sanjay Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, had alleged that his wife's name was apparently being removed from the voter list, to which the BJP had a very good counter that her name is already registered with Sultanpur in Uttar Pradesh. And how come she, gets a name in the Delhi's voter list? On the other hand, we already know that how this row of addition and deletion of voters is being panned out. But on the other hand, the Delhi police already quite, neck deep into the drive that has been there to create and identify these illegal voters, the illegal migrants, Bangladeshis and Rohingyas, and then they have been sent back and efforts have been made to deport them from India. But this is a development coming in just ahead of the election, when there is already a row that has panned out regarding those named in the voter list as alleged by the BJP.
Right. All right. Okay. Thank you, Riyanka, for getting at those details. I will be coming back to you. Controversies, allegations coming out in the forefront as we head towards the Delhi Assembly polls. We'll move ahead right now, viewers. Let's go ahead to what is happening. These are live pictures we'll see in a short while from now, where we see that the outgoing US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is in India for a final round of talks with his counterpart Ajit Doval and other top government officials on a wide range of bilateral, regional and global issues, and to finalize some ongoing initiatives. That is right. The meeting is happening as we speak. It's a two-day meeting. His visit to India comes as Joe Biden administration prepares to wrap up its 4-year term. Getting in visuals of Sullivan's meeting with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Very, very important meeting happening right now, because this is also, remember, the outgoing NSA. Jake Sullivan is the outgoing NSA. Just before Donald Trump takes over as a president again, we see that the US NSA, Jake Sullivan, is on his India visit. We can see there will be a lot of talks about different issues, bilateral issues, regional, global issues. Let's go back to my colleague who is joining us on the phone line, our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, the meeting is happening, very important meeting, especially a meeting which underlines the ties between New Delhi and Washington, even if Jake Sullivan is the outgoing NSA.
Well, yes, obviously, and this is sort of a farewell visit panning out, but this is also a marker of the kind of durability that's really common in the India-US relationship, a bipartisan durability, one would say, and the fact that External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar made a farewell visit for the outgoing US Biden administration when he went last month to the United States to Washington, D.C. and met with the outgoing team. And now Jake Sullivan coming in. Of course, this is also part of the structured dialogue on critical and emerging technologies, what is called ISET, or Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, a partnership on cutting edge of technology between India and the United States, and that's sort of co-chaired between the respective NSAs. So Jake Sullivan from the US side and our NSA Ajit Doval from our side, and they are going to have that structured mechanism dialogue in a bit. But before that, Sullivan meeting External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Remember, they met just a fortnight back in Washington, D.C., and they are meeting now, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of top-level continuous contact that's part of the structured mechanisms now between the two sides. Of course, Jake Sullivan would be passing on the baton to Mike Waltz, to I believe, to Mike Waltz by Jan 20, but still he's here, and in fact, as part of the larger people-to-people relationship, in fact, Jake Sullivan on his farewell visit is also going to be addressing the students of the Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi at around 2:30 p.m. So that gives you an idea of the dialogue taking place. Also, there were reports coming in from Washington D.C. as part of a larger briefing of the White House that Sullivan, when he's in New Delhi, is going to discuss, among other issues, the building of the world's largest dam by China on Sangpo, which is Brahmaputra, on the Tibet side, and the concerns that are there, not just in India, in the Northeast, but in the larger world community at the scale of dam building that the Chinese are doing. Hopefully, when these conversations happen in private, like is happening on the screen between External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Jake Sullivan, hopefully the developments in our neighborhood, particularly the suspect role of the U.S. deep state when it comes to Bangladesh, for example, would also be discussed, and some modus vivendi I found to deal with this situation between the two sides. Sullivan, of course, accompanied by a delegation on his side, and then in the pictures we can see External Affairs Minister has Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri by his side. So obviously, this is a very structured, proper, and constructive dialogue taking place between India and the United States. And as I mentioned, the fact that this is a farewell visit really gives you an idea of the kind of bipartisan durability that the relationship has taken over the last few years.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us there, Abhishek Kapura, Senior Executive Editor, getting us the latest on this very, very important meeting. I will be taking a short break right now, but do not go anywhere. Viewers, we will continue to be live and breaking.
Often finding himself in controversy over his statements, the former South Delhi Member of Parliament Ramesh Bidhuri has found himself in controversy once again over the statements that have been made by him recently in Kalkaji constituency, which is a highly contested constituency, as the present Delhi Chief Minister as well as
artificial intelligence has changed the way we do things, and so much more is in the offing.
Republic is proud to announce a game-changing partnership with Samsung.
Because with Samsung, Galaxy AI is here.
From our news anchors to reporters to network staff, we will be using Samsung devices, Galaxy Z series and Galaxy S series, powered by Galaxy AI, every day behind the scenes to bring you the news.
Faster, simpler, with more productivity, efficiency and creativity.
Republic and Samsung together unfold a new world of possibilities. It's going to be an epic adventure together.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get you the news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Eight-month-old baby detected with the HMPV virus in Bengaluru, making it the first case in India amid a surge in such cases in China. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju defends India's record on minority rights, says minorities are safe, flourishing and growing at a faster rate than Hindus. Outgoing US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meets with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, scheduled to meet NSA Ajit Doval again today. Facing leadership challenge, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau might resign as the Prime Minister. That was the news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day.
खर्चा हुआ उसको इंगित कर रही है और हमारी जानकारी के हिसाब से कई सारी चीज़ें छुपाई गई हैं आपके इशारे पर और अभी 2023 और 2024 का खुलासा तो होना बाकी है। सीएजी की रिपोर्ट में सबसे ज़्यादा जो ऑब्जेक्शन आया है वो आया है कि हाउस की कैटेगरी तय करने में कि ये किसने अथॉराइज किया कि आप इसमें रहोगे। फिर उस कैटेगरी को बढ़ाने का प्रस्ताव है, फिर उस बढ़ाने के प्रस्ताव को एक इमरजेंसी घोषित किया गया है कि ऐसी क्या इमरजेंसी थी कि आप इतने उतावले थे इस महल में घुसने के। और फिर कभी कहा गया कि कुछ पोर्शन इसका जो है वो स्ट्रक्चर ऐसा है कि कभी भी हटाया जा सकता है, अस्थायी है, और कभी सर्वेंट क्वार्टर इसमें जोड़े हैं, कभी घटाए। मतलब सीएजी की रिपोर्ट में बड़ी बारीकी से अरविंद केजरीवाल के काले कारनामों का और उनका जो शैतान दिमाग है क्या उस समय सोच रहा था उसके बारे में डिटेल रिपोर्ट है। सीएजी ने 139 सवाल खड़े किए हैं, 139, कि डीयूएसी और दिल्ली नगर निगम की परमिशन के बिना आपने इस बंगले को बना कैसे दिया। जो मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली में अपना शीश महल अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन करके बनाते हो वो दिल्ली की जनता को क्या संदेश दे रहे हैं, ये इस बंगले से मैसेज जाता है। और मैं दावे के साथ कह रहा हूं कि अगर इस बंगले की वास्तविक कीमत का अंदाज़ा लगाना है तो हमें पीडब्ल्यूडी के साथ साथ अनेक सरकारी विभागों के खातों की जांच करनी होगी। 11 अक्टूबर 2024 11 अक्टूबर 2024 की ये इन्वेंट्री जो पीडब्ल्यूडी ने निकाली है, ये सामान वहाँ से लापता है, इस खर्चे को भी जोड़ना होगा। और जब हम इस इन्वेंट्री के खर्चे को जोड़ते हैं तो ये लागत सिर्फ 33 करोड़ नहीं, ये लागत 75 से 80 करोड़ पे जाकर रुकती है। इस पूरे खेल में एक बात तो स्पष्ट हो गई, जो सीएजी रिपोर्ट में भी है, कि पीडब्ल्यूडी विभाग जो एक सरकारी एजेंसी है, वो इस पूरे बंगले में सरकारी एजेंसी के तौर पर नहीं, एक निजी संस्था के रूप में काम कर रही थी। उसने पूरी तरह से अपने आप को अरविंद केजरीवाल के चरणों में सरेंडर किया हुआ था। और जिस तरह से पीडब्ल्यूडी के अधिकारियों ने हर फाइल पे हस्ताक्षर किए हैं, ये सीधा सीधा गिव एंड टेक का मामला है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल को खुश करने के लिए ऐसी अनेक ऑब्जेक्शंस को रिमूव किया गया और उसके बदले में अधिकारियों को मौका दिया गया कि आप अभी इसमें पैसे कमाइए, लूटिए, जितना लूट सकते हैं दिल्ली को लूटिए। और भ्रष्टाचार का ये खेल कैसे खुला है, एक एक करके। मुख्यमंत्री के लिए जो मकान चुना गया, वो उनकी हैसियत के हिसाब से ऊंची श्रेणी का चुना गया। बंगले का जो पहला एडिशनल ऑल्टरनेशन एस्टीमेट था, ऑल्टरेशन, वो बना 7 करोड़ 91 लाख का। और जैसे ही वो एस्टीमेट बना, पीडब्ल्यूडी ने इमीडिएट उसे ये कह दिया कि ये तो इमरजेंसी है, इसको करना ही पड़ेगा। मतलब ऐसी क्या इमरजेंसी है नहीं बताया, फाइल पे लिख दिया इमरजेंसी है। पहले एस्टीमेट पर 1 सितंबर 2020 को वर्क ऑर्डर जारी किया जाता है। तारीख याद रखिएगा, 1 सितंबर 2020, जब दिल्ली कोविड की मार झेल रही थी। तब अरविंद केजरीवाल अपने घर में बैठ के वर्क एस्टीमेट बनवा रहे थे। और उसके बाद शुरू हुआ भ्रष्टाचार का खेल, फर्रुखाबादी। 1 सितंबर 2020 को वर्क ऑर्डर हुआ 7.91 करोड़। 8 जून 2021 को रसोई और लॉन्ड्री के नाम पर 1 करोड़ 62 लाख का वर्क ऑर्डर इशू होता है। फिर 22 अक्टूबर 2021 को बिना किसी की परमिशन लिए, बिना किसी को दिखाए, सुपर एरिया जो बाहर आप देख रहे हैं, जितनी बड़ी ये बिल्डिंग बनी है, इस सुपर एरिया की वृद्धि दिखाते हुए 9.9 करोड़ का ऑर्डर जारी कर दिया जाता है। फिर आता है 30 दिसंबर 2021। इसको सजाने में, जिसका जिक्र हम इस इन्वेंट्री में कर रहे हैं, इसके अंदर इसको सजाने के नाम पर 5.73 करोड़ फिर वर्क ऑर्डर जारी कर दिया जाता है। फिर 29 जून 2022 नियम कानून सब किनारे कर दिए जाते हैं। इस बंगले में एडिशनल ब्यूटिफिकेशन के नाम पर और ऑर्नामेंटल कामों के नाम पर कि हमने बंगले की जो 7.91 करोड़ थी वो कम पड़ रहा है, अब हमें 9.34 करोड़ का अतिरिक्त ऑर्डर दिया जाए, वो सैंक्शन कर दिया जाता है। और कोई भी वर्क ऑर्डर बिना किसी जस्टिफिकेशन के, बिना किसी अनुमति के पास कर दिए जाते हैं, जिसकी लागत 33.71 करोड़ पहुंचती है। और सीएजी की रिपोर्ट जो लिखा है उसमें पृष्ठ संख्या 127, वो प्रोजेक्ट कंसल्टेंट की नियुक्ति से लेकर प्रोजेक्ट लागत तय करने के सारे नियमों के बारे में सवाल खड़े करती है। मैं सिर्फ एक बात पूछता हूं कि ये जो सीएजी की रिपोर्ट है 2022 तक की दिखा रही है, जिसमें 33.71 करोड़ का खर्चा इसके ब्यूटिफिकेशन पे दिखाया है। अब ये इन्वेंट्री का क्या करें? अभी तो 23 और 24 खुलना है। अब इस इन्वेंट्री की जो पूरी कीमत है वो अगर हम जोड़ने बैठेंगे, जिसका हमने पहले भी बताया कि विंडो कर्टन ऑपरेटेड विद मोटर एंड ट्रैक 80 लिए गए, कीमत 5.5 करोड़। कौन सा टीवी है जी? OLED टीवी क्या होता है? सोनी का 16 लिए गए, इसकी कीमत 64 लाख। अब कोई जोड़ सके तो जोड़ लीजिएगा, ये 33 करोड़ से अलग है सब। बॉस के स्पीकर लिए गए 4.5 लाख, और साडा प्रीमियम फुल बॉडी मसाज चेयर 4 लाख, रिक्लाइनर सोफा 10 लाख, 80 वाट फ्री स्टैंडिंग ल्यूमिनियर 9,20,000, 12 वाट LED स्मार्ट डाउन लाइट 19.5 लाख की लाइट है जी, 19.5 लाख की लाइट है। उसके बाद किचन में आइए, सैमसंग फ्लेक्स फैमिली हब फ्रेंच मल्टी डोर रेफ्रिजरेटर 934 लीटर। होटल खोला है क्या है? केजरीवाल घर में होटल खोलते थे क्या? पेइंग गेस्ट रखते हो। इसकी कीमत है 9 लाख। उसके बाद आइए 73 लीटर स्टीम ओवन, ये तो होटल में रखे जाते हैं भाई, ये घर नहीं हो सकता। तो अभी होटल में कितने पैसे लिए किराए के वो भी नहीं पता। ये ओवन है 9 लाख। उसके बाद 50 लीटर 100 वाट माइक्रोवेव ओवन, ओहो 6 लाख। ये अगर उसको मिल जाते उस ज़माने में ओवन इतने बड़े बड़े, कौन था वो जिसने वो तंदूर हत्याकांड किया था, उसको तंदूर लेने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं पड़ती। हाँ, ऑटोमेटिकली क्या है ये पता नहीं, अब लिस्ट ऑन है। स्मार्ट टच स्क्रीन डोर होंगे रेफ्रिजरेटर पे, वो 9 लाख रुपए के। उसके बाद आइए फिर 73 लीटर स्टीम ओवन 9 लाख का, 50 लीटर 1000 वाट माइक्रोवेव ओवन 6 लाख का। कितने ओवन इस्तेमाल करते हो भैया? माउंटेड हुड्स 140 सेंटीमीटर स्टेनलेस स्टील चिमनी 6 लाख। फिर बॉस सीरीज के बिल्ट इन कॉफ़ी मशीन्स स्टेनलेस स्टील एंड ब्लैक 2.5 लाख। बाथरूम हॉट वाटर जनरेटर एयर टू वाटर हीट पम्प्स, आगे पता नहीं क्या है, ये है 22.5 लाख। ये तो मुझे लगता है वो रजिया सुल्ताना भी यूज़ नहीं करती होगी कभी अपने जीवन में। सुपीरियर वाटर सप्लाई एंड सैनिटरी इंस्टॉलेशंस 15 करोड़। 15 करोड़ जो हम बार बार कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि इसमें टॉयलेट सीट का जिक्र नहीं है, तो ये मुझे लग रहा है वही होंगे ये सुपीरियर वाटर सप्लाई एंड सैनिटरी इंस्टॉलेशंस। फिर LG का कोई 12 kg का फ्रंट लोड ऑटोमेटिक वॉशिंग मशीन है 2,10,000, नहीं 2 करोड़ 10 लाख है शायद। SS रेलिंग स्टेयरकेस कवरिंग पता नहीं क्या है, ये भी 1 करोड़ 20 लाख। ग्रैंड एज ब्रास एंट्रेंस सोर्सेज आउटसोर्स लाइट भी 10 लाख। वुडन डोर्स एंड ग्लास डोर्स 70 लाख। डेकोरेटिव पिलर्स 36 लाख। अब ये सारे पैसे जोड़िए, जितने करोड़ हमने बोले हैं, तो मेरा जो अंदाज़ा है कि CAG की जो 2022 तक की रिपोर्ट बताती है वो सिर्फ बंगलों का जिक्र कर रही है कि इस बंगले में ब्यूटिफिकेशन के नाम पर 33 करोड़ 71 लाख खर्च किए गए, और ये इन्वेंट्री 23 और 24 की अभी जोड़ी नहीं गई है। अगर ये PWD की इन्वेंट्री जोड़ दी जाए, जिसमें अभी टॉयलेट सीट का जिक्र नहीं है, वो गोल्ड प्लेटेड टॉयलेट कहाँ गए, तो ये मामला जाकर 75 से 80 करोड़ के लगभग बनता है। अरविंद केजरीवाल, शीश महल, हमने तो एक बानगी दिखाई है आपको, इसके अंदर के काले कारनामे कैसे दिखेंगे। और जो हमारी जानकारी है, अगर वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं हम आपके सामने लाने की, फाइलों पर हस्ताक्षर किस किस के हैं, PWD के अधिकारी बना रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके परिवार के सदस्य उस फाइल पर सिग्नेचर करते हैं कि फला फला ठेकेदार की पेमेंट इमीडिएट कर दी जाए। आएगा वो कागज़ भी सामने आएगा, तो आपके सामने दिखाएंगे कि आखिर इस भ्रष्टाचार के खेल में अरविंद केजरीवाल के साथ और कौन लोग हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली को लूटने का काम किया है, दिल्ली को ठगने का काम किया है, दिल्ली को धोखा देने का काम किया। अरविंद केजरीवाल, ये है तुम्हारी काली कमाई के कारनामे। तुम अभी सिर्फ शराब घोटाले में जेल गए हो, अभी तो ये शीश महल बाकी है और तुम्हें दिल्ली की जनता को जवाब देना होगा। तुम्हें दिल्ली की जनता को जवाब देना होगा कि ये पैसा आया कहाँ से आया ये पैसा। ये जो इन्वेंट्री का पैसा, क्योंकि पीडब्ल्यूडी ने तो लिख के भेज दिया कि ये पैसा हमने नहीं दिया है, हमने नहीं लगाया है। तो ये जो पैसा है, ये पैसा कहाँ से आया अरविंद केजरीवाल? इस कमाई का सोर्स तुम्हें बताना पड़ेगा। वो शराब घोटाले से आया है, जल बोर्ड से आया है, पैनिक बटन घोटाले से आया है, शिक्षा के घोटाले से आया है, हेल्थ के घोटाले से आया है, नकली दवाइयाँ बेच के आया है। हर वो घोटाला जो तुमने किया है उसके सोर्स का जवाब तुम्हें देना पड़ेगा। अरविंद केजरीवाल, तुम सिर्फ दिल्ली के नहीं, तुम हर उस व्यक्ति के दोषी हो जिसने अन्ना हजारे पे भरोसा किया था। तुम हर उस व्यक्ति के दोषी हो जिससे तुमने वोट लेकर उन्हें धोखा देने का काम किया है। और ये आपके पाप की कहानी चलती रहेगी जब तक इन आपियों को बाहर ना कर दें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सर, एक सवाल है, जब भी आम आदमी पार्टी से सवाल पूछा जाता है शीश महल का, वो ये कहते हैं कि पीएम हाउस पे भी तो बहुत ज्यादा पैसा लगा है, पीएम हाउस इतना बड़ा बनाया गया, वो लगा है, सेंट्रल विस्टा की बात करते हैं। तो सेकंड पार्ट, उस पर थोड़ा अगर आप डिटेल में बताएं। आपने ये कहा कि फैमिली जो है अरविंद केजरीवाल की, वो भी इन्वॉल्व है, उन्होंने साइन किया है फैमिली मेंबर्स ने कई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स की पेमेंट पे। तो ऐसा जो एलिगेशन है, बड़ा एलिगेशन, आप क्यों लगा रहे हैं?
मैं फिर कह रहा हूं कि साइन के पेपर्स मेरे पास आने दीजिए। इन लोगों ने सरकारी संपत्ति को और सरकारी पैसे को अपने हराम की कमाई का साधन बनाया है। किसकी औकात है जी कि सरकारी ऑर्डर पे वो साइन करेगा कि इस ठेकेदार की पेमेंट कर दी जाए? तो उसका जवाब देना पड़ेगा। और जहां तक आप पीएम बंगले की बात कर रहे हैं, जितनी राजनीति मेरी है, जितना मैं जानता हूं, इसी बंगले में इंदिरा गांधी रहती थी, इसी बंगले में राजीव गांधी रहते थे, इसी बंगले में नरसिम्हा राव रहते थे, इसी बंगले में वीपी सिंह रहे, इसी बंगले में चंद्रशेखर रहे, इसी बंगले में गुजराल भी रहे, इसी बंगले में देवगौड़ा भी रहे, इसी बंगले में अटल जी रहे, इसी बंगले में मनमोहन सिंह रहे, और अब उस बंगले में प्रधानमंत्री रह रहे हैं। तो प्रधानमंत्री का जो निवास है, जो प्रधानमंत्री का कार्यालय है, वो राष्ट्रीय संपदा है। ये किसका है, इसका जवाब दें। और जिस कैटेगरी के आप लायक नहीं है, आपने बिना अनुमति उस कैटेगरी का मकान बनवाने की हिम्मत कैसे कर ली, उसमें ऑल्ट्रेशन कैसे कर ली? आस पड़ोस के 3 प्लॉटों को तोड़कर 4 प्लॉटों को तोड़कर ये बंगला बनाया गया है। कहाँ है उसकी परमिशन? दिखाइए, एमसीडी की परमिशन है तो। ये है आपकी आकांक्षाएं, आपकी भ्रष्टाचार की वो भूख जो आपको जीने नहीं दे रही है। फिर आप कहते हैं जी हमने अपने लिए क्या कमाया है। तुम्हारे में हिम्मत है, अगर तुम्हारी औकात है तो आज अपने पीडब्ल्यूडी अधिकारी को कहो कि इस बंगले को खोल दें और दिल्ली की जनता करे फैसला, इस शीश महल पे वोट करे। आज इस बंगले को खोल दो और दिल्ली की जनता को फ्री एंट्री दिखाओ कि जाइए 15 दिन तक देखिए इस बंगले को, जब तक चुनाव खत्म नहीं होता। अगर आपको लगता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये दिल्ली की जनता के लिए किया है तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को वोट देना, और नहीं तो अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये अपनी अय्याशी के लिए बनाया है, अपनी ऐशगा बनाई है, अपनी आराम प्रस्ती के लिए बनाया है, तो फिर दिल्ली की जनता तय करेगी कौन ठीक है कौन गलत है।
सर, मनीष सिसोदिया ने अभी कहा है कि जिस प्रकार से सीएजी की जो रिपोर्ट आई है उस पर काउंटर करते हुए कि प्रधानमंत्री इतने महंगे सूट पहनते हैं, करोड़ों के बंगले में रहते हैं, क्या उसका
That was BJP's Virendra Sachdeva launching a scathing attack at the Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal. He asked him questions related to his Shish Mahal, including where did the money come from for the building of the Shish Mahal. In fact, he also questioned the Aam Aadmi Party convener over unauthorized construction of his personal bungalow while he was the Chief Minister of Delhi. And remember, viewers, this came during the COVID-19 pandemic that had hit the country, including the national capital, and the scale was horrific. He has also said that PWD records and PWC records and other government office records should be pulled out and the inventories should be seen where calculations have gaps. In fact, he also mentioned that the house had taken about 7 crore worth of rupees and more for internal and external beautification. Very strong charges by BJP's Virendra Sachdeva right there. But meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi, while addressing a rally on Sunday, had said that the AAP government has misutilized the centre's funds, and instead of spending money on welfare, they endorsed luxurious splurges. Take a look at this.
दिल्ली पर आपदा लाने वाले ये झूठा आरोप लगाते हैं कि केंद्र सरकार उन्हें काम नहीं करने देती, केंद्र सरकार उन्हें पैसे नहीं देती। ये कितने बड़े झूठे हैं, इसका उदाहरण इनका शीश महल है। आज ही एक बड़े अखबार ने सीएजी रिपोर्ट के आधार पर शीश महल पर हुए खर्च का खुलासा किया है। और साथियों, आपको ये जानकर के पीड़ा होगी, दर्द होगा, अरे पूरे देश के लोग चौंक जाएंगे जब दिल्ली के लोग कोरोना से जूझ रहे थे, जब दिल्ली के लोग ऑक्सीजन और दवाओं के लिए भटक रहे थे, तब इन लोगों का पूरा फोकस अपना शीश महल बनवाने में था। इन्होंने शीश महल का भारी भरकम बजट बनाया और आज इस अखबार ने खुलासा किया है कि कैसे इस शीश महल पर उस बजट से भी 3 गुना ज्यादा पैसे खर्च किए गए।
BJP's Virendra Sachdeva has launched scathing attack at the Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal, questioning him over his personal residence, the Shish Mahal. He said that the PWD and other government office records should be pulled out and the inventory should be checked thoroughly to look for calculation gaps in the spending on his personal bungalow. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Amid growing conflict within Bangladesh and India's worsening ties with the country, Bangladesh has revoked permission for 50 judges to attend judicial training in India. Listen in to find a detailed report about what's going on with our conflict-stricken neighborhood.
Following the ouster of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh interim government has revoked permission for 50 judges and judicial officers to attend training in India. Bangladesh Law Ministry confirmed the decision on 5th January, though no further justification was given. The program was scheduled to take place at the National Judicial Academy and State Judicial Academy in Madhya Pradesh from 10 February and is fully funded by the Indian government. This comes following Sheikh Hasina's exile to India and the country's cold treatment towards Bangladesh's request to extradite former Premier Hasina. Since the interim government led by Muhammad Yunus assumed power, they have been raising concerns about minority rights in Bangladesh. Amid worsening ties between the two nations following the arrest of Hindu monk Chinmoy Das on November 25th, political upheaval in Bangladesh has disrupted the lives of thousands. Hindu minorities in Bangladesh continue undergoing ferocity at the hands of Yunus administration. And this is just the latest in fresh throw in the ties between New Delhi and Dhaka as Yunus government initiates another sabotage attempt.
If you're wondering what the weather in your city is today, here is the weather update brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI.
Virat Kohli's intensity and drive for perfection have been the defining traits of his career, and even though he's winding down his time in the sport, it still plays a key role in his demeanor. Kohli's ability to score plenty of runs at will has seen him scale heights few can scarcely believe, but his willingness to engage in verbal battles have also held him in good stead. Things were no different in the 2024-25 Border Gavaskar Trophy, even though it really took Kohli a while to get going. Indifferent form may have played a part in that too. He started the series with 100 at Perth, which led many to believe that he had rediscovered the form that had so badly deserted him in red ball cricket. But it was a false dawn. Twin failures in Adelaide and Brisbane brought more scrutiny over Kohli's meagre returns with the bat, but while he could not rediscover his form in the ground, he did rediscover the anger and intensity that many associate with him. It started in the Melbourne Test, where he decided to take on a bunch of fans who were heckling him after he was dismissed. The visuals went viral, but Kohli's aggressive showings weren't done. In that same Test match, he took on Australian debutant Sam Constas and even barged into the youngster during the game, which Constas did his best to downplay afterwards. I think the emotions got to the both of us. I didn't quite realize I was doing my glove, then a little shoulder charge, but it happens in cricket. Whatever happens on the field,
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra powered by Galaxy AI bring you the latest news in a super efficient and summarized format from across the country only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and as we head towards the assembly elections in Delhi, we see a big war of words play out. Prime Minister Modi has launched an Aapda jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party has done nothing for the people of Delhi for the past 10 years. That is right. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV, but as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Starting off with a big headline, Delhi poll battle heats up. BJP alleges more than 75 to 80 crores spent on Delhi CM's palace. 8-month-old baby detected with HMPV virus in Bengaluru, making it the first case in India amid a surge in such cases in China. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju defends India's record on minority rights, says minorities are safe, flourishing and growing at a faster rate than Hindus. Outgoing US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan meets with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, scheduled to meet NSA Ajit Doval again today. Facing leadership challenge, Canadian PM Justin Trudeau might resign as Prime Minister. Getting some big breaking news coming in. Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi left the State Assembly deep anguish, citing brazen disrespect to the Constitution and National Anthem. The controversy arose after the state anthem was played before the National Anthem during the Assembly's first session of 2025. Tamil Nadu Governor appealed to CM and Speaker to sing National Anthem. However, they have refused. In response to the developments, Raj Bhavan later removed a social media post on the issue. Governor also chose to skip delivering the customary address. Big update coming in. Tamil Nadu Governor leaves the State Assembly in deep anguish, citing brazen disrespect. I repeat, citing brazen disrespect to the Constitution and National Anthem. The controversy arose after the state anthem was played before the National Anthem during the Assembly's first session of 2025, and that's when Tamil Nadu Governor leaves, I repeat, leaves the State Assembly. Tamil Nadu Governor appeals to CM and Speaker to sing the National Anthem, but they refused. I'm going to go across to my colleague joining us, Shravan Sen, a senior editor joining us live. Shravan, this is a big update coming in where the governor, Tamil Nadu Governor, chooses to leave because the National Anthem was not played first. Big updates coming in, developing story. Shravan.
Well, in fact, the tussle between the Tamil Nadu governor and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu continues. This time, the Raj Bhavan has put out a statement saying that disrespect was shown to the national anthem at the opening session of the Tamil Nadu Assembly. In fact, we are given to understand that the governor left midway. This was after what the Raj Bhavan says complete disrespect was shown by the government towards the national anthem. In fact, it was the state anthem which was being played. Now, they have largely resorted to the protocols of the State Assembly, which only indicates that the national anthem is largely played before the opening session of the Assembly, which they claim wasn't really followed by the state government. that. What we do not know so far is that whether at all the state government has put out any official response to what the Raj Bhavan is essentially claiming at this point in time. But remember, this continues. What we have seen in the past too, remember the governor has largely raised concerns about the manner in which this was largely followed. In fact, I'm told that Kovai Satyam of the AIA-DMK is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Kovai Satyam, Raj Bhavan making a sensational claim that the national anthem was not played. In fact, a direct allegation has been levelled against the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister who refused to sing the national anthem.
This was last time. And before the events could unfold today, Governor staged a walkout. What the sources say is DMK planned to question the governor because he is the chancellor for the Anna University incident. They tried to enact a drama blaming the governor. Sensing this, the governor has staged a walkout. This is what the sources say. The incompetence of DMK and headed by MK Stalin, it's of the highest standards. The police are being made puppets. They are using all the force, denying justice to be delivered to the Anna University molested victim. There is another person involved in the act, and they are hell-bent to save him. And so far, they have not taken action on the person who is arrested. He is a DMK member. They deny to agree and accept that. Evidence has been rolled out and many a times. Video evidences, placards, everything is being given. But they have not taken any action. All DMK is interested is to safeguard the second member who is involved in the act. That's the reason there is a request in the assembly from AIADMK.
Mr. Kovai Satyan, I just want to focus on what the Raj Bhavan is claiming at this point in time. Raj Bhavan is indicating that in the opening session of the assembly, the national anthem was not being played. The DMK says that this is once again an attempt that is being made by the Raj Bhavan to interfere in internal matters of the state.
The assembly proceedings, first the Tamil Thai word, the anthem of Tamil Nadu will be played. Once governor finishes his address, the national anthem will be played. That is the norm. That's how it has been happening so far. And probably I have not seen the news that been sent out by Raj Bhavan. Nor I am aware of the news that governor wanted to play the national anthem in the beginning. That was not the norm.
Well,
the Tamil anthem will be played first, followed by the governor address, and finally after the conclusion of governor address, national anthem will be played.
So do you believe that politics is now being played by the Raj Bhavan here?
Yes, it is.
Well, you have the AIA...
And I've given you the reasons for the same also in my first opening remarks.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kovai Satyan, for joining us on this broadcast. Shivangi, the AIA-DMK surprisingly comes in defense of the state government, once again indicating that as per the state protocol, it's the state assembly, it's the state anthem that is going to be played out first, and only after the governor's address when the national anthem is essentially being played. So this, once again, is the big bone of contention that we are seeing. Not for the first time that there has been a direct face-off between the Tamil Nadu governor and the state chief minister.
Absolutely, this is a fresh update we've got from Tamil Nadu, and I just want to read out what the Raj Bhavan has had to say as well. I want to read it out. They have posted it on social media platform X. The Constitution of Bharat and the national anthem was once again insulted in the Tamil Nadu Assembly today. Respecting the national anthem is among the first fundamental duty as enshrined in our constitution. It's sung in all the state legislatures at the beginning and the end of the governor's address. So this is a huge tweet that the Raj Bhavan has put out, Shravan. I'm reading it out for our viewers. And it's also important to note, and if you could talk a little bit more on this, Tamil Nadu governor absolutely... he just left. He did not say his address in the state assembly. And he has also written to the chief minister. Do you think, Shravan, we could see a response soon from the chief minister on this big update that we're getting?
Well, in fact, we haven't heard from the state government as yet, barring from the fact that certain party spokespersons have once again indicated that the governor is playing politics over this entire matter. They are largely resorting to what they call the state assembly protocol and relying on the fact that in the past too, the protocol has essentially been in this manner, that first you have the state anthem that is played, thereafter the governor basically addresses the House, and once the governor address is over, thereafter you have the national anthem being played. Remember, in the past too, when the assembly session was ongoing, you've had the governor getting into a tussle with the state government. This has happened in the last session too in Tamil Nadu, and that is the reason why, remember, the entire friction between the Tamil Nadu governor and his office with the state chief minister continues. This was also over the Council of Ministers. In fact, the appointment of one of the minister who faces some charges that were levelled by the central agencies. You've had the governor asking the chief minister to drop him from the Council of Ministers, but that too did not happen, and that was another friction point between both the offices.
All right, thank you for joining us, Shravan. This is a big update we're getting for our viewers from Tamil Nadu. We will be tracking the story the entire day today. Thank you, Shravan, for joining us, our senior editor joining us there. We have to move ahead right now to some of the other stories that we are tracking. Especially, we'll talk about the journalist murder case, where we see that the special investigation team is right now carrying out the investigation, and a major breakthrough in the journalist Mukesh Chandrakar's murder case. A special investigation team arrested the prime accused Suresh Chandrakar from the Hyderabad. And this happened late at night. This happened from Hyderabad late at night. The police tracked him down after analyzing footage from the 200 CCTV cameras and scanning 300 mobile numbers. Suresh Chandrakar was taken into custody. 3 other accused have also been arrested, namely Ritesh Chandrakar, Dinesh Chandrakar and Mahendra. Detailed inquiries also underway. That is right. Big update coming in right on Republic TV, viewers. Well, in the journalist murder case, we will be, of course, getting you more updates. But we have some reactions. Let's go ahead and play out the reaction as the main accused has now been nabbed.
टीम के द्वारा पत्रकार साथी मुकेश चंद्राकर के हत्या की घटना में शामिल फरार आरोपी सुरेश चंद्रकर की देर रात हैदराबाद में हिरासत में लिया गया। साथ ही साथ इस प्रकरण में अब तक सुरेश चंद्राकर के अलावा 3 आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी पहले ही की जा चुकी है, जिसमें रितेश चंद्राकर, दिनेश चंद्राकर एवं महेंद्र रामटेके शामिल हैं। साथ ही साथ मामले में विस्तृत पूछताछ की जा रही है।
All right, let's go to Satya Vijay is joining us live from Pithampur. And Satya Vijay, you know, the entire investigation right now is taking many twists and turns. The main accused have been nabbed. But what would the special investigation team would be looking at right now? Because they would be looking at other angles. They will be looking at associates. They were looking at, who else could be behind this dastardly attack. Satya Vijay.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, छत्तीसगढ़ के बीजापुर से बड़े पत्रकार थे मुकेश चंद्राकर, जिनकी की काफ़ी विभत्स तरीके से हत्या की गई। इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में सरकार ने एसआईटी गठित की थी और एसआईटी ने जो मुख्य आरोपी है सुरेश चंद्राकर, जो कि फरार था, पुलिस को लगातार चकमा दे रहा था, उसे हैदराबाद से हिरासत में लिया। अब जो है एसआईटी की टीम सुरेश चंद्राकर से पूछताछ करेगी। जाहिर सी बात है, मुख्य आरोपी सुरेश चंद्राकर को कोर्ट में भी पेश किया जाएगा और कोर्ट से पुलिस जो है पूछताछ के लिए रिमांड भी मांग सकती है, क्योंकि सुरेश चंद्राकर, उसके भाई और बाकी साथियों ने, टोटल अब तक 4 आरोपी गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं। लेकिन चूंकि सुरेश चंद्राकर के कांग्रेस से कनेक्शन भी सामने आया, सुरेश चंद्राकर बड़ा ठेकेदार भी था और सुरेश चंद्राकर के ठेके में जो भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा था, उसी को मुकेश चंद्राकर, जो कि बीजापुर का वरिष्ठ पत्रकार रहा है, उसने एक्सपोज किया था। और इसके बाद से एक कह सकते हैं कि इनमें आपसी रंजिश जैसी स्थिति बनी हुई थी और इसी के चलते सुरेश चंद्राकर के भाई ने मुकेश को बातचीत के बहाने घर पर बुलाया, जहां पर उसकी हत्या की और सेप्टिक टैंक में उसे गाड़ दिया। हत्या इतनी विवत्स थी कि पीएम रिपोर्ट जो सूत्रों के मुताबिक हमारे पास जो इन्फो आई है कि पीएम रिपोर्ट में ये खुलासा हुआ है कि मुकेश चंद्राकर के सिर की हड्डी को 15 जगह से टूटी हुई थी, उसका गर्दन टूटी हुई थी, उसके तमाम जो ऑर्गन्स हैं उनमें फ्रैक्चर्स पाए गए हैं और डॉक्टर खुद ये मान रहे हैं कि इतनी बीभत्स हत्या उन्होंने इससे पहले नहीं देखी। तो अब इस मामले में अब तक 4 आरोपी अरेस्ट हो चुके हैं। मुख्य आरोपी सुरेश चंद्राकर है जो कि पुलिस की आंख में धूल झोंक रहा था, लेकिन हैदराबाद से उसे हिरासत में ले लिया है। अब रिमांड ले सकती है पुलिस और जिसमें कई और खुलासे हो सकते हैं। सुरेश चंद्राकर से पूछताछ में ये पता चल सकता है कि आखिर उसकी इस तरह से पत्रकार की हत्या करने के पीछे वजह क्या रही। इन सब पहलुओं से अभी पर्दा उठना बाकी है।
All right, thank you for joining us with all those details where we are getting our viewers back-to-back updates. Main accused arrested, special investigation team looking for more angles and more links to what really happened in that dastardly journalist murder case. We move ahead right now because we are tracking more updates coming in, and this is the story that we have been tracking since yesterday. A fresh controversy has erupted after a top Muslim cleric has made some claims, and the claim is that the Mahakumbh, which by the way is just days away, is being conducted on Waqf property. That is right. Now the Hindu leaders and the Hindu seers have rejected this claim made by the top Muslim cleric. Let's listen in to this report.
Just days ahead of the Mahakumbh, a major controversy has erupted after a Muslim cleric alleged that the Kumbh Mela is being organized on land belonging to the Waqf. Maulana Shahabuddin Razi Barelvi said that the Muslims have shown a big heart by agreeing to this, but condemned the Akhada Parishad for denying entry to Muslims.
प्रयागराज के जो मुसलमान हैं उनमें से एक सरताज नाम के हैं, उन्होंने इस बात की जानकारी दी और कहा कि जो ज़मीन है, जिस ज़मीन पर, ज़मीन के बहुत सारे हिस्से पर जो शामियाने तंबू वगैरह लगाए गए हैं, इंतज़ामात किए गए हैं, मेला लग रहा है, ये वक्फ की ज़मीन है और वहाँ के मुसलमानों की ज़मीन है। मगर दरियादिली देखिए मुसलमानों की कि मुसलमानों ने कुंभ के मेले की तैयारियाँ, शामियाने और पंडाल, रोड और सड़कें और खड़ंजों पर कभी मना नहीं किया कि यहाँ पे मत लगाइए।
However, when confronted, this is what he had to say.
वक्त में तरमीम तब्दील होती रही है, पहले भी हुई है, वक्त में तरमीम होना चाहिए, संशोधन होना चाहिए। मैंने तो सरकार के इस बिल का समर्थन किया है।
आपको नहीं लगता, मैं बात वही पूछूंगा आपसे कि क्या आपके पास कोई कागज हैं जिसके बेस पे आप वक्फ के बारे में ये क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि वो जमीन है?
नहीं, मेरे पास में कागज नहीं है। वहाँ इलाका है, एक झूसी जगह है और वहाँ के सरताज नामी शख्स हैं, उन्होंने वहाँ पर कहा भी है और उन्हीं के हवाले से मैंने बात कही है।
His statements were met with strong reactions from the BJP as well as from Hindu saints, who condemned his remarks and demanded his arrest.
आज महाकुंभ जहां प्रयाग में होता है, उस जमीन को भी वक्फ ने कहा हमारी है। ऐसे ही तमिलनाडु में 1500 साल पुराने गांव और मंदिर पर वक्फ बोर्ड ने अपना दावा पेश कर दिया था। इसीलिए वक्फ बोर्ड के कानून में संशोधन की आवश्यकता है।
पहले इन इस्लामिक जिहादी मानसिकता ने अफगानिस्तान, फिर पाकिस्तान, फिर बांग्लादेश बनाया। अब मां भारती के ही टुकड़े करने पर लगे हुए हैं। अब वक्फ बोर्ड के बारे में जन चेतना जागी है। अब कहने लगे कि ये जो प्रयाग की कुंभ धरा है वो भी हमारी है।
मौलाना साहबुद्दीन और कुछ कट्टरपंथी महाकुंभ की भूमि को वक्फ बोर्ड की बता रहे हैं। निश्चित रूप से ये पाकिस्तान प्रायोजित है। उन तमाम आतंकी सोच के लोगों द्वारा प्रायोजित ऐसा प्रतीत होता है, इनकी जांच होनी चाहिए।
Hindu shears accused the Muslim cleric of trying to incite communal riots in the country and called for a Sanatan board.
आपने देखा होगा, इन्होंने पूरे हिंदुस्तान में जहाँ जहाँ इनको अच्छा दिखता है वो सब इनका है। इन्होंने ये भी कहा था पार्लियामेंट हमारा है, जितने एयरपोर्ट इनके हैं, अब मेला भूमि भी इनकी हो गई। अब ये कहाँ से लेके आए थे ये भी हमें सोचना पड़ेगा।
मूर्ख आदमी है, ये से पूछिए, गंगा जी हमारी सनातन सतयुग से चली आ रही है, ये कुंभ हमारा सतयुग से चला आ रहा है। अब इनसे पूछिए ये जमीन इनकी कैसे हो गई, ये धर्म पहले आया कि हम लोग पहले से है।
The holy festival is all set to begin from January 13, but the politics continue to overshadow the issue.
Amid the row of addition and deletion of voters in the national capital, the ECI is all set to roll out the final voter list today. The Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are going to keep a very, very close eye, and we will also be getting you all the developments from the ground regarding the same. Do stay tuned as we'll come right back after this short break.
जिसको पिछले 20 वर्ष से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा। सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। तो अगर बिहार में बदलाव चाहिए तो आपको, हमको, सबको खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। आज मुख्यमंत्री से मिलने के लिए 20 दिन से बच्चे टाइम मांग रहे हैं। उनके पास 5 मिनट समय नहीं है कि इन बच्चों से 5 मिनट के लिए मिल ले। कैसे झुकेगी 4 दिन में? जिसको पिछले 20 वर्ष से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा। जिसको पिछले 20 वर्ष से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा। सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। चाहे उसके साथ जितना अन्याय हो जाए, वो खड़ी नहीं होगी। अपने लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी, अपने बच्चों के लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी। जब चुनाव आएगा तो लोग फिर जातियों में बढ़ जाएंगे, फिर धर्म के नाम पर वोट दे देंगे। इसीलिए लोग जनता की चिंता नहीं कर रहे हैं। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। जब तक बिहार के लोग जगेंगे नहीं तब तक सुधार होगा नहीं। और लोगों को ये समझना होगा कि जन बल के आगे कोई बल नहीं है, लेकिन जन बल तब होगा ना जब आप घर से बाहर निकलिएगा, अपने और अपने बच्चों के लिए खड़े होइएगा। वरना 5 साल बैठ के रोते रहिएगा, बच्चों का पेपर लीक होता रहेगा, बच्चों को नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी, पढ़ाई नहीं होगा, रोजगार नहीं होगा, भ्रष्टाचार होगा, और आप उन्हीं नेताओं को बार बार जाति के नाम पर, धर्म के नाम पर, 5 किलो अनाज के नाम पर वोट देते रहिएगा। इससे कभी बाहर नहीं निकल पाइएगा। बताया 2 करोड़ का वेंटी वैन है, किसी ने कहा 25 लाख रुपया रेंट है। तो हम आपके जरिए बता रहे हैं भाई वैन ले जाओ, 25 लाख रुपया हमको डेली का दे दो, और उसके साथ में एक बाथरूम करने के लिए कोई जगह भेज देना, टॉयलेट भेज दो, हम उसी का इस्तेमाल कर लेंगे, बस तुम ले जाओ, आप 25 लाख रुपया डेली भेजो। अपोजिशन पार्टी मुझे क्रिटिसाइज कर रही है, मैं 100 बार कह चुका हूं, मुझे उससे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। अपोजिशन पार्टी और हमारा लड़ाई कोई आज का थोड़ी नहीं हो, तो आगे चलता रहेगा। मैं उनको क्रिटिसाइज करता हूं, वो मुझे क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं।
Night mode on Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra lets you capture stunning photos and videos even in the darkest settings. By reducing noise and enhancing details, it ensures that every shot is sharp, vibrant, and beautifully balanced. Say goodbye to blurry, washed out night shots and hello to vivid, optimized imagery that truly brings your nighttime moments to life. Ready to experience the magic of nightography? Let's go!
As we come to the end of this news wheel, let's record and summarize with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Scores of AIA-DMK students, wing members, were detained by the police here on Monday when they attempted to stage a protest in front of Anna University here, demanding justice for a student sexually assaulted on the university campus in December last year. The protesters made a bid to distribute black bands to the students and public as a mark of support to the affected students and to garner the attention of the state government to arrest the real perpetrator. That is what an AIA-DMK member said. And there you have it, the precise reading of the news in a simpler format using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. We will be back with the headlines in a few minutes.
Well, I think that's absurd to sentence the President of the United States, or soon to be President of the United States, for a case in which he never even charged what the underlying felony is that he supposedly was furthering.
you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get to the news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi walks out of the Assembly after boycotting his annual address ahead of the winter session. An 8-month-old baby detected with HMPV virus in Bengaluru, making it the first case in India amid a surge in such cases in China. Suresh Chandrakar, the prime accused in the murder of a journalist in Bastar, has been taken into custody by a special investigation team in Hyderabad. The accused was absconding since 3rd of January. BJP's Virendra Sachdev launched scathing attack at Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal, blaming him of using state and central funds to make his residence. That was a news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day. Getting some big breaking up, it's coming in right now. The Telangana Anti-Corruption Bureau has summoned BRS Working President MLA KT Rama Rao for questioning today in connection with the Formula E case. The probe focuses on alleged violations in an agreement between the Telangana Municipal Department and Formula E Operations Limited during the BRS government's tenure. The ACB, after gathering significant information and conducting multiple rounds of questioning with Principal Secretary, has issued the notice to KTR. Latest leads suggest that police have stopped KTR's vehicle near the ACB police and said that no lawyer should accompany him. There's a big update coming in for you right now, Republic TV viewers, and I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. Aneri is joining us live from Telangana Bhavan. Okay, let's go to Aneri. Aneri, you know this case, this is the Formula E case. A lot of allegations have come in against KT Rama Rao. This has been going on for a while right now. If you could take our viewers to the latest coming in, because the Anti-Corruption Bureau wants to question KT Rama Rao in this case. And of course, this is a story we have been tracking very closely. What can we expect next now, Aneri?
Well, Shivangi, right now we are at the Telangana Bhavan, where you see that all the leaders of the BRS party have come here to meet KTR. This comes after he was stopped by the police officials at the ACB office. While he was going to the ACB office, as ACB had served notice to KTR in connection with the Formula E case. Today, as remember, KTR had already filed a quash petition in the High Court, and the order is reserved in that matter. We have with us a BRS spokesperson, Mr. Vishnu, with us. So you tell us what exactly happened at the BRS, at the ACB office. Why did the police stop KTR?
See, as a law-abiding citizen, KTR Garu served as a cabinet minister for 10 years, 10 long years. He's also an MLA who's been elected 5 times. Now, he knows what is law, and as a law-abiding citizen, the notice was served on 2nd January by the ACB for him to appear today. And he went to the questioning, but unfortunately the ACB, the police officials outside the ACB office, they have stopped him, and they have said that KTR Garu cannot take legal help and should not be accompanied by his legal team. Now, what the fundamental question that we are asking is, Article 21 of Indian Constitution, it gives every citizen of India to seek legal help if you are an accused in a case. Why is the Congress government so perturbed and so scared if KTR Garu gets his legal team with his? That is his fundamental right. Now, KTR Garu was there at the office. He requested as a law-abiding citizen to cooperate with the investigation, but unfortunately the ACB officials did not allow. And as a reply to the notice that was served to KTR Garu, he has given a written reply saying that the matter is sub judice. There is a quash petition that has already been heard on 31st of December. The judgment is reserved. It might come out anytime soon. So he pleaded with the ACB officials to defer the investigation till the judgment is out.
So that's what exactly happened at the ACB office, where KTR was stopped and police officials had stated that he cannot bring his legal team with him. However, now remember, ED also has issued notice to KTR to appear before the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow in connection with the same case, as ED has already registered a case against KTR. So he has been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate tomorrow. So will that take place or not still remains to be seen. Will KTR be going for the questioning or for the Enforcement Directorate or not also is a larger question. But as today we saw that how KTR was en route to the ACB office, the police officials there stopped him and stated that he cannot go to the ACB office for questioning with his legal team, and that's the reason why we see that KTR has given a written reply to ACB in connection with this case.
Right. And also, this is big story we're tracking right now, and it has seen so much of twist and turn. Telangana High Court has reserved its order on the quash petition filed by KTR. The ACB cannot arrest him till the orders are pronounced. That also is one of the big updates coming in right now, Aneri. So if you could take our viewers through what the biggest details are, because this investigation is also being under the Foreign Exchange Management Act to examine possible violations. So there are multiple angles to this case. It's not just corruption charges. There are other violations which are being looked at right now. Aneri.
Well, yes, Shivangi, that's right, because on one side we see that earlier it was ACB who had registered case, and A1 was KTR along with the former IAS officer Arvind Kumar and PNL Reddy in this particular case, and later KTR had filed a quash petition in the Telangana High Court, where we see that the High Court had asked ACB not to arrest him until further orders, and now also when we talk about it, the order has been reserved by the High Court, and whereas on the other side we see that the Enforcement Directorate is also investigating into this Formula E racing case, where they have been seeing that KTR has been served notice to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on 7th of January, that is tomorrow. So we'll have to see how it turns out to be and what will be the next move. We'll be right back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
His inspiring generosity reminds us all of our capacity and our obligation to stand up to the abuse of power and to be guardians of democracy and all people yearning to be free.
For the final time as President, I have the honor of bestowing the Medal of Freedom on our nation's highest civilian honor on a group of extraordinary, truly extraordinary people who gave their sacred effort, their sacred effort, to shape the culture and the cause of America. As cultural icons, dignified statesmen, humanitarians, rock stars, sports stars, you feed the hungry, you give hope to those who are hurting, and you craft the signs and sounds, our movements and our memories. You know, it's amazing. Your innovation, you inspire, you bring healing and joy to so many lives, otherwise wouldn't be touched.
Getting you some more updates coming in, viewers. Now, 2 cases, I repeat, 2 cases of HMPV has been found in India, and both of them are in Bengaluru. One 3-month-old infant infected, another 8-month-old. None of the infant or their family have history of international travel. Okay, so we get this big update coming in as we see that the entire world is concerned about the HMPV outbreak in China. Remember that in Malaysia, China, these countries especially seeing an outbreak of the HMPV virus. The first 2 cases of virus have been detected, and both of them have been detected in Bengaluru city. That is what we see.
Already advisories have been issued.
Sir, as you said, this is not the first in India, but what about Karnataka? Is this the first case that came?
I will not say this is the first case in Karnataka because it has been there for the longest time. Certain percentage of people have this. Every time if you go into a detailed testing, in Baptist hospital, they've tested it and they've private hospital. So we can't call it a first case at all anywhere in the country because it is already there. This may have been, they may have tested for this particular thing and it's been detected, that's all. Okay. But it's not that it's the first case.
Okay. So one of your Congress MLAs, Mr. Raghvendra Hitnal, has made a statement in Koppal yesterday that development because of the guarantees, this isn't something...
I do not know in what context he said because first of all, people from that region are getting the maximum funds. Kalyan Karnataka region, especially compared to other regions, I'm getting more funds than the other regions. So he should not be complaining at all when it comes to development. But our government is on top of it. Yes, our guarantee program is a huge program, but it is reaching the people, and it is helping people's lives, and it is changing it is a way of eradicating poverty also. The people have got a basic, source of income. Basic existence can be had without any, whatever may be the problem. So guarantee is given a protection, social security net to our people, and it's helping. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, any other development work, no government has got unlimited resources.
All right. That's the Karnataka Health Minister speaking there. I just want to go across to my colleague joining us from our newsroom, Gesu, joining us. Gesu, the Health Ministry has also said that India is fully prepared to manage this illness. And but we have seen 2 cases coming in, that too from the same city. Take our viewers through the latest details that we're learning of. Go ahead, Kesu.
Right, Shivangi. In fact, you're right. The Health Ministry has said that the government is keeping a close eye and is continuously monitoring the situation. However, at least 2 cases of the HMPV virus have been found in Bengaluru in the same Baptist hospital. And both of these cases, as per the ICMR, they do not have any history of international travel. So it suggests that they have caught the virus here itself. Now it could be that there is somebody else who might have travelled and has gotten in contact, because both of these, now remember, are infants. One is a 3-month-old baby and the other one is an 8-month-old baby. In fact, both of these cases, like I said, come from the Baptist hospital in Bengaluru. And it's important to also note, like I said, there was no history of international travel whatsoever. In fact, the ICMR has said that they are taking continuous cognizance of the case. They will continue to track the trends in HMPV circulation throughout the year. In fact, the World Health Organization is also providing timely updates.
All right,
Shivangi.
thank you for joining us, Kesu. We have to take a short break right now because we are getting more updates. But yeah, 2 cases HMPV virus have been detected in India. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers.
Amid the row of addition and deletion of voters in the national capital, the ECI is all set to roll out the final voter list today. The Ram Aadmi Party and the BJP are going to keep a very, very close eye, and we will also be getting you all the developments from the ground regarding the same. Do stay tuned, as we'll come right back after this short break.
And there you go, a new way to search is here. Now you can quickly get an answer without leaving your feed. Circle to search with Google using your Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of various railway projects in different parts of the country today in a key move to further boost connectivity in the region. The Prime Minister will inaugurate the new Jammu Railway Division and also other important terminals, while the construction for the Railway Division building of East Coast Railway will also begin. Now the development seeks to boost connectivity while also generating more job opportunities for the youth. Delhi health authorities issued advisory to ensure preparedness of potential health challenges related to HMPV virus. Though the country is safe from the virus as no cases have been reported so far, the doctors are advised to immediately report any influenza-like disease. Strict isolation protocols and the use of universal precautions for suspected cases have been made mandatory. Prime Minister Modi laid the foundation for a new Central Ayurveda Research Institute building in New Delhi's Rohini. While addressing the board virtually, PM Modi reflected upon the heritage and importance of Ayurveda. Ceremony was also attended by Union Minister of State for Ayush, Pratap Rao Jadhav, among other dignitaries, emphasizing the centre focus on making healthcare accessible to the poorest of the poor. The Prime Minister said that government is promoting traditional Indian medicine systems like Ayush and Ayurveda. The Indian Met Department has issued a yellow alert forecasting light rain in Delhi today. The alert comes as fresh western disturbance is anticipated to bring snowfall into the northern mountains, leading to a subsequent drop in temperatures. And if you're wondering what the weather in your city is today, here is a weather update brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI.
think that's absurd to sentence the President of the United States, or soon to be President of the United States, for a case in which he never even charged what the underlying felony is that he supposedly was furthering.
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
सीएजी की जो रिपोर्ट है वो 2022 तक की है, जिसमें उस रिपोर्ट में खुद सीएजी ने 139 क्वेश्चन लगाए हैं कि ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई कैसे।
BJP demands answers from AAP after audit report of Kejriwal's residence shows 33 crore rupees spent against estimate of 7.9 crores. Tamil Nadu Governor Arnab Ravi walks out of assembly over disrespect to national anthem. Says Chief Minister and Speaker refused to play it. Jan Swaraj Party chief dragged and arrested by Patna police over unauthorized protest at Gandhi Maidan amid BPSC showdown. Big development in Bastar journalist's murder probe. Main accused Suresh Chandrakar arrested from Hyderabad. Facing leadership challenge, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau might resign as the Prime Minister. After a CAG report exposed irregularities in the construction of Arvind Kejriwal's official residence, the Congress targeted AAP over the reported expenditure of 33 crore rupees. The revelation has intensified political attacks, with Congress accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of extravagant spending at the cost of public funds. Now, viewers, this comes shortly after BJP's Virendra Sachdeva's press conference or press briefing, where he spoke about the same CAG report and the gaps in spending as per government authorization versus what was actually spent or splurged rather in making the then Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Arvind Kejriwal is being blamed of making the bungalow without taking permission, which makes the bungalow come under unauthorized construction. There are no documents to support that any permission was taken from Delhi's Urban Development Centre. Listen in to Congress's Sandeep Dixit and his stark attack on Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal.
और मैं तो उस समय हतप्रभ हो गया जब मैंने वहां एक शब्द देखा, मिनी बार। तब मुझे पता चला कि क्यों शराब की नीति बना रखी। भाई मिनी बार में सामान जाएगा और क्या है। किसी सरकार के बंगले में मिनी बार बनता है क्या? ठीक है भाई, आप किचन बनाते हैं, आप कमरा बनाइए, हमको सब मालूम है मिनी बार में क्या होता। मिनी बार का मतलब लस्सी नहीं है, मिनी बार का मतलब रूह अफ़ज़ा नहीं है, कोका कोला नहीं है। मिनी बार का मतलब एक ही है, जिस चीज़ के घोटाले में मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल जेल गए थे। ये इतनी अनैतिक आज बात हुई है कि मैं समझ नहीं सकता, और ये समझ नहीं रहे हैं इसके इतने दूरगामी परिणाम जाएंगे। आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, क्रिकेट में कहा जाता है हैट्रिक होती है जब 3 विकेट आउट हो जाते हैं, तो केजरीवाल, सिसोदिया और आतिशी 3 तो इनकी आउट।
We're also being joined by my colleague Riyanka from New Delhi on the broadcast to get us more on the story. Riyanka, the parties, BJP and the Congress, have come out all guns blazing at the Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal over the gaps in expenditure on his chief ministerial residence. Tell us more about this.
Well, ahead of the elections, there are several other information that are making the headlines. One of which is having a key highlight, is the whopping expenditure that have been done for the renovation of 6 Flagstaff when Arvind Kejriwal used to reside in there. And this is being mentioned as the Shish Mahal as well. And at this point in time, what we have seen that the BJP and the Congress are coming all guns blazing against Arvind Kejriwal. Not just the leaders, but top brass of the BJP, be it Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has in fact taken on Arvind Kejriwal for spending the people's money on his bungalows renovation back in 2020 when there was a COVID pandemic. The Prime Minister in fact also went on hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party at the fact that Arvind Kejriwal was spending money from the taxpayers for not just oxygen cylinders but for his Shish Mahal renovation. As per the CAG report, it is a whopping 33 crore rupees that was spent for the expenditure regarding the renovation of Shish Mahal. That said, there were 7 servant quarters, 28 lakh TV against an estimate of 7.9 crore. There was an estimate of 7.9 crore given, but the expenditure was as much as 33 crore rupees there. Also, there were several other mentions that the CAG report has come out with. The fact that there were 43.9 lakh rupees that was spent for a household item. There was several other, other things that were used in the Shish Mahal that costed up to 33 crores. And this has been, coming down quite heavily from the side of the BJP and the Congress party against
Right, Priyanka. Right.
In fact, the BJP has escalated its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party government and Kejriwal, saying that the Shish Mahal, the residence, should be declared a tourist spot. Listen into the latest responses and scathing attack pouring in from the BJP's end. Take a listen.
यहाँ पर एक शीश महल का मॉडल है जो कि दिल्ली के पूर्व सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल का घर है और हमारे साथ दिल्ली अध्यक्ष बीजेपी के वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी हैं। वीरेंद्र जी, आज अपने कार्यालय में आपने मॉडल रखा है, क्या वजह रही?
अब असली भ्रष्टाचारी शीश महल में तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जाने नहीं देते हैं। तो हमने जो इमेजेस हमें मिली है उस पर ये बनाया है और दिखाया है कि ये भ्रष्टाचारी अरविंद केजरीवाल जो 100 रुपये की चप्पल और 2 रुपये का पेन लेके दिल्ली को ठगने निकला था, कैसे उसने अपनी अय्याशी के लिए, अपनी आराम प्रस्ती के लिए ये करोड़ों रुपए का शीश महल तैयार किया है, दिल्ली की जनता को ये अंगूठा दिखाने के लिए कि तुम्हारी औकात क्या, देखो कैसे रहा जाता है।
बिल्कुल, आपने सीएजी रिपोर्ट का भी हवाला दिया और कहा है कि पीडब्ल्यूडी ने अपने हाथ खींच लिए, कहा कि जो इक्विपमेंट लगे हैं उनके द्वारा नहीं लगाए, उसके लिए पैसे इन्वेस्ट उनके द्वारा नहीं किए गए।
देखिए, सीएजी की जो रिपोर्ट है वो 2022 तक की है, जिसमें उस रिपोर्ट में खुद सीएजी ने 139 क्वेश्चन लगाए हैं कि ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई कैसे, इसकी परमिशन क्यों नहीं है। किसी भी विभाग ने, सरकारी विभाग ने इसको बनाने की परमिशन नहीं दी है।
Viewers, in a big breaking news, the Ministry of Health has announced that the ICM has detected 2 cases of HMPV virus in Karnataka during routine surveillance. Now remember, both these cases come from the city of Bengaluru. The ministry has assured that the surveillance system will remain robust with no unusual surge in the influenza-like illness or severe acute respiratory infection cases across the country, reinforcing confidence in the nation's health monitoring mechanisms. Now remember, this comes after 2 cases of HMPV virus have been found just this morning in Bengaluru's Baptist Hospital. But also it's important to note that none of these 2 cases had any history of international travel. So it remains to be seen how have the 2 cases even occurred. In fact, unfortunately, the 2 affected are infants. One is a 3-month-old infant and the other one is a 2-month-old infant. Also being joined by my colleague Shivangi from the newsroom to get us more on the story. Shivangi, the Health Ministry has finally given a statement. They've said that the surveillance systems will remain robust and there will be no unusual surge in the influenza-like illness. They've given a reassurance to the people. What does this mean? And could you also backtrack the 2 cases which have been recorded just today morning in Bengaluru? Shivangi.
That is right, Gesu. And like we told our viewers short while back, the Health Ministry has been monitoring the situation quite well. I have the statement out. I'll read it out for our viewers. There have been media reports of some HMPV cases detected in Karnataka. Now, the Indian Council of Medical Research has said that they have got 2 cases of HMPV in Karnataka. Both cases were identified through routine surveillance for multiple respiratory viral pathogens as part of the ICMR's ongoing efforts to monitor these illnesses across the country. And the HMPV, this is what the statement says, is already in circulation globally, including in India. That is right. And like we told our viewers a short while back, that this is a virus which is very prevalent already. We see that in China, we see that in Malaysia. So this is exactly what this statement says. They've also given the details of the 2 HMPV viruses cases which came out from Bengaluru a short while back. So one is a 3-month-old female infant who was diagnosed with HMPV after being admitted to Baptist Hospital. And then the other one, 8-month-old male infant who tested positive for HMPV on Jan 3rd, 2025 after being admitted to Baptist Hospital with a history. Also, the infant is now recovering. So now the first infant, by the way, Gesu, has been discharged. I repeat, the first infant has been discharged. This is what that statement says. She has been since discharged. It's important to note that neither of the affected patients have any history of international travel. So very, very clearly, very big update. Both the cases do not have any history. Gesu, I'm giving it back to you right now, handing it back to you. But the Health Ministry says they will continue monitoring these cases.
Right. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast, Shivangi. That was some solid information right there. But viewers, now it's time to get you a quick check of news from across Bharat in just 2 minutes. Take a look. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of various railway projects in different parts of the country today. In a key move to further boost connectivity in the region, the Prime Minister will inaugurate the new Jammu Railway Division and also the Charlapalli new terminal station in Telangana. While the construction for the Rayagada Railway Division building of East Coast Railway will also begin, the development seeks to boost connectivity while also generating more job opportunities for the youth. Delhi health authorities issued an advisory to ensure preparedness for potential health challenges related to the HMPV virus. Though the country is safe from the virus as only 2 cases have been reported so far, doctors are advised to immediately report any influenza-like disease further as well. Strict isolation protocols and the use of universal precautions for suspected cases have been made mandatory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi laid the foundation of a new Central Ayurveda Research Institute building in the New Delhi Rohini area. While addressing the board virtually, Prime Minister Modi reflected upon the heritage and importance of Ayurveda. The ceremony was also attended by Union Minister of State for Ayush, Pratap Rao Jadhav, among other dignitaries, emphasizing the centre's focus on making healthcare accessible to the poorest of the poor. The Prime Minister said the government is promoting traditional Indian medicine systems like Ayush and Ayurveda. The Indian Met Department has issued a yellow alert forecasting light rain in Delhi today. The alert comes as a fresh western disturbance is anticipated to bring snowfall to the northern mountains, leading to a subsequent drop in temperatures starting from the 8th of January. While fog will persist, visibility is set to increase, bringing some relaxation to travellers. Jan Swaraj Party's Prashant Kishor and some other people were illegally protesting in the front of the Gandhi statue in the restricted area of Gandhi Maidan, Patna, for their 5-point demands. The administration had issued a notice to move from there to the designated place for Gardani Bagh for the protest. An FIR was also lodged at Gandhi Maidan for illegally protesting in the restricted area. Even after repeated requests and giving sufficient time, the place was not vacated. Today, Prashant Kishor has been detained along with some supporters. Take a look at this.
पार्टी है। पहले तो उस व्यक्ति को टिकट दिया जिसने संसद में गाली दिया था। उसकी योग्यता यह है कि उसने संसद में गाली दिया था और उसने एक बयान और दिया कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता के खिलाफ, प्रियंका गांधी के खिलाफ अभद्र टिप्पणी की, एक शर्मनाक टिप्पणी की। चुनाव में वो हमारे खिलाफ लड़ सकते हैं, कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन जहां महिला सम्मान की बात आती है, अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी कोई मतभेद नहीं रखते। सबसे पहले महिलाओं का सम्मान है। हमने कल उस पर बयान दिया, आम आदमी पार्टी के एक एक नेता ने बयान दिया। प्रियंका गांधी जी पर की गई अभद्र टिप्पणी को लेकर आम आदमी पार्टी के एक एक नेता ने बोला, लेकिन बहुत शर्म की बात है कि उनकी ही पार्टी के 2 नेता अजय माकन, संदीप दीक्षित एक शब्द नहीं बोल रहे हैं कि रमेश बिधूड़ी ने जो कुछ भी बोला वो गलत है। ये आप लोगों का चरित्र है, ये आप लोग कर रहे हो। क्या इससे साफ नहीं हो जाता कि अजय माकन और संदीप दीक्षित भारतीय जनता पार्टी से मिले हुए, उनके गहरे रिश्ते हैं, संबंध है, उनकी हिम्मत नहीं है एक शब्द रमेश बिधूड़ी के खिलाफ बोल सके। चलो आतिशी के मामले में नहीं बोलते, प्रियंका गांधी के मामले में बोल देते।
लेकिन खामोश हैं, चुपचाप हैं। इसीलिए हम लोग बार बार कह रहे हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ने वाले कुछ नेता हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर, जिनमें ये दो लोग प्रमुख रूप से शामिल हैं। लेकिन एक बात तय है कि कल से जब से गाली गलौज शुरू हुई है, रमेश बिधूड़ी ने जब से ये गाली गलौज शुरू किया है, एक निर्वाचित महिला मुख्यमंत्री के बूढ़े बाप को गाली दी है, 80 साल की अवस्था जिनकी है, जब से ये गाली गलौज उस आदमी ने शुरू की है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आका जो है वो बहुत खुश है। वो कह रहे हैं हमारी पार्टी में तो ऐसा ही नेता होना चाहिए, यही सबसे सुयोग्य, अच्छा और बेहतरीन आदमी है, क्योंकि अच्छी अच्छी गालियां दे लेता है महिलाओं को। अरे अरविंद केजरीवाल तो 2100 रुपए महिलाओं को सम्मान दे रहे हैं। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल तो माताओं बहनों के लिए बस की फ्री यात्रा कर रहे हैं। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल तो सीसीटीवी कैमरे दिल्ली में लगा रहे हैं महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए। ये ठीक नहीं है। रमेश बिधूड़ी ठीक है जो गाली गलौज करता है महिलाओं को। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सोच है, ये मोदी जी की और बीजेपी के आका नेताओं की सोच है। और अब यह तय हो चुका है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का असली चेहरा, मुख्यमंत्री का असली चेहरा बीजेपी का रमेश बिधूड़ी है। दिल्ली की जनता को तय करना है, माताओं बहनों को तय करना है कि आपको माताओं बहनों के लिए बस की फ्री यात्रा देने वाले, बुजुर्गों को तीर्थ यात्रा कराने वाले, 2100 रुपए की महिला सम्मान राशि घोषित करने वाले, महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए सदैव सीना तान के आगे रहने वाले, सीसीटीवी कैमरे का जाल बिछाने वाले अरविंद केजरीवाल चाहिए या महिलाओं को गाली देने वाला रमेश बिधूड़ी मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पे चाहिए? ये दिल्ली की जनता को अब तय करना है, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से उसने कल से गालीबाजी शुरू की है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी उसको अपना मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा बनाने जा रही है। बीजेपी रमेश बिधूड़ी को अपना सीएम फेस बनाने जा रही है। मुख्यमंत्री बनने के लिए सारी योग्यता जो बीजेपी में चाहिए उसको पूरी करने का काम रमेश बिधूड़ी करता है। ये मुझे कहना था। आपको अगर कोई इस पे सवाल हो तो आप पूछ सकते हैं।
जी, आप कह रहे हैं रमेश बिधूड़ी को बीजेपी सीएम चेहरा बनाने जा रही है, तो ये आप कैसे कह रहे हैं? मतलब आपको सूट बता रहे हैं या जो गाली दी है उसके लिए?
आप बताइए। उसने संसद में गाली दिया, उसके बाद उसको टिकट दिया। उसने पहले दिन 2 महिलाओं को गाली दिया, दिल्ली की निर्वाचित मुख्यमंत्री को गाली दिया, प्रियंका गांधी को गाली दिया। तो गालीबाजी तो सबसे बड़ी योग्यता है ना बीजेपी में। आप देखिए कल से चैनल पे कितना चल रहा है, वो कितनी उसकी ख्याति बढ़ गई है भाजपा में। सारे भाजपाई उसके पक्ष में खड़े हो गए हैं। तो असली मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा वही होगा, वही है बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा। तो अब तो दिल्ली की जनता को तय करना है, रमेश बिधूड़ी चाहिए या अरविंद केजरीवाल चाहिए, जो महिलाओं को सम्मान राशि देते हैं, जो महिलाओं के लिए संघर्ष करते हैं, जो महिलाओं के सम्मान में आगे रहते हैं।
That was Aam Aadmi Party's Sanjay Singh launching a scathing attack at the BJP over Ramesh Bidhuri's comments criticizing sexist jibes at women, including Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and now also Chief Minister Atishi. Moving on, in an attempt to aid rehabilitation for the 1984 riot victims and their kin, Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has approved full relaxation in age and educational qualification limits for 88 applicants seeking government jobs as multitasking staff. The decision follows repeated appeals from the Delhi Sikh Gurudwara Management Committee to provide employment opportunities for the victims and their families. Here's a report that gets you a deep dive detail into the new hearing.
Delhi's
Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has granted full relaxation in required age and educational qualifications for 88 applicants seeking government employment as multitasking staff. This step comes after persistent appeals from the Delhi Sikh Gurudwara Management Committee, public representatives and victims' groups, urging the administration to facilitate rehabilitation for those affected by the riots. A special initiative was launched between November 28 and 30th, which included camps to invite applications from riot victims and their families for government jobs. In the past, the Revenue Department identified 72 applications in a special drive, resulting in 22 appointments after age relaxations were granted by the then Lieutenant Governor. Similar relaxations were granted to another 50 applicants, and further benefits were extended to the children of those who had exceeded the employable age.
Viewers, in a big breaking news, in a tragic incident, a 108 ambulance transporting a patient from Madanapalli to Tirupati Roya Hospital rammed into devotees in Chandragiri Mandal, Tirupati district, resulting in at least 2 deaths and 3 other people being injured. The deceased were participating in a Padyatra from Punganur to Tirumala. The injured were shifted to Tirupati Roya Hospital for treatment. Chandragiri police have registered a case and launched an investigation into the incident. On your screens are the visuals of the 108 ambulance that rammed into devotees at Tirupati. At least 2 people have been killed and 3 others are injured. Trouble mounts for Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who is facing leadership challenges. Justin Trudeau might resign from office. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
जिसको पिछले 20 वर्ष से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे रुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। तो अगर बिहार में बदलाव चाहिए तो आपको, हमको, सबको खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। आज मुख्यमंत्री से मिलने के लिए 20 दिन से बच्चे टाइम मांग रहे हैं। उनके पास 5 मिनट समय नहीं है कि इन बच्चों से 5 मिनट के लिए मिल ले। कैसे झुकेगी 4 दिन में? जिसको पिछले 20 वर्ष से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा? जिसको पिछले 20 वर्ष से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। चाहे उसके साथ जितना अन्याय हो जाए, वो खड़ी नहीं होगी। अपने लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी, अपने बच्चों के लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी। जब चुनाव आएगा तो लोग फिर जातियों में बढ़ जाएंगे, फिर धर्म के नाम पर वोट दे देंगे। इसीलिए लोग जनता की चिंता नहीं कर रहे हैं। कोई रणनीति नहीं है, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। जब तक बिहार के लोग जगेंगे नहीं, तब तक सुधार होगा नहीं। और लोगों को ये समझना होगा कि जन बल के आगे कोई बल नहीं है, लेकिन जन बल तब होगा ना जब आप घर से बाहर निकलिएगा, अपने और अपने बच्चों के लिए खड़े होइएगा। वरना 5 साल बैठ के रोते रहिएगा, बच्चों का पेपर लीक होता रहेगा, बच्चों को नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी, पढ़ाई नहीं होगा, रोजगार नहीं होगा, भ्रष्टाचार होगा, और आप उन्हीं नेताओं को बार बार जाति के नाम पर, धर्म के नाम पर, 5 किलो अनाज के नाम पर वोट देते रहिएगा। इससे कभी बाहर नहीं निकल पाइएगा।
ने बताया 2 करोड़ का वेंटी वैन है, किसी ने कहा 25 लाख रुपया रेंट है। तो हम आपके जरिए बता रहे हैं, भाई वैन ले जाओ, 25 लाख रुपया हमको डेली का दे दो, और उसके साथ में एक बाथरूम करने के लिए कोई जगह भेज देना, टॉयलेट भेज दो, हम उसी का इस्तेमाल कर लेंगे, बस तुम ले जाओ, आप 25 लाख रुपए डेली भेजो।
अपोजिशन पार्टी मुझे क्रिटिसाइज कर रही है, मैं 100 बार कह चुका हूं, मुझे उससे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। अपोजिशन पार्टी और हमारा लड़ाई कोई आज का थोड़ी नहीं हो, तो आगे चलता रहेगा। मैं उनको क्रिटिसाइज करता हूं, वो मुझे क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं।
Actually show you what the place looks like and get you some more information about it using Circle to Search.
We took a decision within 3 months, all the guarantees was being implemented. You know, women in the entire state are traveling free in bus. 10 kilo of rices has been given to every household, every member of the family, and about 3,000 rupees is being given to the unemployed youth. And Gruha Jyoti 200 unit of power has been given, and Gruha Lakshmi 2,000 rupees is been given to everyone. About 56,000 crores have been allotted in the budget, and 1 crore 22 lakh women are getting every month 2,000 rupees. And there is a very big story which you might have heard about. Lot of economical change has happened in every family. About 4,000 to 5,000 rupees is reaching them. All of them are happy. The entire economic situation of a common man, shopkeeper, where we have tourist destinations to reach them, almost all women are being benefited. We believe. Why I am telling this story before that we started from Mahatma Gandhiji's place where he took the presidency, because Mahatma Gandhiji's was the main agenda was to see that every section of the people of the country should be well taken care. So we decided, and now here I have come here to launch this Pyari Didi Hogi Yojana. This is, we are going to give. I am confident that Congress government will come in Delhi. We are going to implement on the first day of the cabinet, 2,500 rupees will be implemented, and I think as soon as the political process starts, whatever the decision has been taken in Karnataka on the same model, 2,500 rupees, this Pyari Didi Yojana will be implemented, and the rest will be announced later. Today I am here to launch Pyari Didi Yojana, 2,500 rupees to every woman as per the Karnataka model. So let us first have our placards.
And there you heard the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivakumar, announcing a scheme for women in the national capital. Ironical in many ways, given that the guarantees of Congress in several states have failed. And despite all of that, the Congress announcing the launch of a scheme, a guarantee scheme of sorts for women in the national capital.
Congress has promised 2,500 rupees for all women as guarantee in the national capital. It's D.K. Shivakumar, the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister, who says that if the Congress comes to power in Delhi, it will ensure that 2,500 rupees is credited in the accounts of all women in the national capital. So while that khatakat model of the Congress has failed in several states, the party announcing a welfare scheme, a guarantee scheme for women in the national capital. Alright, let's put out news that's coming in from the national capital. The Karnataka High Court hearing Nikita Singhania's plea to quash the investigation in Techie Atul suicide case has refused to dismiss the FIR at this stage. So this comes 2 days after a bail was granted to all three accused, including the estranged wife of Subhash Atul in the case. High Court refusing to quash the FIR that's been registered in this case against Atul's estranged wife and in-laws. The single bench of the Karnataka High Court that observed that prima facie evidence supports the ongoing probe and questioned the lack of progress in collecting key evidence like the death note and suicide video as well. Not just that, the court has directed that all documents gathered during the investigation be submitted and asked the government to file its objections. Let's go across to Sri Lakshmi joining us live from the Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, good afternoon. The High Court refusing to quash that FIR that's been registered in Techie suicide case. But explain to us on what basis has the estranged wife sought quashing of the FIR in this case?
Well, after 2 days of getting bail from Karnataka High Court, Nikita Singhania has submitted a plea to quash the investigation itself in Techie Atul Subhash case. But court has refused to dismiss the FIR at this stage because the single bench observed that prima facie evidences which are now available are supporting the ongoing probe, and the collecting of key evidences is still going on. And the court has directed that all documents gathered during the investigation to be submitted and has asked the government to file its objections as well. Today, judge asked a few questions that since the probe is going on, investigation is going on, and documents are being collected, and death note and this suicide note video has also been collected. The investigation should go on. That's what the opinion given by the court. The judge even asked Nikita Singhania and team that whether they don't want the investigation itself to be conducted. Judge insisted that the probe should go on. Since the documents which are currently available are supporting it. We can remember that this Atul Subhash case had sent shockwaves all over the country, and there were lots of huge protests all over here in Bangalore especially by several organizations in supporting him. And it was said that he was harassed by Nikita Singhania and her family, and it is said that Nikita Singhania had demanded rupees 3 crores to give divorce and 40 lakh maintenance.
Yes, Sri Lakshmi, thank you for the moment. And needless to say, there is clearly a lot of uproar after the bail was granted to all three accused. For now, here's a look at other stories that you're tracking. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. Prime Minister Modi is set to inaugurate and lay foundation stone of various railway projects in different parts of the country. As per the release, the virtual event will commence shortly, and in a key move to further boost connectivity in the region, Prime Minister will inaugurate the new Jammu Railway Division and will also inaugurate the Charlapalli new terminal station in Telangana and lay foundation stone of Raigad Railway Division as well. Prime Minister Modi laid the foundation for a new Central Ayurved Railway Institute Research Institute building in New Delhi's Rohini. While addressing the board virtually, Prime Minister reflected upon the heritage and importance of Ayurveda. The ceremony was attended by Union Minister of State for Ayush Pratap Rao Jadhav, among other dignitaries, emphasizing the centre's focus on making healthcare accessible to the poorest of the poor. The Prime Minister said that the government is promoting traditional Indian medicine systems like Ayush and Ayurveda. The Indian Meteorological Department has issued a yellow alert forecasting light rain in national capital today. The alert comes as a fresh western disturbance is anticipated to bring snowfall to the northern mountains, leading to subsequent drop in temperatures from 8th of January. While fog will persist, visibility is set to increase, bringing some relaxation to people in the national capital. Jan Suraj chief Prashant Kishor was arrested by the Patna police earlier today. He was sitting on an indefinite hunger strike seeking action against the alleged BPSC exam paper leak. Additionally, the Patna police has vacated the place at Gandhi Maidan where Jan Suraj chief Prashant Kishor was sitting on a fast unto death with the protesters. Patna police also conducted the checking of the vehicles leaving from the Gandhi Maidan. Kishor was observing a fast unto death over BPSC irregularities that was launched on 2nd of January in support of the aspirants.
तो बीपीएससी अभ्यर्थियों का सवाल उठाया और बीपीएससी अभ्यर्थियों ने कंबल वाले प्रशांत बाबा को नकार दिया। प्रशासन ने हस्तक्षेप किया तो अभ्यर्थियों ने परीक्षा दे दी। उनका भरोसा बीपीएससी पर है कि फर्जी आरोप से फर्जी राजनीति की दिशा तय होती है, इसलिए फर्जी राजनीति करने वाले लोग बेनकाब हुए। प्रशासन को अपना विहित दायित्व पूरा करना चाहिए।
In a significant development in the techie Atul suicide case, the Karnataka High Court heard the petition that was filed by Nikita Singhania seeking quashing of the FIR. The court has quashed the petition of Nikita Singhania seeking to dismiss the FIR filed in this case against her and her parents. BJP's New Delhi Assembly seat candidate Parvesh Verma has challenged Chief Minister Atishi to open the doors of Shish Mahal, the official residence of the Chief Minister, speaking to the people of the national capital. Parvesh Verma said that the AAP must answer regarding its splurge on the Chief Minister residence. Delhi health authorities have issued an advisory to ensure preparedness for potential health hazards related to HMPV virus. Though the country is safe from the virus as no case has been reported in the national capital so far, vigilance has been ordered by the Delhi health authorities. And in news that we are tracking from the national capital, where the Jan Suraj party chief Prashant Kishor has now been granted bail hours after being arrested in support of, after he staged a protest in support of the BPSC aspirants. So this comes hours he was dragged and taken to the police station by the Patna cops for staging what the police says unauthorized protest at Gandhi Maidan. He's now been released on bail. Alright, we will just go across to Prakash to get us more details, but the visuals on your screens from earlier today when Prashant Kishor was picked up by the police. He was dragged to the police van and this while he staged a fast unto death in support of the BPSC aspirants. He's been staging a protest since January 2nd. Let's go across to Prakash. Prakash, tell us more on what grounds he was arrested, one, and what are the conditions attached to the bail that's been granted to him?
Well, Prashant Kishor has been granted bail on a personal bail release bond of 25,000 rupees. Today, there were two cases filed against him, one on 30th of December and another today. So these are all pertaining to violation of rules and regulations in the prohibitory area. He was sitting on a dharna on indefinite hunger.
And for now, we head into a very short break. When we come back, we will get you all the action that we're tracking from Patna. Prashant Kishor, the Jan Suraj party chief, has now been granted bail.
Artificial intelligence has changed the way we do things, and so much more is in the offing.
Republic is proud to announce a game-changing partnership with Samsung. Because with Samsung, Galaxy AI is here. From our news anchors to reporters to network staff, we will be using Samsung devices, Galaxy Z series and Galaxy S series, powered by Galaxy AI, every day behind the scenes to bring you the news.
Faster, simpler, with more productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Republic and Samsung together unfold a new world of possibilities. It's going to be an epic adventure together.
International stories that we are tracking is coming in from Canada. Justin Trudeau is likely to tender his resignation if reports are anything to go by. This as he's facing pressure not just from the Conservatives opposition party but from MPs from the Liberal Party itself. So speculation is rife that ahead of the caucus meeting that is to take place on Wednesday, Justin Trudeau is likely to tender his resignation as the Prime Minister. Let's listen in to the statements that have been coming in from the opposition parties and also his former NDP ally Jagmeet Singh, who had earlier called for the resignation of Justin Trudeau.
So the names of both individuals and entities, as well as crypto wallets, have been shared by the RCMP with financial institutions, and accounts have been frozen and more accounts will be frozen. Crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers have started the registration process with FinTrack.
Yeah, I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go. Right now, Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. I hear it everywhere I go. People cannot find a home that they can afford. They can't buy their groceries. And on top of that, we have Trump threatening tariffs at 25%, which put hundreds and thousands of Canadian jobs at risk. And instead of focusing on these issues, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals are focused on themselves. They're fighting themselves instead of fighting for Canadians. And for that reason, today I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go.
I notified the Prime Minister that I've ripped up the supply and confidence agreement. Canadians are fighting a battle for the future of the middle class.
Well, we will head into a very short break for now, but when we come back, the big story that we're tracking back home is coming in from the national capital, where the audit report has revealed that a staggering amount of 33 crore rupees was spent in building the house of the former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal against the allocated sum of 7 crore rupees. The BJP has put pointed questions to the Aam Aadmi Party. We'll get you those statements coming in after this very short break.
In the newsroom, it is not that simple to summarize a story that is breaking. With the Notices feature powered by Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, you can make a long story short and format it into a clear, easy to review summary. Galaxy AI is here.
If you are wondering what the weather in your city is today, here's a weather update brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra powered by Galaxy AI.
Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra powered by Galaxy AI bring you the latest news in a super efficient and summarized format from across the country only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We're live breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The big story is that Prime Minister Modi has likened the Aam Aadmi Party to Aapda. That is right, saying that they haven't done nothing for the past 10 years. And this is coming in, viewers, as we head towards the Delhi Assembly polls. Back-to-back updates coming in. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Tamil Nadu Governor walks out of Assembly, says national anthem insulted. CAG findings on Kejriwal CM residence reports 96 lakhs spent on curtains, 67 lakhs used on marbles. Two babies detected with HMPV in Bengaluru hospital, no international travel history.
Congress has delivered in its history. Congress strength is country's strength. Congress history is country's history. So whatever Congress has promised, wherever, in the national to the state level, we have delivered, we are going to deliver.
After Khat model fails in Karnataka, Congress now gives guarantees for Delhi. Facing leadership challenge, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau now might resign as a Prime Minister. Getting you back-to-back updates coming in. The Ministry of Health announced that 2 cases of HMPV has now been detected in Bengaluru during routine surveillance. The ministry has assured that the surveillance systems will remain robust. There will be no unusual surge in influenza-like illness or severe acute respiratory infection. Reactions coming in.
Anything? Nothing like that is there.
Will you go for genome sequencing, sir?
See, all those things will have to be done by them. If anything they need to, because it depends. These are all there existing in the viruses in our country. But what is the strain that is there in China? And is that new strain, how is it playing out there? So that is something which they'll have to do. So I would say that people should stay calm.
Did you get the report of that kid, sir? 8-month-old kid?
Yeah, kid is fine, doing well. Tomorrow the kid will be discharged and there's no problem.
Sir, the release says that both the cases are being monitored by the...
Monitored means they will...
updating them about...
They will just keep a track, I think, because it has been... they have sent that flu, the virus for testing, and in the panel thing, various tests are done and this has come as positive. But it is not some new virus, and it is not that it is not for the first time. And so it is there. So let us not create any scare right now.
The father of the kid was saying, sir, I was supposed to leave the hospital and everything was clean, my kid was very well. And hospital forced me to do the test and we did it.
That's all. So now the thing is, I would not say this is really a public health issue right now of serious concern. We will look at it on a daily basis and see if any such cause of concern is there, we will inform. But right now, it is a regular issue and let us not overblow it. blow it out of proportion.
What is the agenda in the meeting today?
Generally, what Government of India, ICMR, and what else we have to do, and any other precautions whether we have to take, and try and get in more information. But as of now, I think there's hopefully there's nothing more. But if anything is there, definitely I will inform.
Right, sir.
Okay.
All right. So big update coming in right now. We are also getting you some more updates because we are seeing one more case of HMPV has come out, and this time it is coming out from Gujarat. That is right. Remember, first Bengaluru, 2 cases. Now one more case. I repeat, one more case reported from Gujarat. 2-month-old baby is positive in Ahmedabad and under treatment at a private hospital. Okay, that's what we're learning of right now, Republic TV viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in. First case of HMPV in Gujarat. 2-month-old baby positive in Ahmedabad under treatment at a private hospital as we speak. These are big updates coming in right now, Republic TV viewers. We told you a short while back that in the morning itself, we told you about 2 cases of HMPV in Karnataka through a routine surveillance. Now we know that another case has come out. This time it is coming out from Gujarat. That means 3 cases in total. I repeat, 3 cases in total. I want to go across to my colleague joining us, Gesu. Gesu, the ministry is saying it's monitoring the situation very closely, and all these trends are being tracked given the fact that the HMPV virus there's an outbreak of it, especially in countries like China and Malaysia. And today we are getting our viewers some updates that some cases have been reported here itself. Go ahead.
Right, Shivangi, you're right. In fact, 1 new case has been reported from Gujarat, and this is of a 2-month-old baby. And the baby is currently under treatment in a private hospital in Gujarat. In fact, this comes right after at least 2 cases were recorded earlier today in Bengaluru in the Baptist hospital, the same hospital. And remember, Shivangi, none of these cases have any history of international travel. In fact, the 2 cases in Bangalore too were of infants. One was a 3-month-old baby and the other one was an 8-month-old baby. In fact, one of the cases in Bengaluru have been solved, and the baby has also been discharged. So what we're looking at right now from the common trend is that this might not be as severe, but there is a spread going on for sure, with one more case coming to surface from Gujarat, where one baby is being treated in a private hospital. Now also remember, the Health Ministry has assured that there will be no surges in these cases and they will be controlled in time. In fact, the Health Ministry has also said that they're constantly monitoring the situation to control the surge.
Right. Okay.
Whatever decision he takes, the government will implement it, and the government will take all precautionary measures to implement and to prevent the disease.
All right, thank you.
All right, I was getting that reaction coming in from CS Siddharamaiah. Remember that 2 cases have been reported from Karnataka of HMPV, and he was saying that the government is going to implement precautions and measures and to ensure that public health conditions are safe. So this is what we see right now on Republic TV, and this is what we see as 3 cases. I repeat, 3 cases in total have been reported from India, 2 from Bengaluru, 1 from Gujarat, 3 cases in total being reported. So viewers, we'll see right now the ministry said it's monitoring the situation through all available surveillance channels. The ICMR will continue to track trends in HMPV circulation throughout the year. WHO is also providing updates regarding situation in other parts of the country. And let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories that we are tracking. Remember that as we speak, Jay Shankar, the External Affairs Minister, is meeting the outgoing NSA, Jake Sullivan. That is right, that's happening as we speak, and there are a lot of issues which are being discussed. This will be especially important to review the trajectory of the India-US global strategic partnership in the last 4 years under the Biden administration. Sullivan is on a visit to India 2 weeks ahead of the Donald Trump inauguration as the 47th president of the United States. And those are the pictures that we see for you, coming in for you viewers, where you can see the U.S. National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who, by the way, is in India to take stock of the India-US initiative on critical and emerging technologies, meeting Jay Shankar. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague, Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, very important meeting happening right now, and especially they are talking about forging strong India-US partnerships, setting the stage, especially as we move ahead to Donald Trump's presidency, which is coming up very soon.
Well, absolutely, and the fact that just fortnight before he demits office, the U.S. NSA is visiting India clearly shows the kind of bipartisan support that's there for strengthening the India-U.S. relationship. He's here in New Delhi to participate in the structured dialogue on critical and emerging technologies. There is an initiative on critical and emerging technologies called ISET, in fact, between India and U.S., as part of which the two countries collaborate on cutting edge of science and they, for example, have collaborated on creating a semiconductor ecosystem in India. And you have seen a lot of U.S. companies, corporations coming in and starting their manufacturing plants that are coming up in India, from Gujarat to Assam to Karnataka to Tamil Nadu. And in a few years, we are going to see India becoming a semiconductor hub. Apart from that, there are other collaborations happening, for example, between ISRO and NASA and other emerging technologies. So the respective NSAs really co-chair this initiative, and Jake Sullivan is in New Delhi to participate in that. He has just had a meeting with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. And remember, just a fortnight back, the two met again in Washington, D.C. when Jaishankar was in D.C. meeting his interlocutors in the United States in the outgoing administration. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of strength, kind of dialogue, kind of communication at the very top that's been established between the two nations. And really that speaks volumes about the kind of strength and resilience and durability that really has been given by both the sides to this very important partnership. The fact that just before demitting office, the U.S. NSA is visiting Indo-Pacific and to New Delhi, it really underscores the importance of India and New Delhi in the larger scheme of things for the United States. Of course, we hope that when he has met EAM and going to meet the National Security Advisor in a while from now, the issues of concern to India, for example, what is perceived as a U.S. deep state meddling in Bangladesh development since July, August, is something which really comes up. Also, we are getting to hear, Shivangi, that U.S. wants to discuss the Chinese building up the largest dam of the world in the Tibet area and on Sangpo. Maybe that also would be discussed.
Right, and thank you for joining us there, Abhishek Kapoor, our Senior Executive Editor, telling us all about this important meeting between Jake Sullivan and Jay Shankar. Later on, Jake Sullivan, the outgoing NSA of the US, will also be meeting Ajit Doval. Very important meeting to watch out for. For now, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we are tracking in the next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. Starting off with the top story coming in, Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of various railway projects in different parts of the country. In a key move to further boost connectivity in the region, the Prime Minister will inaugurate the new Jammu Railway Division and also the other important terminals in Telangana, where the construction for railway division's building of East Coast Railway will also begin. Now, the development seeks to boost connectivity while also generating more job opportunities for the youth. Delhi health authorities issued an advisory to ensure preparedness for potential health challenges related to HMPV virus. At least 2 cases of HMPV have been reported till now from Bengaluru. Doctors have been advised to immediately report any influenza-like disease. Strict isolation protocols and the use of universal precautions for suspected cases have been reported mandatory. Prime Minister Modi laid the foundation stone for the new Central Ayurveda Research Institute building in New Delhi's Rohini. While addressing the board virtually, PM Modi reflected upon the heritage and importance of Ayurveda. The ceremony was also attended by Union Minister of State for Ayush, Pratap Rao Jadhav, among other dignitaries, emphasizing the centre's focus on making healthcare accessible to the poorest of the poor. The Prime Minister said that the government is promoting traditional Indian medicine systems like Ayush and Ayurveda. Indian Met Department has now issued a yellow alert forecasting light rain in Delhi today. The alert comes as a fresh western disturbance is anticipated to bring snowfall to the northern mountains, leading to a subsequent drop in temperatures from Jan 8. While fog will persist, visibility is set to increase, bringing some relaxation to the residents. We're getting you back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And the other big story that we had told you, DMK has now responded to Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi's allegations that the national anthem was insulted in Assembly. The DMK has said the tradition of the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly is to greet the Assembly members at the beginning and to sing the national anthem at the end. That is what we see right now. The DMK has said very clearly that whatever the tradition is consistently followed in our parliamentary and legislative rules have the force of law. Okay, so we remember that this is all coming in after Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi walked out of the assembly without reading the customary address, and the reason he said was that the national anthem was insulted. He had said the national anthem was insulted. And after that, the DMK has replied back. Remember that we were waiting for a response to come in from the government, from the DMK, and now the DMK has responded to this. Taking our viewers back to what has happened is that the Tamil Nadu governor had refused to deliver his customary address to the assembly and walked out in protest of the national anthem not being sung at the beginning of the address. And after this, viewers, what we see, the DMK has gone ahead and they have reacted to this. What they have said is that the governor's allegation that the national anthem was insulted in the assembly, the DMK said that the tradition of the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly is to greet the assembly members at the beginning and to sing the national anthem at the end. The DMK has said that whatever tradition is consistently followed in a parliamentary and legislative rules have the force of law. So this is the big update coming in right now, Republic TV viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Samiksha is joining us live. Samiksha, this is what we see where Raj Bhavan in a tweet alleged that the Constitution and the national anthem were once again insulted in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. DMK has responded. Go ahead. What is the DMK saying? They have finally responded and they have also defended what happened in the State Assembly. Yes.
That's right, Shivangi. And, once again, to read out the defense that's coming in from the DMK, who have in turn blamed the governor for walking out of the assembly. DMK says, and I quote, the question arises as to what the governor's intent was in leaving without reading the entire speech. Now, this comes just hours after Raj Bhavan had also put out a statement saying that there was utter disrespect of the national anthem on part of the DMK because the Raj Bhavan in its statement says that it is customary for that the national anthem should be played before and at the end of the speech in the House, which essentially did not happen. In fact, reading out that statement also that came in from the Raj Bhavan saying that the Constitution and the national anthem were once again insulted in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Respecting the national anthem is among the first fundamental duty as enshrined in our Constitution. It is sung in all state legislatures at the beginning and at the end of the governor's address, which did not happen this time. Today, on the arrival of the governor to the House, only the state anthem was played.
Further, in another statement that the Raj Bhavan has put out, it says that the governor respectfully reminded the House of its constitutional duty and fervently appealed to the Chief Minister, the Leader of the House and the Speaker for singing the national anthem. So categorically, the Raj Bhavan says that despite the request on part of the Governor R.N. Ravi to play the national anthem at the beginning and at the end, the DMK, the Leader of the House and even the Speaker refused to oblige. Not just that, the Raj Bhavan also says that this is not the first time that such an incident has happened. We've seen Shivangi in the past as well when R.N. Ravi, the Tamil Nadu Governor, has minced no words in saying that there has been disrespect by the state government by not playing the national anthem in the House at the beginning and at the end of his address.
All right, Samiksha, thank you for joining us here with all those details. And Samiksha was telling us what the DMK has said in response to Tamil Nadu Governor walking out. Tamil Nadu Governor said that the national anthem has been insulted. We move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena is making an attempt to aid the rehabilitation efforts for the 1984 anti-Sikh riot victims and their kin. Saxena has approved full relaxation in age and educational qualification limits for 88 applicants seeking government jobs as multitasking staff. Now, the decision follows repeated appeals from the Delhi Sikh Gurudwara Management Committee to provide employment opportunities for the victims and their families. Take a look.
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has granted full relaxation in required age and educational qualifications for 88 applicants seeking government employment as multitasking staff. This step comes after persistent appeals from the Delhi Sikh Gurudwara Management Committee, public representatives and victims' groups, urging the administration to facilitate rehabilitation for those affected by the riots. A special initiative was launched between November 28th and 30th, which included camps to invite applications from riot victims and their families for government jobs. In the past, the Revenue Department identified 72 applications in a special drive, resulting in 22 appointments after age relaxations were granted by the then Lieutenant Governor. Similar relaxations were granted to another 50 applicants, and further benefits were extended to the children of those who had exceeded the employable age.
And viewers, Telangana Anti-Corruption Bureau has summoned BRS Working President K.T. Rama Rao for questioning today. Now, this comes in connection with the Formula E case. The probe focuses on alleged violations in an agreement between the Telangana Municipal Department and the Formula E Operations Limited during the BRS government's tenure. The Anti-Graft Bureau, after gathering significant information and conducting multiple rounds of questioning with Principal Secretary, issued the notice to K.T. Rama Rao. Have a look at this conversation my colleague Aneri had.
Well, firstly, I don't understand why the ACB was in such inordinate rush because, they had made elaborate arguments in the High Court. See, I filed a quash petition in the State High Court stating explicitly that the FIR that has been lodged against me by the Anti-Corruption Bureau is frivolous, is an abuse of process of law, and is a travesty of justice. And extensive arguments have been made by both sides, both ACB and my side also, on 31st of December. Now the judgment is reserved. I do not know why the ACB had to call me within a week when the matter is very much pending with the Honorable High Court.
आपने written statement दिया है ACB को. You have given a written statement. What have you mentioned? You also.
Well, all I said is the judgment is awaited because it is extensive argument. See, what happens is, Aneri, when a case is filed, when I'm challenging the very fundamental FIR, which is the basis of the case, and when the Honorable High Court has heard extensive arguments, ACB also should have the patience, no? कि जज क्या कहेंगे उसके बाद आगे तय करेंगे रास्ता. बट वो बहुत जल्दी में थे, शायद दबाव में थे ऊपर से, तो इसीलिए उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया. और क्योंकि मैं एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को और लॉ अबाइडिंग सिटीजन हूँ, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन रिस्पेक्ट करने वाला एक नागरिक हूँ, इसलिए मैं आ गया यहाँ. आने के बाद when they wanted to trample upon my rights as an individual to the presence of a lawyer, I had to protest.
You have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate also. The ED has given you notice to appear before them tomorrow.
See, the ED case is basically filed based on the FIR which is filed by the ACB. Now, I am challenging the FIR itself and the judgment is pending. So, therefore, अगर एसीबी का केस जिसको मैंने ऑलरेडी चैलेंज किया उस बेसिस पे अगर ईडी ने केस फाइल किया तो मैं जरूर देखूंगा.
Let's go to Neri joining us live right now. Neri, you just spoke to KT Rama Rao. Now, he said that he entered the ACB headquarters, then he was stopped by the police. They said that you cannot have your lawyer with you. And KTR is saying that it is his fundamental right to legal representation, and he has insisted on a lawyer's presence. Now, if you could take our viewers through latest coming in, because we have seen the Formula E, the case really going on for quite a while now, with many allegations coming to the forefront. Where does this case stand? Go ahead, Anere.
Well, Shivangi, what we have been seeing is that earlier it was ACB who had registered the case first against KTR, and he has been named as accused number 1 into this case, and later we see that he was served notice. However, the petition which was filed by KTR was a quash petition in the High Court, and the judgment for that has been reserved by the High Court of Telangana. But amid all of this, we see that ACB had registered a case against KTR and also served notice to him to appear before the ACB for questioning today. And as KTR went along with his lawyers, the police officials did not allow him to go along with his lawyers, and that's the reason why he had given a written reply to the ACB officials. Well, now it all remains to be seen whether at all KTR will be going for the ED questioning, because ED has also summoned KTR tomorrow for the questioning in connection with the Formula E case.
That is right, Aneri. Aneri is getting us all the top updates coming in right now, and we will be taking a short break. Much more coming up as we get to the biggest stories on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. KTR summoned in Formula E case for questioning. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
सीएजी की रिपोर्ट में बड़ी बारीकी से अरविंद केजरीवाल के काले कारनामों का और उनका जो शैतान दिमाग है क्या उस समय सोच रहा था उसके बारे में डिटेल रिपोर्ट है। सीएजी ने 139 सवाल खड़े किए हैं, 139। डीयूएसी और दिल्ली नगर निगम की परमिशन के बिना आपने इस बंगले को बना कैसे दिया।
If you're wondering what the weather in your city is today, here is a weather update brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI.
Virat Kohli's intensity and drive for perfection have been the defining traits of his career, and even though he's winding down his time in the sport, it still plays a key role in his demeanor. Kohli's ability to score plenty of runs at will has seen him scale heights few can scarcely believe, but his willingness to engage in verbal battles have also held him in good stead. Things were no different in the 2024-25 Border Gavaskar Trophy, even though it really took Kohli a while to get going. Indifferent form may have played a part in that too. He started the series with 100 at Perth, which led many to believe that he had rediscovered the form that had so badly deserted him in red ball cricket. But it was a false dawn. Twin failures in Adelaide and Brisbane brought more scrutiny over Kohli's meagre returns with the bat, but while he could not rediscover his form in the ground, he did rediscover the anger and intensity that many associate with him. It started in the Melbourne Test, where he decided to take on a bunch of fans who were heckling him after he was dismissed. The visuals went viral, but Kohli's aggressive showings weren't done. In that same Test match, he took on Australian debutant Sam Constas and even barged into the youngster during the game, which Constas did his best to downplay afterwards. I think the emotions got to the both of us. I didn't quite realize I was doing my glove.
Artificial intelligence has changed the way we do things, and so much more is in the offing.
Republic is proud to announce a game-changing partnership with Samsung.
Because with Samsung, Galaxy AI is here.
From our news anchors to reporters to network staff, we will be using Samsung devices, Galaxy Z series and Galaxy S series, powered by Galaxy AI, every day behind the scenes to bring you the news.
Faster, simpler, with more productivity, efficiency and creativity.
Republic and Samsung together unfold a new world of possibilities. It's going to be an epic adventure together.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's now get you news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. BJP demands answers from AAP after audit report of Kejriwal's residence shows 33 crores spent against estimate of 7.9 crores. 2 cases of HMPV virus detected in Bengaluru. ICMR confirms HMPV detected in 8 months old and 3 months old child. Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi walks out of assembly over disrespect to the national anthem, says Chief Minister and Speaker refused to play the national anthem. Jan Swaraj Party chief dragged and arrested, now released on bail by the Patna police over unauthorized protest at Gandhi Maidan amid BPSC showdown. Well, that was the news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's now get started with the big story that we're tracking this afternoon. And we begin first up with news that's coming in from Bangladesh. It's an arrest warrant that's been issued against the ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. This is the second arrest warrant that has been issued for exiled Sheikh Hasina. A Bangladeshi court has issued this warrant for Sheikh Hasina, this time for her alleged role in enforced disappearances, as per the chief prosecutor's statement. In fact, note Dhaka has already issued an arrest warrant on charges of crimes against humanity for 77-year-old Sheikh Hasina, who has taken refuge in India after she was toppled by a student-led revolution in the country. And in concerns that are only mounting over a fresh case of HMPV, first cases that have been reported in Bengaluru. In fact, we're given to understand that another case has been reported from Gujarat, where a 2-month-old infant is undergoing treatment. This comes shortly after at least 2 HMPV cases were reported in Bengaluru earlier today. So the Health Ministry that has also assured that surveillance systems will remain robust and that there will be no unusual surge in influenza-like illness or severe acute respiratory infection cases across the country. So 2 cases that have already been detected in Bengaluru as of now, while another case that's now been detected from Gujarat district. Let's listen in to the statement also that's come in from the Karnataka Health Minister on the 2 cases that have been confirmed as of now from the state.
This is not something which is unknown. The HMPV virus is it's a flu virus which is there, and certain percentage of people catch respiratory problems and cold due to this virus. It's was first found out in 2001 in Netherlands. So this is not something that is new. And as far as we know, even the people who, the child also who in Baptist Hospital who had the HMPV symptoms, were also very normal. Tomorrow, I think most probably will be discharged. They'll be discharged. So let us see. I mean, we should not press the panic button or create any confusion. And I'm having a meeting now with our officers because I've told them to also have a further discussion with ICMR and Government of India and see anything new is there. And as far as this goes, these are regular kind of symptoms and no fatalities and no serious health. So far, I would say this is not a serious public health issue as of now. And we should not be over, dramatizing it or making it, unnecessarily creating a lot of confusion. This is an existing virus. This is not like has been reported that it is the first case. It's not like it's the first case. It's been there from before. And whether it's connected to China or not, that we don't know. And these people have got no history of travel. This child, I think, had gone to Tirupati and come back. So there's no history of travel abroad or coming in from some airport or anything like that.
Sir, is there any guideline given?
So there is no guideline. Basic prevention that issues already we've issued. Advisory has we've already issued. Guidelines have been that basic guidelines we've issued. So anyway, let me have a discussion further.
Apparently the panic has been started. After the panicking started,
I don't think we should panic. No emergency. Just I told them to just discuss with the ICMR or anything and what is it. And so far, even Government of India also has said not to create any way, get into some sort of scare or anything. Nothing like that is there.
Would you go for genome sequencing, sir?
See, all those things will have to be done by them. If anything they need to, because it depends. These are all there existing in the viruses in our country. But what is the strain that is there in China, and is that new strain? How is it playing out there? So that is something which they'll have to do. So I would say that people should stay calm.
Did you get the report of that kid, sir? 8-month-old kid?
Yeah, kid is fine, doing well. Tomorrow the kid will be discharged and there's no problem.
Sir, the release says that both the cases are being monitored by the...
Monitored means they will...
updating them about...
They will just keep a track, I think, because it has been... they have sent that the virus for testing, and in that panel thing, various tests are done, and this has come as positive. But it is not some new virus, and it is not that it is not for the first time. And so it is there. So let us not create any scare right now.
The father of the kid was saying, sir, I was supposed to leave the hospital and everything was clean. My kid was very well. And hospital forced me to do the test and we did it.
That's all. So now the thing is, I would not say this is really a public health issue right now of serious concern. We will look at it on a daily basis and see if there is any such cause of.
And senior surgeon from Bengaluru, Dr. Anjanappa is joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Anjanappa, appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. 2 cases that have been detected so far in Bengaluru. Tell us first up about the medical condition of these 2 infants who've been detected with the virus 1. And also if you can tell us more about the travel history, because from what we understand is that these 2 cases do not have any international travel history as of now. Alright, we will try and fix that connection, but yes, these are 2 cases that have been detected in Bengaluru. A 3 and 8-month-old infant who've been detected with HMPV virus. It said that neither had history of foreign travel. There is no surge in influenza-like illness, is a statement also that's coming in from the Karnataka Health Ministry, and that hospitals have been asked to ensure availability of paracetamol as a precautionary measure. We will try and reconnect with Dr. Anjanappa, but here's a look at other stories we are tracking. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated and laid foundation stone of various railway projects today in different parts of the country. Is the official release from the Prime Minister's office. As per the release, the virtual event will commence shortly in a key move to further boost connectivity in the region. The Prime Minister will inaugurate the new Jammu Railway Division. He will also inaugurate the Charlapalli new terminal station in Telangana and lay foundation stone of Raigad Railway Division as well. Prime Minister Modi laid the foundation stone for a new Central Ayurveda Research Institute building in Rohini of the national capital. While addressing the board virtually, Prime Minister Modi reflected upon the heritage and importance of Ayurveda. The ceremony was also attended by Union Minister of State for Ayush. The IMD has issued a yellow alert forecasting light rain in the national capital today. The alert comes as a fresh western disturbance is anticipated to bring rainfall to the northern mountains, leading to subsequent drop in temperatures from 8th of January. While fog will persist, visibility is set to increase, bringing some relaxation to the residents. Jan Suraj Chief Prashant Kishor has now been granted bail after he was detained by the Patna police in early hours today. He was sitting on an indefinite hunger strike, seeking action against the alleged BPSC exam leak. Additionally, the Patna police has vacated the place at Gandhi Maidan where Prashant Kishor was sitting on a fast unto death with protesters. BJP's New Delhi Assembly seat candidate Parvesh Verma challenged Chief Minister. In other story that you're tracking, this is from Karnataka. It is a development in the techie Atul suicide case. The Karnataka High Court has quashed the petition of Nikita Singhania, who had sought to dismiss the FIR registered against her in the case. And one of the big stories that we're tracking is the audit report that has come to surface that exposes Kejriwal's lavish spending on his residents. In fact, the BJP has escalated its attack, saying that while the people in the national capital continue to suffer, the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo has been spending thousands of crores on himself. The BJP has said that the CAG report reveals how much of taxpayers' money Kejriwal had squandered on his Shish Mahal, First up, listen in to a statement by Prime Minister on the report that exposes Kejriwal's extravagant spending.
दिल्ली पर आपदा लाने वाले ये झूठा आरोप लगाते हैं कि केंद्र सरकार उन्हें काम नहीं करने देती, केंद्र सरकार उन्हें पैसे नहीं देती। ये कितने बड़े झूठे हैं, इसका उदाहरण इनका शीश महल है। आज ही एक बड़े अखबार ने सीएजी रिपोर्ट के आधार पर शीश महल पर हुए खर्च का खुलासा किया है। और साथियों, आपको ये जानकर के पीड़ा होगी, दर्द होगा, अरे पूरे देश के लोग चौंक जाएंगे जब दिल्ली के लोग कोरोना से जूझ रहे थे, जब दिल्ली के लोग ऑक्सीजन और दवाओं के लिए भटक रहे थे, तब इन लोगों का पूरा फोकस अपना शीश महल बनवाने में था। इन्होंने शीश महल का भारी भरकम बजट बनाया और आज इस अखबार ने खुलासा किया है कि कैसे इस शीश महल पर उस बजट से भी 3 गुना ज्यादा पैसे खर्च किए गए।
All right, getting in a big development in Nimisha Priya case, Yemen embassy in India suggests that the Nimisha Priya case was handled by the Houthi rebels and that the president had not ratified the verdict, the note to Nimisha Priya's sentencing. So this is a statement coming in from the Yemen embassy in India which suggests that Nimisha Priya, the Kerala nurse, who was first earlier given a nod by the Yemen president for the execution. It's a statement that's now coming in from the Yemen embassy in India which suggests that Nimisha Priya's case was handled by the Houthi militia and that the president had not given the nod for the same. Let's go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us. Abhishek, this only goes on to prove, rather hint, how the Houthi rebels have been trying to gain a stronghold in the country and that the Yemen president probably did not ratify that death sentence to the Kerala Norths. Abhishek, if you can hear us, if you can once again put this in context for us, the statement coming in from the Yemen embassy in India on the death sentencing for Nimisha Priya. All right, we will try and reconnect with Abhishek again, but note this is the case that involves a Kerala nurse. A statement that's been put out by the Yemen embassy in India which says that Nimisha Priya case was handled by the Houthi rebels. All right, here's a look at other stories that we are tracking from across the globe. Following reports that Hamas had agreed to release 34 hostages held by the country amid the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict, Israel has hit back at Palestine and denied claims of hostage release. South Korea's anti-corruption agency has requested police to take over efforts to detain impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol after its investigators failed to bring him to custody following an hours-long standoff with the protesters in front of the presidential compound. Italian Prime Minister held a meet with President-elect Donald Trump at his hotel in Florida. The duo reportedly attended a documentary screening together. Meloni's visit comes a day before she's scheduled to receive President Joe Biden, who begins a trip to Rome and the Vatican on 9th of January. Bangladesh interim government has cancelled judges training program that was to be held in Madhya Pradesh in February. More than 50 judges were expected to come in from Bangladesh for the judicial training in India, as the country was also going to cover all expenses for the members in the program. All right, in more international news that we are tracking, the External Affairs Ministry the MEA has condemned the Pakistan airstrikes in Afghanistan targeting the TTP. The ministry in a statement has said that, and I quote, that an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures, unquote. Let's go across to Abhishek Kapoor, who has more details. Abhishek, run us through the statement coming in from the MEA on the Pakistan airstrikes in Afghanistan.
Well, you see, the situation along the Durand line is volatile, and we have seen a standoff shaping up over the last fortnight between the Pakistani Defense Forces and the Taliban, or the Pakistani Taliban, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan as they are called. And there was a terror attack, as Pakistan calls it, but the Taliban, of course, maintain that they are defending a territory in which they see Pakistan as an intruder. And so in this attack, 16 Pakistani soldiers had lost their lives. This was 26th or 27th of December. And subsequently, we saw Pakistan retaliating with an airstrike in Paktika province of Afghanistan. And this was bordering South Waziristan of Pakistan along the Durand line. And Pakistanis claim that they have killed terrorists. The Taliban claim no, it was just women and children, 46 of them. And in fact, the Kabul regime of Afghan Taliban also condemned this airstrike by Pakistan, which was deep inside the Afghan territory on this side of Durand line. And in fact, Pakistani ambassador was summoned. And among all this now, we are seeing, in fact, reports of mobilization by the Pakistani Taliban to inflict greater costs on Pakistani defense forces. I mean, India taking a position clearly that you can't be killing children and women,
yes,
and blame neighbors for troubles that you create yourself. Remember, be it Afghan Taliban, be it the Pakistani Taliban, it's all creation of Pakistani deep state. And now when the chickens have come home to roost, the Pakistanis keep blaming its neighbors. So India clearly taking a position. You can't be killing civilians and trying to present yourself as a victim of terror while you are the one who's fomenting trouble in your neighborhood.
Yes. Stay with us, Abhishek. We are also being joined by Major General A.K. Sewaj, defense expert, on the phone line. Major General, your first response to the MEA taking a strong stand on Pakistan versus the TTP in Afghanistan. Do you think the United Nations probably could play a role in mediation or some sort of peace in the escalating face-off between the two sides?
You see, the point is, it is Pakistan which needs to be blamed because it has violated the sovereignty of Afghanistan, has gone inside their Paktika province and has killed 50 civilians, which mainly are children and also the women. And they are claiming that they have strike on the camp of Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which is totally wrong and false information. The point today is Pakistan is a victim of terrorism created by itself. Remember when Hillary Clinton came in 2013 in Pakistan, she said, if you have snakes in your courtyard and you think it will bite your neighbor, one day they will bite you. So today those snakes have now become Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan and they are biting. And Pakistan, rather than sorting out the problem with Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, is blaming Taliban government and trying to now basically strike on the camps which is claimed are there in Afghanistan, which Taliban government has denied it. You see, as it is, there are a number of fault lines between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Afghanistan does not recognize Durand Line. Afghanistan says the Pashtun which are on the either side, they want to join Afghanistan and they want Sharia law. So the Pakistan is today blaming everyone else other than itself for a terrorism which was created by Pakistan itself. And why it is targeting in Afghanistan when Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, they are in Pakistan itself. What is happening in Pakistan is today there is a Baluchistan Liberation Army which is very, very active in Baluchistan. There is a Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan which is very active in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So Pakistan is in real trouble, but unfortunately, rather than sorting out itself, it's trying to now attack in Afghanistan. And remember what has happened? Afghanistan has attacked back. The Taliban has attacked on 18 posts of Pakistan, and the 8 posts of the Pakistan are still occupied by the Taliban fighters, and 18 soldiers have been killed. So I am sure the situation is further deteriorate. The relationship between Pakistan and Afghanistan will go from bad to worse. Once upon a time, Pakistan thought, once the Taliban government came on 15th August 2021, that there will be a strategic depth which they will get in on their western border. Now you can imagine what is the situation. Because India knew it from the beginning. There are a number of fault lines, and the relationship will never be almost, normal. It has to be the way it is now going. But one thing is very clear. Pakistan is today in a situation that can go in a civil war. There is an economic crisis. There is a political instability, and terrorism is increasing, and the chances of they breaking...
Major General, right. Paucity of time, we'll have to leave the discussion there, but yes, that's the latest coming in. MEA issuing a statement on the face of the airstrikes between the TTP and Pakistan. For now, we head into a very short break.
को पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे रुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका
And if you are wondering what the weather in your city is today, here's a weather update brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI.
Well, I think that's absurd to sentence the President of the United States, or soon-to-be President of the United States, for a case in which he never even charged what the underlying felony is that he supposedly was furthering.
Just about anything like I did on the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra and watch it come to life in color. The sketch to image feature uses AI to convert the sketches into images. Sketch to image with drawing assist. Galaxy AI is here.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Tamil Nadu Governor walks out of assembly, says national anthem insulted. CAG's findings on Kejriwal CM residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtains, 67 lakh rupees used on marble. 3 cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. No international travel history reported in these cases.
Congress has delivered in its history. Congress strength is country's strength. Congress history is country's history. So whatever Congress has promised, wherever, in the national to the state level, we have delivered, we are going to deliver.
After Karnataka model fails in Karnataka, Congress now gives guarantees for Delhi.
Facing leadership challenge, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau might resign as Prime Minister. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Suesha Sound. First up, we get you these pictures coming in from the National Capital where Youth Congress is staging a protest. This is outside Ramesh Bidhuri's residence over his remarks on Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. There you see very dramatic protests outside Ramesh Bidhuri's residence over the remark that was made against Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and angry Congress protesters who are now showcasing those placards as they raise their voice against the BJP leader for allegedly hurling a sexist remark on Priyanka Gandhi Vadra that has now sparked a massive row. In fact, an undated video where Ramesh Bidhuri was heard making a controversial statement about Priyanka Gandhi Vadra while she was talking about his party's poll promises, and this has angered the Congress. You see how those protesters outside Ramesh Bidhuri's residence using their footwear, spraying that nameplate as the Congress has criticized Ramesh Bidhuri's remark, calling it shameful and anti-woman. Let me cut across to Riyanka joining us on the broadcast with further details. Riyanka, please take us through what is happening outside Ramesh Bidhuri's residence, what these Congress workers are saying, and whether any action has been taken against these perpetrators.
Well, absolutely. There is already a chaos and a controversy that has been created given the fact that Ramesh Bidhuri had in fact made comments against Priyanka Gandhi Vadra yesterday, misogynistic comment that did not go well with the Congress party, which is why this protest has in fact flared up outside his residence, and it is clearly showing the anger amongst the leaders of the Congress party, the workers, because Ramesh Bidhuri in fact also went on to say that he is not going to apologize unless Lalu Yadav apologizes for his statement that he had made allegedly against Hema Malini. So yes, there is already a chaos that has been created, and Ramesh Bidhuri is finding himself under this chaos with the Congress leaders and workers protesting outside his residence at the moment.
Do stay on as we have further reactions to the story. Let's listen in.
एक आदमी जो इस देश के अल्पसंख्यक और इस देश की महिलाओं की इज्जत नहीं करता है, वो आदमी सरेआम प्रेस मीडिया के सामने प्रियंका गांधी जी के बारे में, जिनके परिवार ने, जिनके पिताजी ने, जिनकी दादी ने, जिनके फोर फादर्स ने इस देश के लिए अपनी जान कुर्बान करी, आहुति दी, वो उनके बारे में इतनी आपत्तिजनक बात कहता है। बीजेपी की महिला विरोधी मानसिकता ये दर्शाता है। इसके खिलाफ आज हम यहाँ प्रदर्शन करने के लिए आए हैं, क्योंकि वो बदतमीज गालीबाज बीजेपी का नेता देश की संसद के अंदर जब माइनॉरिटीज को किस प्रकार से गालियां देता था, और आज वो इनके बारे में क्या कह रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर कोई एक्शन नहीं ले रहा। इसलिए हम लोग अपना विरोध जतन करने के लिए यहाँ पर हैं। एक आदमी जो इस देश के अल्पसंख्यक और इस देश की महिलाओं की इज्जत नहीं करता है, वो आदमी सरेआम प्रेस मीडिया के सामने प्रियंका।
Moving on, as a CAG report that came to surface exposing Kejriwal's lavish spending on his Delhi residence. In fact, the BJP has further escalated its attack, saying that while people in Delhi continue to suffer, Aam Aadmi Party chief is spending thousands of crores of rupees on himself. BJP has said that the CAG report reveals how much of taxpayers' money Kejriwal has wasted on his Shish Mahal. First up, listen in to that statement by Prime Minister Modi on the report exposing Kejriwal's extravaganza.
जो ये शीश महल या मुख्यमंत्री निवास, जो भी आप इसको शब्द इस्तेमाल कर लीजिए, अपने में ये दिल्ली में जो पिछले 10 साल में हुआ भ्रष्टाचार है, उसका ये सबसे बड़ा, हो सकता है कीमत के हिसाब से सबसे बड़ा नमूना ना हो, लेकिन वो इस तरह के भ्रष्टाचार का सबसे बड़ा नमूना बन के आता है, क्योंकि ये 2 तरीके के भ्रष्टाचारों की तरफ आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करता है। एक तो ये कि 8 करोड़ का टेंडर होता है, उसमें 33 करोड़ खर्च हो जाते हैं। कोई भी सरकारी सिस्टम इस बात को नहीं इसकी स्वीकृति देता है कि 4 गुना ज्यादा पैसा खर्च हो। तो 4 गुना पैसा खर्च होने की स्वीकृति कहां से आई? जब मुख्यमंत्री का निवास था और ये हमको बार बार कहा जाता था कि उनके यहां से लोग जाकर इसकी सुपरविजन कर रहे हैं, तो आपके तो संज्ञान में था हर चीज जो हो रही है। ये तो आप कह नहीं सकते कि किसी ने बनाया, मुझे नहीं पता था। तो सीधे सीधे मुख्यमंत्री जी इसमें, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इसमें हर चीज में संलिप्त हैं।
In fact, the BJP too has escalated its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party government, and Arvind Kejriwal saying that the Shish Mahal should be a declared tourist spot. Listen in to those latest responses from the BJP.
यहाँ पर एक शीश महल का मॉडल है जो कि दिल्ली के पूर्व सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल का घर है, और हमारे साथ दिल्ली अध्यक्ष बीजेपी के वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी हैं। वीरेंद्र जी, आज अपने कार्यालय में आपने मॉडल रखा है, क्या वजह रही?
अब असली भ्रष्टाचारी शीश महल में तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जाने नहीं देते हैं। तो हमने जो इमेजेस हमें मिली है उस पर ये बनाया है और दिखाया है कि ये भ्रष्टाचारी अरविंद केजरीवाल जो 100 रुपये की चप्पल और 2 रुपये का पेन लेके दिल्ली को ठगने निकला था, कैसे उसने अपनी अय्याशी के लिए, अपनी आराम प्रस्ती के लिए ये करोड़ों रुपए का शीश महल तैयार किया है, दिल्ली की जनता को ये अंगूठा दिखाने के लिए कि तुम्हारी औकात क्या, देखो कैसे रहा जाता है।
बिल्कुल, आपने सीएजी रिपोर्ट का भी हवाला दिया और कहा है कि पीडब्ल्यूडी ने अपने हाथ खींच लिए, कहा कि जो इक्विपमेंट लगे हैं उनके द्वारा नहीं लगाए, उसके लिए पैसे इन्वेस्ट उनके द्वारा नहीं किए गए।
देखिए, सीएजी की जो रिपोर्ट है वो 2022 तक की है, जिसमें उस रिपोर्ट में खुद सीएजी ने 139 क्वेश्चन लगाए हैं कि ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई कैसे, इसकी परमिशन क्यों नहीं है, किसी भी विभाग ने, सरकारी विभाग ने इसको बनाने की परमिशन नहीं दी है, तो फिर ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई कैसे। 4 प्लॉट को तोड़कर, वहाँ जजेस के मकान थे, सरकारी कर्मचारियों के मकान थे, कई सारे पेड़ थे, उन सबको तोड़कर अरविंद केजरीवाल ने एक प्लॉट बना के ये बंगला बनाया है जो बिल्कुल इलीगल है, उस पर कोई जवाब नहीं दे रहा। और बार बार रिवाइज एस्टीमेट कर, जब कोविड में दिल्ली की जनता ऑक्सीजन के लिए भटक रही थी, एक मौत के लिए लोग भाग रहे थे, उस समय अरविंद केजरीवाल इस बंगले के लिए वर्क ऑर्डर सैंक्शन कर रहे थे। तो आप समझ लो कि अरविंद केजरीवाल कितने संवेदनहीन हैं।
जहाँ पर उनके टैक्स का पैसा लगा, जहाँ पर उनके विकास का पैसा लगा, तो वो शीश महल को देखना चाहते हैं कि वो शीश महल कैसा बना। क्योंकि जब दिल्ली में पूरी तरीके से लॉकडाउन था, जब आदमी बाहर नहीं निकल पाता था, ये सारा शीश महल उसी दौरान ही बन रहा था। ये बहुत ही शर्म की बात है। तो यहाँ के लोगों ने मुझे कहा, जी कैसा है, आज तक तो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री ने 11 साल में हमको अपने घर नहीं बुलाया, तो हम एक बार देखना चाहते हैं वो शीश महल कैसा बना है। तो मैं आतिशी जी को कहना चाहता हूँ कि शीश महल को एक जो है पर्यटन स्थल, वो उसको घोषित करें, वहाँ पे लोग जरा देख के आएँ कि दिल्ली को ठगने वाला, दिल्ली के सपनों को बेचने वाला, दिल्ली के लोगों के साथ में विश्वासघात करने वाला व्यक्ति ने अपना राजमहल कैसा बनाया था।
Moving on, as a fresh case of HMPV has been detected in Gujarat, where a 2-month-old infant is undergoing treatment. This comes shortly after at least 2 cases that were reported in Bengaluru earlier today. The Health Ministry has assured that surveillance systems will remain robust and there will be no unusual surge in influenza-like illness or severe acute respiratory infection cases across the country, reinforcing confidence in the nation's health monitoring mechanisms. Let's first listen into that response coming in from the Bengaluru government.
एप्लीकेशन आई, 25 दिसंबर को 675 एप्लीकेशन आई। तो जब समरी रिवीजन हो रहा था, जब इलेक्शन कमीशन के बूथ लेवल के अफसर गली गली मोहल्ले मोहल्ले जा रहे थे, तब ये लोग क्यों नहीं वहां से शिफ्ट हुए दिखे? तो ये साफ है कि गलत तरीके से वोट काटने की साजिश हो रही है। और इसका आंकड़ा देखिए, 6167 जो वोट हैं, ये नई दिल्ली विधानसभा के कुल 5.77% वोट हैं। यानी 10% वोट को जोड़ना, 5.5% वोट को काटना, इतने में पूरे इलेक्शन में हेर फेर करने की साजिश। एक और आपको आंकड़ा बताती हूं, जो वोटर डिलीशन की एप्लीकेशन आई, ये 6167 एप्लीकेशन, इसमें से 4283 4283 एप्लीकेशन मात्र 84 लोगों ने डाली। यानी 84 लोगों ने 4000 से ज्यादा लोगों की वोट काटने की एप्लीकेशन डाली। अब कौन है ये लोग जो इतने सारे लोगों के वोट कटवा रहे हैं? जिन लोगों का वोट कट गया है या जो लोग शिफ्ट हो गए हैं, मृत्यु हो गई है, इलेक्शन कमीशन के लोग नहीं ढूंढ पाए, डोर टू डोर सर्वे में नहीं ढूंढ पाए, बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर जो 10 साल से ये काम कर रहा है वो नहीं ढूंढ पाया कि ये शिफ्ट हो गए, इनकी मृत्यु हो गई, ये वहां पे नहीं रहते हैं। पर इन 84 लोगों ने, 84 लोगों ने, ऐसे हजारों लोग ढूंढ लिए वोट काटने के लिए। सबसे बड़ा सनसनीखेज खुलासा तब हुआ जब इन 84 लोगों को नोटिस देकर इलेक्शन कमीशन द्वारा, ईआरओ द्वारा हियरिंग के लिए बुलाया गया। और ये सनसनीखेज खुलासा, इस स्कैम का एक्सपोजे ये है कि जब इन ऑब्जेक्टर्स को बुलाया गया तो जो सारे ऑब्जेक्टर्स हियरिंग के लिए आए उन्होंने हाथ खड़े कर दिए कि हमने कोई एप्लीकेशन नहीं फाइल करी। मैं आपको कुछ उदाहरण देती हूं। तरुण कुमार चौटाला जो एनडीएमसी क्वार्टर्स खान मार्केट में रहते हैं, जिनके नाम से 106 डिलीशन की एप्लीकेशंस आई हुई थी। जब तरुण कुमार चौटाला जी 2 जनवरी को हियरिंग के लिए आए तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने डिलीशन की एक भी एप्लीकेशन फाइल नहीं करी है। उषा देवी जो गोल मार्केट में रहने वाली हैं, उषा देवी जी के नाम से 52 डिलीशन की एप्लीकेशंस आई हैं। जब उषा देवी जी 2 जनवरी को हियरिंग के लिए आई तो उन्होंने कहा मैंने एक भी एप्लीकेशन फाइल नहीं करी है। तीसरा उदाहरण, श्री राजकुमार जिनके नाम से 82 डिलीशन की एप्लीकेशंस भरी गई थी, जो टी हट्स लक्ष्मीबाई नगर के निवासी हैं। जब 4 जनवरी को वो इलेक्शन ऑफिसर्स के सामने हियरिंग के लिए पेश हुए तो उन्होंने कहा 82 तो छोड़िए, मैंने एक भी एप्लीकेशन फाइल नहीं किया है। इसका क्या मतलब है? इसका मतलब है कि एक बहुत बड़े स्तर पर वोटर लिस्ट को मैनिपुलेट करने का नई दिल्ली विधानसभा में स्कैम चल रहा है, घोटाला चल रहा है। फ्रॉड आइडेंटिटीज को यूज किया जा रहा है। ऑनलाइन वोटर लिस्ट से लोगों के एपिक कार्ड्स, उनके वोटर आईडी नंबर, उनके पते, उनके फोन नंबर लेकर झूठी एप्लीकेशंस डाली जा रही हैं और नई दिल्ली विधानसभा में चुनाव के को हेर फेर करने की साजिश हो रही है। इस पूरे प्रकरण में जो पूरी इलेक्शन कमीशन की एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, उनका भी रुख बहुत ज्यादा सस्पिशियस रहा है। जब इतने
And that is Delhi Chief Minister Atishi who is once again alleging voter list scam in Delhi, where she has gone on to state specific examples, also saying that 84 people had filed over 4,000 applications to remove names, as she reiterates that the voter list is certainly being tampered with, this despite reports suggesting that the poll body has called these allegations baseless. We step into a short commercial break. On the other side, we also get you details of how after the Khatakhat model has failed in Karnataka, Congress has now given guarantees for Delhi.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
His inspiring generosity reminds us all of our capacity and our obligation to stand up to the abuse of power and to be guardians of democracy and all people yearning to be free.
सीएजी की रिपोर्ट में बड़ी बारीकी से अरविंद केजरीवाल के काले कारनामों का और उनका जो शैतान दिमाग है क्या उस समय सोच रहा था, उसके बारे में डिटेल रिपोर्ट है। सीएजी ने 139 सवाल खड़े किए हैं, 139। डीयूएसी और दिल्ली नगर निगम की परमिशन के बिना आपने इस बंगले को बना कैसे दिया?
Staying with Republic, and well, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is reportedly facing mounting pressure to resign as internal party revolt and leadership challenges intensify, with his government in a minority and falling short of numbers to survive another trust vote in Parliament. Trudeau faces growing dissent within the Liberal Party. Reports suggest party caucuses are pushing for his exit, signalling potential leadership changes and the political turbulence.
So, the names of both individuals and entities, as well as crypto wallets, have been shared by the RCMP with financial institutions, and accounts have been frozen, and more accounts will be frozen. Crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers have started the registration process with FinTrack.
Yeah, I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go. Right now, Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. I hear it everywhere I go. People cannot find a home that they can afford. They can't buy their groceries. And on top of that, we have Trump threatening tariffs of 25%, which put hundreds and thousands of Canadian jobs at risk. And instead of focusing on these issues, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals are focused on themselves. They're fighting themselves instead of fighting for Canadians. And for that reason, today I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go.
I notified the Prime Minister that I've ripped up the supply and confidence agreement. Canadians are fighting a battle for the future of the middle class.
And well, the controversy surrounding grooming gangs in the UK continues to intensify. Elon Musk has called out UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer for his handling of the infamous Rotterdam scandal, demanding his resignation over his alleged failure to properly address the issue during his tenure as Director of Public Prosecutions. Getting you all the details on this ongoing spat.
Elon Musk is taking to social media over his anger on the ongoing controversy of grooming gangs. Referring to the infamous Rotterdam scandal of 1997 to 2013, where 1,300 children were sexually exploited. Musk is calling out Keir Starmer to resign for failing to adequately prosecute these gangs during his tenure as Director of Public Prosecutions. Musk slammed Starmer as a national embarrassment. In the meanwhile, there have been denied requests from the Home Office to lead a public inquiry into child sexual exploitation scandal. Previously, Musk hurled a deluge of abuses against Olaf Scholz on social media platform X.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
The biggest news, the maximum headlines, the big breaking news from the Supreme Court right here at Republic Media Network headquarters. I'm Ridhimanand Bhardwaj.
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI, brings you the latest news in a super efficient and summarized format from across the country, only on Republic TV.
They lead. They inspire. But who are they outside the boardroom? Stay tuned to know the men behind the suits.
$76.5 billion to India's economy by 2028. Get your notes in just a few taps, even as you multitask. Note Assist, powered by Galaxy AI, transcribes recordings and organizes them into notes, producing super useful summaries. So record and summarize with Note Assist. Galaxy AI is here.
Artificial intelligence has changed the way we do things. And so much more is in the offing.
Republic is proud to announce a game-changing once again, and thank you for staying tuned. I'm Suesha Samant. Let's begin this edition with getting you the latest on the 3 cases of HMPV virus that have been reported in India. We'll get you all the details, also expert voices. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Tamil Nadu Governor walks out of the assembly, says national anthem insulted. CAG's findings on Kejriwal Chief Minister residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtain, 67 lakh rupees on marble. 3 cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. No international travel history.
Congress has delivered in its history. Congress strength is country's strength. Congress history is country's history. So whatever Congress has promised, wherever, in the national to the state level, we have delivered, we are going to deliver.
After Cuttack model fails in Karnataka, Congress now gives guarantees for Delhi. Facing leadership challenge, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau might resign as PM of Canada. Yes, a fresh case of HMPV that has been detected in Gujarat. Now, this is a 2-month-old infant who is undergoing treatment. This comes shortly after at least 2 HMPV cases were reported in Bengaluru earlier today. The Health Ministry has assured that surveillance systems will remain robust and there will be no unusual surge in influenza like illness or severe acute respiratory infection cases across the country, reinforcing confidence in nation's health monitoring mechanisms. I'd like to go across to Dr. Ajay Agarwal, Senior Director, Fortis Hospital, joining us on the broadcast this afternoon. Very good afternoon to you, Dr. Agarwal. Lots is being spoken about how concerned should India be as far as the virus outbreak in China is concerned, with 3 cases being reported. Also the fact that there is no travel history to these cases. What is your sense of this virus in India? Not too sure if Dr. Agarwal is still connected with us. We are trying to reconnect that line. But there you see videos that are going viral from China. But most importantly concerning, as 3 HMPV cases have been reported in India. Dr. Agarwal, if you can hear me, sir. All right, I do apologize as it is Dr. Ajay Gambhir from Fortis Hospital who's with us on the broadcast. I apologize for that, sir, and thank you for speaking to Republic. My first question to you, 3 cases reported in India. What is your sense on the spread of the virus given the fact that these cases had no travel history, and what are the precautions that can be taken?
Thank you. I think first thing we need not worry, and the only thing is that when there is a seasonal change, in spite of not being traveled abroad, there are a lot of viruses which are active in India itself. The only good point is that we are in a stage after COVID to have a better surveillance and better detection. So there are a lot of viruses. If you see, they are admitted in our hospital in a pediatrician in Saroj or Fortis. So we have enough facilities in any tertiary care hospital, let it be government or private, to detect these viruses and treat these viruses. So the only point, the advice to the government and the public health department is to go for the surveillance. And what we have advised to the local coordinators, that whatever labs we have for detection of the COVID virus, the same test, the same lab can be used for detection of this virus. So first thing is detection, then is the treatment, and then we have to go on the prevention. So only thing is we have to prevent it, and by keeping the distance and taking the care. So we need not worry about it, and we should not be any panic about it.
Also, given the fact that the cases reported so far are infants, which are the most vulnerable age groups as far as this virus is concerned?
So now in epidemiology, in public health, we say the person, place, and the age distribution. So as the COVID was more in the adolescent and in the adults, these viruses are found more in the children, and in fact under 1 year so far. So it will have to be observed that what the pattern they are following in India as compared to the China, and definitely we have to see what are the patterns going on in other country and what are the experience of the other country, because virus do behave in the same way. So this will be we have to keep care of the children under 5 years, especially under 1 year, and see that whenever they have a respiratory symptom or a symptom of distress, or they have a vomitings and diarrheas, then we have to report to the local doctor. And also the medical associations and professional bodies should see that they should have a high suspicion of those cases and refer to the tertiary care hospital whenever required at the right time.
I do understand that you've said that briefly, but for the benefit of all parents who are watching this broadcast right now, I'd request you to detail the symptoms of this particular virus, given the fact that it can be worrying because it is being reported in infants and small children. A detailed answer from you on what needs to be done and how it can be handled.
So from asymptomatic to the severe symptom. So the scope or there is a wide range of symptom which I can get from any cough-related virus or flu-related virus. So I should not label every virus to be this type of virus. But if the symptoms are in extreme, the child is having a distress, the child is having the repeated vomitings, and child is unable to take a feed, so one should report to the local doctors. But I am also stressing that the local doctors, because this is a new virus, but the symptoms are old, the local doctors and the pediatrician have to suspect this and monitor this and refer to the hospital at the right time. So this is a primary detection has to be done by the parents, secondary by the local medical officers, and the tertiary treatment has to be in the hospital. So it can have a symptom of distress, it can have a symptom of vomiting, it can have a symptom of maybe diarrhea. So these are the common symptoms normally we find it.
All right, Dr. Gambhir, do stay on with us. We also have Mr. Shekhar Mande, who's the former Director General CSIR, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Mande, thank you for speaking to Republic again, sir. Now that we do get a chance to hear from you, your sense on these 3 cases that have been reported, no travel history that is connected to these cases, and what is the most concerning part?
I think we should not be concerned about it. This is the season for viral fevers. Typically in winters, we do get multiple viral fevers, common cold, which is caused by rhinoviruses or influenza or things like that. And HMPV is one of them. It has been there for last several years. I think it's only what has happened post the COVID-19 pandemic is that our surveillance has become better and we have started diagnosing viruses much better. And that's why people are actually seeing some of the rising cases in HMPV, but there's no cause for concern as yet.
Now, there are several viral videos of the virus outbreak in China and how hospitals are overwhelmed. Not to forget how we have seen a similar situation in India during the second wave of COVID-19. As much as doctors say that we are ready and there are better monitoring mechanisms, how do you see the situation developing in the days to come?
Compare with COVID-19 pandemic at all. COVID-19 was declared as a global emergency in March 2020 by WHO, and there was clear reason to believe there there's going to be a pandemic across the globe. That also was caused by a virus that we had not seen earlier, the SARS-CoV-2 virus that we had not seen earlier. However, in HMPV, we don't need to be bothered so much about hospitalization at a very large scale and so on and so forth, because HMPV infections do come every year. So we should not be concerned about that at all.
All right, Mr. Shekhar Mande and Dr. Gambhir, I want to thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon. Of course, several parents who are concerned, given the fact that children are particularly vulnerable as far as HMPV is concerned. We'll keep updating our viewers as and when more developments are indicated. For the moment, thank you for joining us. And shifting focus now, as India has unequivocally condemned Pakistani airstrikes on Afghanistan and said it is Islamabad's old practice to blame its neighbors for its internal failures. Pakistan carried out airstrikes in certain areas in Afghanistan in what it said was aimed at targeting some terrorist hideouts. We'll also try and flash details of the statement made by India, as India has defended Afghanistan, slamming Pakistan for the airstrike. In fact, India has gone on to say that it is an old practice of Pakistan to blame neighbors for its own failure. India has condemned the attacks on innocent civilians in Afghanistan, a statement that has been issued by the MEA condemning the Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan. Once again, as I quote, India has stated that it is an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures. All right, moving on, as a CAG report that has come to light exposing Arvind Kejriwal's lavish spending on his Delhi residence. And now BJP has escalated its attack, saying that while people continue to suffer, the Aam Aadmi Party chief is spending thousands of crores on himself. BJP has said that the CAG report reveals how much of taxpayers' money Kejriwal has wasted on his quote-unquote Shish Mahal. First up, we listen into that statement by Prime Minister Modi on the report exposing Kejriwal's extravaganza.
दिल्ली पर आपदा लाने वाले ये झूठा आरोप लगाते हैं कि केंद्र सरकार उन्हें काम नहीं करने देती, केंद्र सरकार उन्हें पैसे नहीं देती। ये कितने बड़े झूठे हैं, इसका उदाहरण इनका शीश महल है। आज ही एक बड़े अखबार ने सीएजी रिपोर्ट के आधार पर शीश महल पर हुए खर्च का खुलासा किया है। और साथियों, आपको ये जानकर के पीड़ा होगी।
And well, over the same CAG report which exposed the irregularities in the construction of Arvind Kejriwal's official residence, Congress has lashed out at the Aam Aadmi Party over the reported expenditure of 33 crore rupees. Listen in.
जो ये शीश महल या मुख्यमंत्री निवास, जो भी आप इसको शब्द इस्तेमाल कर लीजिए, अपने में ये दिल्ली में जो पिछले 10 साल में हुआ भ्रष्टाचार है, उसका ये सबसे बड़ा, हो सकता है कीमत के हिसाब से सबसे बड़ा नमूना ना हो, लेकिन वो इस तरह के भ्रष्टाचार का सबसे बड़ा नमूना बन के आता है, क्योंकि ये दो तरीके के भ्रष्टाचारों की तरफ आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करता है। एक तो ये कि 8 करोड़ का टेंडर होता है, उसमें 33 करोड़ खर्च हो जाते हैं। कोई भी सरकारी सिस्टम इस बात को नहीं इसकी स्वीकृति देता है कि 4 गुना ज्यादा पैसा खर्च हो। तो 4 गुना पैसा खर्च होने की स्वीकृति कहां से आई? जब मुख्यमंत्री का निवास था और ये हमको बार बार कहा जाता था कि उनके यहां से लोग जाकर इसकी सुपरविजन कर रहे हैं, तो आपके तो संज्ञान में था हर चीज जो हो रही है। ये तो आप कह नहीं सकते कि किसी ने बनाया, मुझे नहीं पता था। तो सीधे सीधे मुख्यमंत्री जी इसमें, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इसमें हर चीज में संलिप्त हैं।
And while BJP too has escalated its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party government, and Arvind Kejriwal saying that Shish Mahal should be declared a tourist spot. Listen in to the latest responses coming in from the BJP.
यहाँ पर एक शीश महल का मॉडल है जो कि दिल्ली के पूर्व सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल का घर है, और हमारे साथ दिल्ली अध्यक्ष बीजेपी के वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी हैं। वीरेंद्र जी, आज अपने कार्यालय में आपने मॉडल रखा है, क्या वजह रही?
अब असली भ्रष्टाचारी शीश महल में तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जाने नहीं देते हैं। तो हमने जो इमेजेस हमें मिली है उस पर ये बनाया है और दिखाया है कि ये भ्रष्टाचारी अरविंद केजरीवाल जो 100 रुपये की चप्पल और 2 रुपये का पेन लेके दिल्ली को ठगने निकला था, कैसे उसने अपनी अय्याशी के लिए, अपनी आराम प्रस्ती के लिए ये करोड़ों रुपए का शीश महल तैयार किया है, दिल्ली की जनता को ये अंगूठा दिखाने के लिए कि तुम्हारी औकात क्या, देखो कैसे रहा जाता है।
बिल्कुल, आपने सीएजी रिपोर्ट का भी हवाला दिया और कहा है कि पीडब्ल्यूडी ने अपने हाथ खींच लिए, कहा कि जो इक्विपमेंट लगे हैं उनके द्वारा नहीं लगाए, उसके लिए पैसे इन्वेस्ट उनके द्वारा नहीं किए गए।
देखिए, सीएजी की जो रिपोर्ट है वो 2022 तक की है, जिसमें उस रिपोर्ट में खुद सीएजी ने 139 क्वेश्चन लगाए हैं कि ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई कैसे, इसकी परमिशन क्यों नहीं है, किसी भी विभाग ने, सरकारी विभाग ने इसको बनाने की परमिशन नहीं दी है, तो फिर ये इलीगल इंस्ट्रक्शन।
तरफ आपने बताया कि हियरिंग हुई, उसमें लोग आए और उन्होंने बोला कि हमने तो कोई आपत्ति नहीं दी, तो ये दोनों बातें थोड़ी कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी लग रही है।
फिर से बताइए, हियरिंग हुई?
आपने एक तरफ बोला कि हमने जितने भी ऑप्शन दिए थे चुनाव आयोग में सब कर दिए कि हम तो ये आपकी कोई बात नहीं मानेंगे। दूसरी तरफ आपने कहा कि चुनाव आयोग में लोग आए जिन्होंने आवेदन दिए थे और उन्होंने माना कि हमने तो।
मैं स्पष्ट कर देता हूँ, कुल मिलाकर 100 से ज्यादा लोगों ने ऑब्जेक्टर्स की भूमिका में नई दिल्ली विधानसभा क्षेत्र में वोट काटने के लिए, अन्य लोगों के वोट काटने के लिए एप्लीकेशंस दर्ज कराए। उसमें से मात्र 11 लोग ही अभी तक की हियरिंग्स में सामने आएंगे और लोगों का सामने आना बाकी। जो 11 लोग अभी तक सामने आए, वो 11 के 11 लोगों ने मना कर दिया कि हमने वोट काटने की कोई एप्लीकेशन नहीं दी। जो बाकी लोग हैं, हमारा ये मानना है कि 11 के अतिरिक्त भी जितने भी बाकी ऑब्जेक्टर्स हैं, वो भी सब इसी चीज के शिकार हैं कि उनके नाम का गलत इस्तेमाल हुआ, उनकी आइडेंटिटी का गलत इस्तेमाल हुआ और उन्होंने किसी प्रकार का कोई आवेदन पत्र नहीं दिया। तो ये जो घोस्ट ऑब्जेक्टर्स सामने लाए गए हैं लोगों का वोट कटवाने के लिए, ये घोस्ट ऑब्जेक्टर्स बीजेपी पे ही घोस्टिंग कर रहे हैं। दीज घोस्ट ऑब्जेक्टर्स आर घोस्टिंग ऑन द बीजेपी। और साफ तौर पे जैसे जैसे ये हेयरिंग्स की प्रक्रिया चल रही है, लोग सामने आ रहे हैं, ये साफ होता जा रहा है कि ये सारे के सारे ऑब्जेक्टर्स फर्जी हैं। दूसरी चीज, मान लीजिए कि और भी लोगों का इस प्रकार से नाम इस्तेमाल हुआ जिनके नाम पर वोट काटने की एप्लीकेशन दर्ज करी गई, लेकिन वो गांव गए हुए हैं, दिल्ली के बाहर हैं, कोई अपने किसी काम से व्यस्त है, किसी पारिवारिक शादी के लिए, किसी फंक्शन के लिए बाहर गया हुआ है, या नौकरी पेशा आदमी है, वर्किंग डे पर ऑफिस से छुट्टी लेकर चुनाव आयोग के दफ्तर जाकर इस पूरी हेयरिंग का हिस्सा नहीं बन सकता। उन लोगों का क्या होगा? जो लोग पहुंचेंगे नहीं अपने नाम ये बताने के लिए कि जी हमने कोई आवेदन पत्र नहीं दिया, जब लोग जाएंगे नहीं तो उनके सारे जितने भी एप्लीकेशंस हैं उनको तो चुनाव आयोग लगातार प्रोसेस किए जा रहा है और नाम डिलीट किए जा रहा है। इसीलिए मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं।
All right, that news conference, rather dramatic, where Chief Minister of Delhi, Atishi, had a meltdown. In fact, she was in tears after the alleged remarks made by Ramesh Bidhuri, where he allegedly targeted Atishi's father. And shifting focus now, as the DMK has responded to Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi's allegations that the national anthem was insulted in the assembly. DMK said that the tradition of the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly is to greet the assembly members at the beginning and to sing the national anthem at the end. DMK also said that whatever tradition is consistently followed in our parliamentary and legislative rules have the force of law. Listen in.
Mindless MK Stalin-led DMK government is using the police as their puppets. They use all the excessive forces to curtail and derail the investigation. While a 3-member SIT panel is being constituted, who is responsible for releasing any statements that arise out of inquiry, what is the need for a DGP to come out and make a statement derailing the investigation? Who is this second person? What the sources say is the second person is very close to Gnanashekhar. He too was involved in that incident. And why DMK is hell-bent to protect the second person? Even till now, DMK has not admitted that Gnanashekhar, the rape molester accused, is a DMK member. They have not taken any party-level actions. This clearly shows that the incompetence of MK Stalin, and he is so scared. They not only denied protest, peaceful protest, they don't want this to be discussed in the assembly today. And governor walking out on the assembly of Tamil Thai Valtu. Tamil Thai Valtu it will be sung in the beginning. That's not a norm. But all it has been given is DMK tried to paint a picture, the blame game on governor on this Anwai University.
Alright, so that is the response that is coming from the DMK to Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi's allegation, where he said that the national anthem was insulted in the assembly. Due protocol was not followed. DMK has now replied back saying that the tradition of the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly is to greet the assembly members at the beginning and to sing the national anthem at the end. We have to slip into a short commercial break right now. We'll be back on the other side, getting you more developments on this story, and of course how there is a likely possibility that Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau may resign facing leadership challenge. Details on the other side. Stay tuned.
I think that's...
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI, brings you the latest news in a super efficient and summarized format from across the country, only on Republic TV.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar held talks with U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan today, broadly reviewing the trajectory of India-U.S. global strategic partnership in the last 4 years under the Biden administration. Sullivan is on a visit to India 2 weeks ahead of Donald Trump's inauguration as the 47th president of the U.S., one of the most significant measures initiated to expand the bilateral ties was the US-India initiative on critical and emerging technology. Madhya Pradesh High Court today granted 6 weeks to the state government to act on the Union Carbide factory waste disposal as per safety guidelines. It also directed the media not to give incorrect news on the issue of waste disposal. The waste, packed in 12 sealed containers, was shifted from Bhopal to the disposal site at Pitampur in Dhar district on January 2nd. The High Court's division bench, comprising Chief Justice S.K. Ket and Justice Vivek Jain, granted time to the state government after Advocate General Prashant Singh sought it to take the public of Pitampur into confidence and dispel fears from their mind before taking up the waste disposal. High drama unfolded at the Telangana Anti-Corruption Bureau office today after BRS Working President K.T. Ramarao, who was summoned in connection with the ongoing investigation into Formula E race case, was denied the company of his lawyer, prompting him to submit his statement from outside the office. Ramarao reached the ACB headquarters shortly after 10 in the morning and was barred from entering the premises by the police, who objected to the presence of his lawyer.
The FIR that has been lodged against me by the Anti-Corruption Bureau is frivolous, is an abuse of process of law, and is a travesty of justice. And extensive arguments have been made by both sides, both ACB and my side also, on 31st of December. Now the judgment is reserved. I do not know why the ACB had to call me within a week when the matter is very much pending with the Honorable High Court.
Suresh Chandrakar, the prime accused in the murder of a journalist in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, has been arrested from Hyderabad by a special investigation team today. The accused, a contractor by profession, was absconding since the murder of journalist Mukesh Chandrakar came to light on the 3rd of January. SIT, constituted to conduct the probe into the murder case, rounded up Suresh Chandrakar from Hyderabad late on Sunday night. Inspector General of Police made that statement. In a tragic incident, 2 women pilgrims on their way to the temple in Tirupati district lost their lives after 108 ambulance lost control and ran over them. The accident also injured 3 other pilgrims who are currently hospitalized for treatment. The cause of the accident is yet to be ascertained and an investigation has been launched. A multi-story building which has been declared unsafe collapsed in Sector 17 today after the collapse around 7:15 in the morning. The area was cordoned off by the cops and a fire tender that was pressed into service. The building was earlier declared unsafe by authorities.
पहले हमें सूचना मिली थी 27 तारीख को, तो ये रेंट आउट किया हुआ था, तो इसमें रिनोवेशन का काम चल रहा था। तो उस दिन के इसके 3 पिलर डैमेज हो गए थे, तो उस दिन के बाद ये हमने खाली करा के ना कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दी गई थी। तो आज सुबह 7:15 बजे ये बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स कर गई है।
Scores of AIADMK student wing members were detained by the police today when they attempted to stage a protest in front of Anna University demanding justice for a student sexually assaulted on the university campus in December last year. Protesters made a bid to distribute black pants to the students and public as a mark of support to the affected students and to garner the attention of the state government to arrest the real perpetrator. Police, however, has detained all of them as they were denied permission to hold the protest. And well, if you're wondering what the weather in your city is today, here is the weather update brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI.
To sentence the President of the United States, or soon to be President of the United States, for a case in which he never even charged what the underlying felony is that he supposedly was furthering.
have a man who just ruled they'd like the trial to start in 21 days or something. And I don't know how you can have a trial that's going on right in the middle of an election. Not fair, not fair. And it's a shame. It's a shame what's happening to our country. This is election interference. Should have been started 3 years ago if they were going to start it at all. And then you wouldn't be quibbling over what week it's going to, in days. They're quibbling over days and hours. They wouldn't be quibbling at all. They never started it. And you know why they didn't start it? Because they didn't know I'd be running. And they didn't know how well I'd do.
जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है
जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे रुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। तो अगर बिहार में बदलाव चाहिए तो आपको, हमको, सबको खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। आज मुख्यमंत्री से मिलने के लिए 20 दिन से बच्चे टाइम मांग रहे हैं। उनके पास 5 मिनट समय नहीं है कि इन बच्चों से 5 मिनट के लिए मिल ले। तो कैसे झुकेगी 4 दिन में? जिसको पिछले 20 वर्ष से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon once again, and thank you for staying tuned. I'm Suesha Sawant. In this edition, we get you the latest breaking news coming in and also details on Justin Trudeau, who in all likelihood, I beg your pardon, will resign as Canadian Prime Minister, facing leadership challenges. Details on that story. First, a quick check of the headlines. Tamil Nadu Governor walks out of Assembly, says national anthem insulted. CAG's findings on Kejriwal CM residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtains, 67 lakh rupees on marble. 3 cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad, no international travel history. Facing leadership challenge, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau might resign as PM. India condemns Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan. MEA in a statement has said it is an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbours for its own internal failures, unquote. And first up, we cut across to breaking details coming in. ISRO has shared this video of Spadex onboard video showcasing SDX-02 launch restraint release and docking ring extension. Spadex docking scheduled on the 7th has now been postponed to the 9th. Instead, as ISRO has said that the docking process requires further validation through ground simulations based on an abort scenario identified today. This is the latest coming in on the Spadex mission, which was initially to dock on the 7th, as the docking has now been postponed to the 9th of January. ISRO has stated the reason that the docking process requires further validation through ground simulations based on an abort scenario identified today. Meanwhile, ISRO has also shared that video of the latest on the Spadex mission, that video of Spadex onboard video showcasing SDX-02 launch restraint release and docking ring extension. Let me cut across to Niranjan joining us on the phone line with further details on this mission. Niranjan, with regards to the abort scenario that was identified today, please do share details with us and how ISRO plans to fix that through ground simulations.
Well, first of all, there's been an update now, Suesha, that the Spadex docking, which was scheduled for the 7th of November, which is tomorrow, has now been postponed to the 9th. The docking process requires further validation through ground simulations based on an abort scenario which was identified today. This is a technical update that ISRO has given out a few minutes back, saying that they will be delaying the docking process. Now, they've also shared a video which is currently on our screens. Now, this is a video of Spadex onboard showcasing. This is a video from Spadex onboard, the mission, showcasing the SDX-02 launch restraint release and docking ring extension, a technical maneuver that will be conducted in space over the next 2 days. This is the space docking experiment, or Spadex, which demonstrates our advanced technology for docking of two small satellites in orbit. One is the SDX-01, the second is SDX-02. One is a chaser, second is a target. And in this process, the chaser satellite will release its launch restraints to free its docking ring and align itself with the target satellite using onboard sensor. So basically, it's a technical alignment where the chaser and the target unite, and that is called docking. And once aligned, the chaser extends its docking ring to securely connect with the target satellite, completing the docking process, which we are now being told will take place tomorrow, a day after, that is the 9th, and not 7th. Earlier it was 7th afternoon, but now it will dock on the 9th. We are hearing that this experiment also includes post-docking operations like power transfer, data exchange to showcase capabilities for future missions. Spadex is a significant step towards enabling satellite servicing, space station operations, multi-satellite missions for ISRO's goals, which of course also include our own Antariksh station.
Right.
I'm getting in some breaking news. I think the BJP is holding a news conference. We'll cut across to that. We'll come back to these pictures in a short while from now.
एस्टिमेशन होती है, कोई बिल्डिंग बनेगा, उसको तोड़ा जाएगा, नई बिल्डिंग बनेगी, तो एक एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट निकालना पड़ता है कि इतना खर्चा होगा. तो एक एस्टिमेशन उसका निकाला गया कि कितना एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट है. तो आपको बता दूं, एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट है 7 करोड़ 61 लाख रुपए, 7 करोड़ 61 लाख रुपए का एस्टिमेशन बना कि इतने में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की हवेली बन जाएगी. मगर बाद में टेंडर प्रोसेस होता है. एक तो एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट होता है, उसके बाद सरकार टेंडर निकालती है. तो टेंडर निकाला गया तो टेंडर का कॉस्ट 8 करोड़ 62 लाख रुपए का निकला. मतलब एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट 7 करोड़ का हुआ और जब टेंडर निकला तो वो 8 करोड़ 62 लाख का निकाला गया. उसी में ही पहले में ही घोटाला हो गया. एस्टिमेशन आपने किया और टेंडर निकाला 8 करोड़ 62 लाख रुपए का. मतलब 13.21% टेंडर कॉस्ट आपने ऊपर रखा, जो एस्टिमेट आपने खुद किया था. अब उसके बाद अप्रैल 2022 में यह काम कंप्लीट हुआ. जो काम 2020 में प्रपोज हुआ था वो 2 साल के बाद 2022 में कंप्लीट हुआ. मतलब जब कोरोना का प्रकोप चल रहा था उस समय सारे लोग व्यस्त होके दिल्ली सरकार में ये काम कर रहे थे कि कैसे ये शीश महल तैयार होगी. तो शीश महल तैयार हो गया. अब फाइनल पेमेंट कितना दिया गया, मैंने आपको कहा 7 करोड़ एस्टिमेशन, वो 62 लाख 61 लाख हम पॉइंट वाला छोड़ देते हैं. 7 करोड़ एस्टिमेशन, 8 करोड़ का टेंडर हुआ और उसके बाद जो पेमेंट दी गई 2022 में वो है 33 करोड़ 66 लाख 66 लाख 33 करोड़ 66 लाख 33 करोड़ 66 लाख रुपीस. कहां 7 लाख का एस्टिमेट, 7 करोड़ का एस्टिमेट और कहां 33 करोड़ दिया गया है. मतलब जो एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट 7 करोड़ का था उससे 342.31% अधिक पेमेंट किया गया और जो टेंडर्ड अमाउंट था 8 करोड़ का उससे 290.49% का ऊपर पेमेंट किया गया. आप सोचिए, इतना घोटाला तो हमने कहीं नहीं सुना होगा, वो भी एक हवेली के पीछे, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के शीश महल के पीछे इस प्रकार का घोटाला. और क्या क्या इसमें घोटाला हुआ, सीएजी और क्या कहती है. सीएजी कहती है देखिए, कोई भी बिल्डिंग बनानी हो, कुछ भी आपको एक काम करना हो तो आजकल है एक टर्म कंसल्टेंट. वो कंसल्टेंट आता है और बोलता है हाँ यहां पर ऐसा होगा, यहां पर ये बनेगा, फलाना बनेगा. तो उसका एक कंसल्टेंसी फीस भी होती है. तो कंसल्टेंट कैसे चुने जाते हैं, सरकार में एक प्रक्रिया होती है, एडवर्टाइजमेंट होता है. और केजरीवाल जी तो वो जो एक डबल एक्सेल शर्ट पहन के एक रेनॉल्ड का पेन लगा के एडवर्टाइजमेंट करने में नंबर 1 है. अपना एडवर्टाइजमेंट करने में नंबर 1 है, मगर कंसल्टेंट के लिए कि उनका शीश महल कौन बनाएगा, उसका कंसल्टेंट के लिए एक भी एडवर्टाइजमेंट नहीं किया. कैसे हुआ फिर, स्पॉट कोटेशन. मतलब वहीं खड़े हो गए और कौन बनाएगा जरा, कंसल्टेंट कौन होगा, आओ. मतलब जैसे गेट पे ही खड़े थे वो कंसल्टेंट. पहले से 3 लोगों को बोल रखा था कि तुम तीनों आ जाना, हम तुमको दे देंगे. तो 3 कंसल्टेंट आ गए और 3 कंसल्टेंट में से सीएजी लिखती है विदाउट एनी स्पेसिफिकेशंस, विदाउट एनी बेसिस ऑफ सिलेक्शन, कंसल्टेंट उसी दिन चुन लिए जाते हैं। मतलब आज कंसल्टेंसी की रिक्वायरमेंट है, कोई एडवर्टाइजमेंट नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं, आज ही कंसल्टेंट चुन लिए गए। अब कंसल्टेंट भी आ गए। उसके बाद देखिए रिपीटेड रिवीजन ऑफ प्रिलिमिनरी एस्टीमेट। अब कोई भी घर बनता है, मकान बनता है, रोड बनता है, कुछ भी बनता है तो एक प्रिलिमिनरी एस्टीमेट होता है कि हाँ ये जो है, ये ग्लास का ढकने वाला सामान है, ये कितने का आएगा, ये 20 रुपए का या 25 रुपए का आएगा। अब उसमें क्या हुआ, ये 20-25 रुपए का चलिए।
Moving on, as Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is reportedly facing mounting pressure to resign as internal party revolt and leadership challenges that continue to intensify, with his government in a minority and falling short of numbers to survive another trust vote in Parliament. Trudeau faces growing dissent within the Liberal Party. Reports suggest that party caucuses are pushing for his exit, signalling potential leadership changes and the political turbulence. Let me cut across to Mr. Rishi Kumar Nagar. He's former Senator, UOC Canada, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Nagar, thank you for speaking to Republic. With regards to these reports saying that it could be as early as today that Trudeau could resign, how far is one to believe that given the recent developments and the fact that there has been mounting pressure on Trudeau to resign for a while now?
Thank you very much for the invite first. And yes, the pressure is mounting on Prime Minister Trudeau to resign as he was back on duty after the Christmas break on Friday last. And the National Caucus has called a meeting on Wednesday, the January 8th, wherein the meeting time has been scheduled for 6 hours, starting at 11 a.m. till 5 p.m. And it will be a closed-door meeting, and Prime Minister might be asked to resign. So, to save his face in the mounting pressure, he might resign either today, that is Monday, or today on tomorrow, that is Tuesday.
All right, Mr. Nagar, Justin Trudeau has tried everything in his might to be able to save his government, to be able to save his position, so much so that he's taken extreme measures, has quoted serious controversies, and even put Canada's relationship with India at stake. But nothing has helped him. With regards to all that has transpired in the last few months, given Trudeau's leadership, how would you describe it?
There are so many points to be discussed. Number one is at the top of mind of the Canadians is the uncontrolled immigration, then uncontrolled debts. The day of December 16, when the fall economic statement was to be delivered, the finance minister and the deputy prime minister, Chrystia Freeland, resigned. She was supposed to read out the fall economic report, but instead she resigned. So that was a major blow to the Prime Minister's government that time. So he had to find a new finance minister then and there. And then the report was published. And we came to know the government was assuring Canadians that the deficit will not be more than $40 billion, but it crossed 61. So it almost reached $62 billion of deficit, which was read out later on. That was the second thing. And the unpopular, the polls that were coming, they were saying that Trudeau's government is going down in popularity. So now they are trailing far behind from the Conservatives, who are the political analysts are saying that they are going to form the next government. So this was the pressure that was mounting, and then the NDP, led by Jagmeet Singh, they were supporting him because the government is a minority government, so they were supporting in the parliament on every issue, even though Jagmeet Singh in September very clearly said that he will not be supporting, but he did so many times after that. And even now, there are 2-3 things that are to be considered, that are to be taken in mind. Number one is that Canada is going to host G7 meeting in June. So Prime Minister Trudeau wanted that he should be in the chair at that time. But now things are not to be favorable for him. So he has to resign for sure, maybe today or tomorrow.
Mr. Nagar, we are tracking every development very closely. Given the paucity of time, we have to slip into a short commercial break. We'll come back to you at a later point. I want to thank you for speaking to Republic. On the other side, we'll get you details of how Tamil Nadu Governor walked out of the assembly. He said national anthem was insulted. DMK has responded. The latest on the story after the short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Virat Kohli's intensity and drive for perfection have been the defining traits of his career, and even though he's winding down his time in the sport, it still plays a key role in his demeanor. Kohli's ability to score plenty of runs at will has seen him scale heights few can scarcely believe, but his willingness to engage in work.
Thank you for staying with Republic. We now cut across to more breaking news coming in. We are learning of an IED blast that was reported in Bijapur district on the vehicle of security forces. While we await further details, casualties are feared. Let me cut across to Shavan joining us from the newsroom to take us through the details of how this attack had happened in the first place. Shavan.
Well, in fact, it turns out, as far as the preliminary information is concerned, that there was an ambush that was laid out in Bijapur district where the security forces, we're being told, came under attack. As of now, it is suspected that 10 people are feared dead. There are reinforcements that have been sent to the area. Remember, there have been anti-Naxal operations that have been carried out by the CRPF as well as the local police in the Bijapur district over the last few months, particularly after the new government has come to power. There have been multiple efforts that have essentially been made to ensure that Naxals are brought back on track in terms of the outreach program that they had essentially started. What we have essentially seen is that multiple efforts that have been made by the security forces in conjunction with the government to carry out these exercises. But this also, it turns out, was an ambush yet again laid out by the Naxals in the Bijapur district.
Right, Shavan, certainly concerning, like you're saying, that there is a fear that 10 personnel may have lost their lives in this attack. This is an IED blast, as we also understand that this vehicle had 18 personnel on board. Take us through the circumstances before, as it eventually led to that blast.
It was an operation that was being carried out by the security forces when we are being told that they were moving to another station when this attack took place. Remember, this is an incident that took place a short while back, while the reinforcements are already on the way to the very location where the incident has taken place. We are now being told that some are being taken to the nearby hospital. That details are yet to come in right now, Suesha, because as
पूरा होगा। हमारे बस्तर का जो एक हिस्सा करीब 5 जिले जो नक्सल प्रभावित है, आने वाले मार्च 2026 तक नक्सलवाद वहां से भी समाप्त होगा। वहां पर शांति व्यवस्था होगी। आज लगातार उस क्षेत्र में सुरक्षा कैंप खोल रहे हैं और 17 विभाग और 53 योजनाओं को नियत निलाना योजना के माध्यम से उस क्षेत्र में मजबूती के साथ सरकार पहुंचाने का काम कर रही है। एक बोलो बेटा, बीजापुर में जो घटना से बड़ी संख्या में जवानों को शहीद होने की, ऐसा नहीं है। आप ओवरऑल देखेंगे तो बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी अपने जवानों का है। ऐसा पहले नहीं होता था। पहले दोनों तरफ से कैजुअलिटी होती थी, लेकिन अब सैनिकों की बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी हो रही है।
That's a statement coming in from the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister, who not just said that reinforcements are being sent, but also the CM office monitoring the situation very carefully. I want to go back to Shavan if he continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Shavan, in light of this latest statement made by the Chief Minister, what more can you tell us? Because we understand that local reports are putting out details of 7 to 10 Jawans who were injured in this blast.
That came under attack, and this was at the Kutru Bedre road in Bijapur district where the attack took place. What we are being told is that 7 security personnel were killed in action. 2 other Jawans have been injured. They've now been taken to the nearby hospital. What we do not know is that the number of people who were actually present inside that very vehicle that came under attack.
Shavan, many thanks for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll get you details of the CAG report, its findings that have revealed that Kejriwal had spent over 96 lakh rupees on that palace. And apart from that, how there is an ongoing spat between the Tamil Nadu governor and DMK, as the governor said that the national anthem was insulted and he staged a walkout.
Artificial intelligence has changed the way we do things, and so much more is in the offing. The Republic Media Network is very, very proud to announce this game-changing partnership with Samsung. Because with Samsung, the Galaxy AI is here. From our news anchors to our reporters to Republic Network staff, we will all be using Samsung devices. We are excited about the new Galaxy Z series and the Galaxy S series, both powered by Galaxy AI. And we will be using these phones on screen and behind the scenes daily to bring you the news first. My experience in using the Samsung devices shows that it makes us deliver the news much faster. It helps us deliver the news quicker and simpler, with more productivity, efficiency and creativity. Republic and Samsung together will unfold a new world of possibilities. It's going to be an epic adventure together. The Galaxy AI is here.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. We're tracking a lot of stories for you in this news wheel, but first, a quick check on the headlines. Tamil Nadu Governor walks out of assembly, says national anthem insulted. CAG's findings on Kejriwal's chief ministerial residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtains, 67 lakh rupees used on marbles. 3 cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. No international travel history recorded. Facing leadership challenge, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau might resign as the Prime Minister. India condemns Pakistani airstrike in Afghanistan. Ministry of External Affairs in a statement has said, and I'm quoting it, "It is an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbours for its own internal failures." Viewers, in a big breaking news, an IED blast on security forces vehicle in Bijapur district has been reported. At least 7 security personnel have been killed in action as per sources. This is huge. It comes from the Bijapur district where an IED blast has killed at least 7 security forces personnel in action. These are the visuals of the IED blast, where the IED hit the 7 security forces personnel who have now been killed in action in the Bijapur district. These are the live visuals on your screens from the IED blast. At least 7 Jawans, 7 security personnel have been killed in action. The stills are yet to be confirmed, but these are what we've gotten from the first sources in the latest IED blast, which has claimed the lives of at least 7 security personnel who've been killed in action. The IED blast hit the security forces vehicle in Bijapur district just moments from now. And 7 security personnel have been killed in action as per the sources. Just a few minutes back, we also showed you the first visuals of the IED blast, though the visuals are not completely confirmed as of yet. The sources have said that that is the area and the location where the IED blast took place, which claimed the lives of 7 security personnel in action. We're also being joined by my colleague Samiksha live from the newsroom to get us more updates on the story. Samiksha, tell us more about this. At least 7 security personnel have been killed in action over an IED blast which was targeted at a security forces vehicle in Bijapur district. This is huge. Tell us more about this. What are the security arrangements being made as of now after the ID blast took place. Samiksha. There is some audio issue and we will get through my colleague's audio in some time. But for now, just to give you a quick recap, viewers, an ID blast was reported in Bijapur district on the security forces vehicle where at least 7 security personnel have been killed in action. We're being rejoined by my colleague Samiksha from the newsroom. Samiksha, the same question, 7 security personnel killed in action, 1 ID blast reported on the vehicle. Tell us more about this.
That's right, Gesu. Like I was telling earlier, Bijapur, Bastar region is the hotbed of red terror. There have been a spate of Maoist activities. Of course, there's been rampant crackdown over the last few months and over the last 2 years. But specifically talking about this incident, the ADGP of Bastar range has confirmed to Republic that 7 security personnel have been killed in action. In fact, talking about the details that we are picking up about this particular attack, the ID blast in which the army vehicle was ambushed. This is the region very close to the Bijapur district where the ID blast was carried out on the army personnel vehicle. The Bijapur district where an ID blast was reported. This is the convoy of the army vehicle that was targeted. In fact, we are picking up details regarding that exact area where the army personnel vehicle was ambushed. This is in Dantewada region. 9 people, 8 Dantewada DRG Jawans and 1 driver lost their lives after their vehicle was blown up by Maoists through an ID blast. In fact, this is a statement, Gesu, that's coming in from the IG Bastar, who's confirmed that 9 personnel have lost their lives. 9 people, 8 Dantewada DRG Jawans, 1 driver who lost their lives after their vehicle was targeted. It was ambushed by the Maoists earlier today. They were returning after a joint operation in Dantewada region. Gesu, just to put the facts on record, it's a known fact that Dantewada, the Bijapur region, has been the hotbed of the Maoist activities. In fact, the area where the army was, the vehicle was ambushed is very close to the forested area where the activities have been on the rise. Once again, reading the statement that's coming in from the IG Bastar, who says that an ID blast occurred on security forces vehicle in Bijapur district. 9 personnel who lost their lives, 8 Dantewada DRG Jawans and 1 driver who lost their lives in this ID blast. Yes.
Right. Samiksha, also any clarity on which force were the security personnel from? Because the first that we had gotten to know was that 7 of the security personnel were martyred. They were killed in action in the ID blast. Tell us more about this. In fact, Tanisha, I'm just getting in more information right now. At least 8 security personnel have been killed in action. I'm guessing that the report that we got before this, at least 1, there was hope that that security personnel would survive the ID blast. But now it's clear that at least 8 of them have been killed in action. Samiksha, take it away. Tell me more.
That's right, Gesu, and now we have the confirmation, unfortunately, that's coming in from the IG of Bastar region, who says that 8 people have lost their lives, which includes 8 Dantewada DRG Jawans and 1 driver, Gesu. But as we speak, we are being joined by a journalist from Chhattisgarh itself. We'll try to get the exact location of the journalist, but Shish Mishra, Gesu, is joining us. Mr. Mishra, if you can tell us more details about this operation, the joint operation that was being carried out by the army, by the personnel, after which, while they were returning, their vehicle was targeted by the Maoists.
ऐसा है कि ये नारायणपुर बीजापुर की दोनों की पुलिस पार्टी थी. एक कंबाइंड ऑपरेशन था. एरिया डोमिनेशन के लिए जो पार्टी जाती है, जब पार्टी ऑपरेशन के बाद लौट रही थी, उसी समय नक्सलियों ने ये जो आईडी ब्लास्ट जब सड़क बनाते हैं, उस समय वहाँ पर जमीन के अंदर ये आईडी लगा देते हैं और जब इनको कोई नुकसान करना होता है तब ये उसके तार जोड़कर उसका नुकसान करते हैं. जब पार्टी लौट रही थी तो उस समय नक्सलियों ने ब्लास्ट किया, जिसमें जो अभी तक पुलिस की जानकारी है उसके अनुसार 8 की बात बताई जा रही है. एक जिसमें ड्राइवर भी है. 8 जवान है और एक ड्राइवर, एक शहीद होने की बात की जा रही है. लेकिन जब तक अभी ना तो मीडिया के लोग वहां तक पहुंच पाए हैं, ना पुलिस की जो उनकी रीइंफोर्समेंट पार्टी है वो पहुंच पाई है. जैसे ही वो पार्टी पहुंचेगी तब इस मामले में और ज्यादा जानकारी आएगी। लेकिन जो रास्ता बताया जा रहा है जहां पर ये ब्लास्ट हुआ है, दैट इज कॉल्ड कुट्रू बेदरे रोड। ये बीजापुर जिला है जहां पर ये बहुत सेंसिटिव है, बीजापुर और नारायणपुर। अभी भी वैसे फोर्सेस बहुत अंदर तक जा चुकी हैं, बहुत जगह कैंप बन रहे हैं। लगातार अमित शाह का कहना भी है कि हम अगले 2 साल में छत्तीसगढ़ को नक्सल मुक्त कर देंगे। और अभी लगातार उनका बस्तर प्रवास भी हुआ, 2 दिन वो बस्तर में थे। लेकिन जिस तरह से नक्सलियों ने, ऐसा माना जा रहा था बीच में कि नक्सलियों की ताकत घट रही है, लगातार उनका कैडर घट रहा है, यहाँ पर उनका नया रिक्रूटमेंट नहीं हो रहा है, वैसा अभी 2 दिनों की घटनाओं से ऐसा नहीं लगता। 2 दिन में लगातार, कल भी एक जवान शहीद हुआ और आज ये 9 जवान, जिसमें 8 जवान और एक ड्राइवर है, इसके शहीद होने की जानकारी है।
Right, Mr. Shirish, I also want to ask you one more thing. At least 8 people, 8 security personnel, they have been killed in action, and साथ में एक ड्राइवर। आप मुझे ये भी बताइए, we will also
ब्लास्ट करके जवानों को करीब जो अभी तक की जानकारी आ रही है कि हमारे 10 जवान शहीद हुए हैं। वो निश्चित रूप से इस पूरे घटना में हम अपनी दुख व्यक्त करते हैं। उनके परिवार को इस तकलीफ को सहने की इच्छा शक्ति दे भगवान। और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ जो गंभीर कदम सरकार उठा रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार, गृह मंत्री विजय जी और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और दोनों सरकारें, तो इस कदम को और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। इससे इस घटना कायरतापूर्ण घटना से सरकार डरने वाली या झुकने वाली नहीं है। कठोरता से इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
You heard the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister right there, who said that the government will not be bent by the attack on the security personnel, and the intentions of the Maoists will not be allowed to flare. And I beg your pardon, this was the ex-Chief Minister Chhattisgarh. Keeping on to the story, just to give you a quick recap, at least 8 security personnel, including 1 driver, has been killed in an IED blast in the Bijapur district in Chhattisgarh. Shirish continues to join us on the broadcast to get us more on the story. Shirish, what do you think the next steps will be? Is there any information on whether or not there were more people or more security personnel who were on the spot as the IED blast happened? In fact, the ex-Chief Minister's statement says that the government will not be deterred by such attacks. Tell us more about this, Shirish.
देखिए, जैसे डॉक्टर रमन सिंह जी जो 15 साल यहाँ के चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे, अभी विधानसभा अध्यक्ष हैं, ही इज नाउ स्पीकर ऑफ विधानसभा छत्तीसगढ़ असेंबली। ही वाज सेइंग कि जो हमारे पास अपडेट है, जो आपने बताया, उससे उन्होंने एक संख्या और बढ़ाई, करीब 10 लोगों के बारे में उन्होंने कहा कि 10 जवान शहीद हुए हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो प्रारंभिक जानकारी है ये आगे बढ़ भी सकती है। अब ये डिपेंड करेगा कि उस जो व्हीकल थी, जो उसमें कितने जवान थे, ये नॉर्मल व्हीकल थी कि माइंड प्रोटेक्टेड व्हीकल थी, अभी ये बहुत क्लैरिटी नहीं आई है, क्योंकि वहां पर लगातार नक्सली इलाकों में अलग अलग ऑपरेशंस चलते रहते हैं और एसपी अभी इस स्थिति में नहीं होंगे, सुप्रिंटेंडेंट ऑफ पुलिस की, वो इतना डिटेल बता सकेंगे। जब तक पार्टियां बाहर नहीं आएंगी तब तक इस बारे में कोई डिस्क्लोज नहीं हो सकता कि एक्चुअल जो नुकसान हुआ है जो वो कितना है, कितने जवान शहीद हुए हैं, अभी एकदम कहना मुश्किल है, क्योंकि घटना ही 2:15 बजे की है, करीब 1.25 घंटे पहले की घटना है, 1.5 घंटे पहले की घटना है। तो जब तक जवान जो रीइंफोर्समेंट के लिए पार्टी गई है, क्योंकि वहां जाना भी एक खतरे से खाली नहीं होता, नक्सलियों को ट्रैप भी होता है। जब इस तरह का जवान शहीद होते हैं तो नक्सली आसपास के इलाकों में मौजूद होते हैं, ताकि जो फोर्स आए उसको ट्रैप में फंसा के और फर्दर नुकसान किया जा सके। तो फोर्सेज जब वहां जाती हैं तो बहुत एहतियात के साथ जाती हैं, लेकिन आज के दौर में जब टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत आगे हो चुकी है।
शिरीष मिश्रा जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए। द विजुअल्स ऑन आवर स्क्रीन्स इज फ्रॉम दैट वेरी लोकेशन। दिस इज सेड टू बी द अम्बेली विलेज ऑन कुथरू बेदरे रोड इन बीजापुर वेयर IED blast was carried out. Army vehicle that was the convoy that was targeted by the Maoists. शिरीष मिश्रा continues to be with us. मिश्रा जी, थोड़ा हमें बताइए इस एरिया की डेमोग्राफी के बारे में। कहा जा रहा है कि ये बीजापुर की अम्बेली विलेज जो एरिया है वहाँ पे अटैक हुआ था, उस एरिया के बारे में बताइए, वो कितना सेंसिटिव एरिया है और वहाँ पे माओइस्ट की प्रेजेंस कैसी है?
देखिए, अभी तक जो छत्तीसगढ़ के बस्तर के जो 7 जिले हैं उसमें से कुछ जिलों में नक्सलवाद बहुत कम हो चुका है। जैसे कांकेर में नक्सलवाद कम है, कोंडागांव में स्थिति नक्सलवाद की कंट्रोल में है, बस्तर जिले में कंट्रोल में है लेकिन कुछ जो बीजापुर का कुछ हिस्सा और नारायणपुर का कुछ हिस्सा है वो अभी भी नक्सलियों के कंट्रोल में तो नहीं बोलूंगा, लेकिन अभी भी नक्सलियों के प्रभाव में, जहां पर वो किसी भी घटना को अंजाम दे सकते हैं। पर पहले जैसी उनकी प्रेजेंस, पहले जैसा उनकी जो पकड़ थी वो नहीं है। और बीजापुर नक्सलियों का बहुत हार्टलैंड है, जहां पर वो नक्सली बीजापुर और नारायणपुर में काम करते हैं। खासतौर पर जैसे एक वहां पर लोकेशन है जगरगुंडा, जहां पर 30 साल बाद पुलिस ने सड़क को खोला है और लगातार कैंप नक्सलियों के जो हार्डकोर एरिया है वहां तक पुलिस अब धीरे धीरे बढ़ती जा रही है। लेकिन पुलिस जब भी बढ़ती है आगे, या सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस बढ़ती हैं, और जब भी कंबाइंड ऑपरेशंस होते हैं तो नक्सलियों की तरफ से रिटेलिएट किया जाता है, ये बताने के लिए कि ये जो एरिया है वो हमारे होल्ड का एरिया है, ये हमारे डोमिनेशन का एरिया है। और जब फोर्सेस एरिया डोमिनेशन करके लौटती हैं तो ऐसा देखा गया है, नॉर्मली ये पाया गया है कि फोर्सेस थोड़ी लापरवाह हो जाती हैं, या वो थक चुके होते हैं जवान या उनके साथ के लोगों को लगातार 48 घंटे 72 घंटे मतलब 3 दिन 4 दिन उनको जंगली इलाके में रहना पड़ता है, जिसके जहाँ का टेरेन ऐसा है कि वहाँ पर बड़े बड़े पहाड़ हैं और बहुत घनघोर जंगल है, विजिबिलिटी उतनी ज़्यादा नहीं है, शाम को अंधेरा जल्दी हो जाता है। तो पुलिस के लिए बहुत तरह की दिक्कतें हैं, खाने पीने से लेके मूवमेंट की दिक्कतें। और जब सड़कें बनती हैं नक्सली इलाके में तो नक्सली उस दौरान अपने आईडी को वहां पर लगा के रख चुके होते हैं। और हालांकि सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस ने बहुत हद तक डिमाइनिंग किया हुआ है, बहुत इसमें आईटीबीपी और बीएसएफ वगैरह ने डिमाइनिंग में बहुत ज्यादा राजनांदगांव
These are the fresh visuals that we're getting from the Bijapur district in Chhattisgarh, where an IED blast took the lives of at least 8 security personnel who were in action. One driver, along with the 8 security personnel, has also been killed by the IED blasts by Maoists. These are the live visuals. We're constantly being joined by a journalist from Chhattisgarh, Shish Mishra. Shirish, आप ये भी बताइए मुझे, आज सुबह रिपोर्ट्स हैं कि सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस ने माओइस्ट्स के ठिकानों पे अटैक्स किए थे, जहां 5 रिबेल मारे गए थे। उसके बाद ये रिटेलिएटरी अटैक किया गया है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस पे, जहां एक स्कॉर्पियो एसयूवी पे आईडी ब्लास्ट हुआ और 8 सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल मारे गए हैं, उनके तहत एक ड्राइवर भी। इस अटैक के बारे में और इस रिटेलिएटरी अटैक्स जो माओइस्ट्स कैरी आउट करते हैं, इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए शिरीष।
देखिए, माओइस्ट की हमेशा ये कोशिश होती है कि वो फोर्सेस को ये संदेश देने की कोशिश करें कि आप जिस एरिया में एंटर कर रहे हैं वो हमारे डोमिनेशन का एरिया, वो हमारे पकड़ का एरिया है, और यदि आपने यहाँ पर आके हमारा नुकसान किया तो हम भी आपका नुकसान करेंगे। लेकिन इतनी जल्दी इतना बड़ा नुकसान होगा इसकी आशंका नहीं थी, क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ में बहुत समय बाद इतना बड़ी कैजुअलिटी सामने आई। इसके पहले साल 2 साल पहले इस तरह की घटनाएं सामने आती थी, लेकिन अभी हाल फिलहाल में इतनी बड़ी घटना जिसमें 8 जवान शहीद हुए हैं विष्णुदेव सरकार आने के बाद पहली बार ऐसा देखा गया है। क्योंकि ऐसा माना जा रहा था लगातार कि नक्सलियों के जो बड़े कैडर हैं वो खत्म होते जा रहे हैं और नया रिक्रूटमेंट उनको नहीं हो रहा है, और साथ में जो उनकी फंडिंग जहां से हो रही थी सरकार ने उस लाइन को भी बहुत हद तक डैमेज किया है, और साथ में जहां जहां से लोग उनको मदद कर रहे थे वहां भी सरकार ने कंट्रोल किया। लेकिन इस घटना ने फिर साबित किया कि नक्सलियों ने अपनी ताकत को रिगेन किया है। जो बीच में वो शांत दिखाई दे रहे थे, जहाँ कोई एक्टिविटी नहीं दिखाई दे रही, इस घटना ने साबित किया है कि वो लगातार जिन इलाकों में जहां पर उनका थोड़ा बहुत वर्चस्व बचा हुआ है, जहां उनका थोड़ा बहुत प्रभाव है, वहां पर वो फोर्सेस को नुकसान करने की स्थिति में हैं।
जी मिश्रा जी, हमें थोड़ा इस बारे में बताइए कि इस एरिया जो कि कहा जाता है कि बहुत एक सेंसिटिव एरिया है, अम्बेली विलेज बीजापुर में, वहाँ पे कितने माओइस्ट रहने की आशंका है एक, और कितने पर्सनल अगर आप कंफर्म कर सकते हैं उस कॉन्वॉय में ट्रैवल कर रहे थे जब आईडी ब्लास्ट हुआ।
जैसा कि मैंने आपको पहले ही बताया कि अभी ये मालूम करना मुश्किल है कि जो कन्वॉय था उसमें एक व्हीकल में ये लोग थे कि कई व्हीकल में थे, या एमपीवी में थे कि नॉर्मल व्हीकल में थे, ये अभी बताना मुश्किल है। और जैसा कि आपने पूछा सवाल कि उस एरिया में कितने नक्सली, तो ये एक मोटे तौर पे बताना मुश्किल है, क्योंकि नक्सली मूवमेंट में रहते हैं। ये जरूर रहता है कि उनका बेस रहता है जहाँ उनके प्राइमरी मेंबर्स होते हैं जो कभी गांव वालों की शक्ल में होते हैं, कभी उनके फ्रंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के रूप में होते हैं।
Alright, we have more statements coming in from the government on this ID blast in Bijapur that targeted army personnel vehicle.
जिस मजबूती से काम किया है, लगातार काम किया है, और बीजापुर की आज की जो घटना की जानकारी मिली है, ये नक्सलियों का कायराना हरकत है। ये हताशा में किया गया हुआ कार्रवाई है। ये कायराना हरकत कि मैं निंदा करता हूं। सभी जो जवान शहीद हुए हैं उनको अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं, पर हमारी सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता है कि इनकी शहादत जाया नहीं जाएगी, और जिस लक्ष्य को लेकर हम निकले हैं मार्च 2026 तक नक्सल मुक्त करने का, वो पूरा करेंगे।
So
That was the statement from the Deputy Chief Minister Arun Sao, who has expressed his condolence to the soldiers who were killed in action, the DRG soldiers, and has also condemned the cowardly attack by the Maoists. Listen into more reactions pouring in on the story.
की कायराना हरकत है। जिस प्रकार से सुरक्षा बल के जवान अंदर घुसकर नक्सल मुक्त करने की दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, ये हताशा में, निराशा में की गई कार्रवाई है। इन जवानों की शहादत जाया नहीं जाएगी और बहुत जल्दी छत्तीसगढ़ बस्तर नक्सल मुक्त होगा।
कल एक बड़ी सफलता मिली थी सर, 5 नक्सली मारे गए थे और एक बड़ी आज क्षति हुई है।
जैसे मैंने कहा कि ये एक नक्सलियों का कायराना हरकत है। जवानों की शहादत बिल्कुल जाया नहीं जाएगी और सुरक्षा बल के जवान उसी मजबूती से बस्तर को नक्सल मुक्त करने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे।
All right, so these are the details that we are picking up. The Maoists who blew up the vehicle carrying the army personnel, 9 have been martyred in the Bijapur IED blast. Shirish Mishra, beg your pardon, journalist from छत्तीसगढ़ continues to be with us. मिश्रा जी, अगर आप हमें थोड़ा बता सकते हैं वो एंटी माओइस्ट ऑपरेशन के बारे में, जो पूरा करने के बाद सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल वापस आ रहे थे, थोड़ा और हमें डिटेल्स दीजिए वो एंटी माओइस्ट ऑपरेशन के बारे में बीजापुर में।
ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि जो कल नक्सली घटना हुई थी उसमें भी इस पार्टी के कुछ जवान शामिल थे, लेकिन अभी ये कंफर्म नहीं है कि ये वही जवान थे जिन्होंने कल जो नक्सलियों को नुकसान हुआ है उसमें शामिल थे। लेकिन जो एक प्रारंभिक जानकारी आ रही है उसके अनुसार जो व्हीकल जिसमें ये जवान थे उसमें करीब 20 जवान थे। इसका मतलब कि जो डेथ टोल है वो और आगे बढ़ सकता है।
जी मिश्रा जी, तो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये अभी पुष्टि नहीं हो पाई है कि जो सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल जो मार्टर हुए हैं वही इस एंटी माओइस्ट ऑपरेशन में इन्वॉल्व थे, पर आप कुछ सूत्रों से पता लग पा रहे हैं उन सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल के बारे में जो इंजर हुए हैं इस आईडी ब्लास्ट में?
देखिए, जैसा कि मैंने आपको पहले बताया, जब ऐसी कोई घटना होती है तो जवानों को सुरक्षित निकाल के लाना वो एक पुलिस के लिए, सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के लिए या जो जॉइंट ऑपरेशन में फोर्सेस होती है उनके लिए एक बड़ा टास्क होता है। उनको पहले अपनी इंटेलिजेंस से ये पता करना होता है कि उस एरिया में अभी नक्सली हैं कितने, अभी जहां पर ये घटना हुई है। या दूसरी चीज उनको ये कंफर्म करना होता है कि और कोई इस तरह के और उन्होंने आसपास आईडी बिछा के तो नहीं रखा है। तो जब तक वो चीजें कंफर्म नहीं होंगी उनको अपने सोर्सेज तब तक फोर्स वहां तक पेनिट्रेट नहीं कर पाती। हालांकि आज की दौर में पहले पहले इस तरह के विमानों का उपयोग किया जाता था जिनको रायपुर से ऑपरेट किया जाता था, जहां से इनपुट किया जाता। आज के समय वहां पर ड्रोन का उपयोग करके फोर्सेस का ऑपरेशन को सफल कर रही हैं, लेकिन बावजूद इसके नक्सली उनसे आगे का सोच लेते हैं। और ऐसी स्थिति में मुझे लगता है कि टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ भी नक्सली भी अपडेट हो रहे हैं, इसलिए फोर्सेस को ये नुकसान उठाना पड़ रहा है।
Right, Shirish, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We will closely keep tracking the tragic story where at least 9 DRG Jawans have been killed in action over an IED blast in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. Viewers, it's time to move on to a short break, and after the break we will continue tracking the story from Bijapur district where at least 9 Jawans have been martyred, killed in action over an IED blast. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We will come back right after a short break. Naxalites blew up a vehicle carrying security personnel with an improvised explosive device in Chhattisgarh. At least 8 security personnel, including 1 driver, have been killed in action in the Bijapur district over the IED blast. My colleague Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj will continue tracking the story for you on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get you the news summarized with Note Assist that's using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. IED blast in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. Jawans martyred as Maoists target their vehicle. CAG's findings on Kejriwal Chief Minister's residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtains, 67 lakhs used on marbles. 3 cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad, no international travel history. And India condemns Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan, says it's an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures. That was the news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day. Viewers, 8 Jawans and 1 driver were killed after Maoists blew up their vehicle using an IED explosive in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. According to the preliminary information, the blast occurred on the Bere Kutru road in Bijapur district when soldiers were returning from an operation. Let's also go across with reactions and political ones at that coming in.
बीजापुर से ये एक नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत की जानकारी आई है। सभी नौजवानों के प्रति मैं अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। ये नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत है। जिस प्रकार से सुरक्षा बल के जवान अंदर घुसकर नक्सल मुक्त करने की दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, ये हताशा में, निराशा में की गई कार्रवाई है। इन जवानों की शहादत जाया नहीं जाएगी और बहुत जल्दी छत्तीसगढ़ बस्तर नक्सल मुक्त होगा।
ये नक्सल जब इनके खिलाफ बड़े ऑपरेशन चलते हैं, वो कायराना हरकत पे उतारू आते हैं और ब्लास्ट करके जवानों को करीब जो अभी तक की जानकारी आ रही है कि हमारे 10 जवान शहीद हुए हैं, वो निश्चित रूप से इस पूरे घटना में हम अपनी दुख व्यक्त करते हैं। उनके परिवार को इस तकलीफ को सहने की इच्छा शक्ति दे भगवान। और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ जो गंभीर कदम सरकार उठा रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार, गृह मंत्री विजय जी और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और दोनों सरकारें, तो इस कदम को और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। इससे इस घटना का कायरतापूर्ण घटना से सरकार डरने वाली या झुकने वाली नहीं है। कठोरता से इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
And let me go across to my colleague Shavan Sen, who's joining us now from our newsroom. Shavan, this is once again the Naxals are targeting our brave hearts who've been martyred. Give us more details.
Well, in fact, we are being told that they were returning from an anti-Maoist operation that was being carried out in the area. In fact, they are part of the state unit called the DRG. This is the District Reserve Guards who were present in the Scorpio vehicle that was attacked by the Maoists. In fact, it turns out that this happens to be the second biggest attack that has taken place in the last 2 years in that very area that we're talking about. Remember, over the last few days, particularly after the government came to power. We've seen the kind of arrangements have essentially been done to carry out these anti-Maoist operations. In fact, this unit that was returning from one such operation was targeted by the Maoists. You've already had reactions coming in from various individuals from the government indicating that strong action would be taken. But at the same time, not to forget that part of the operations that have been largely carried out by the security forces, which includes the state police as well as the central agencies, are largely to look at bringing back Maoists to the mainstream, and that's been the effort that has been carried out. But having said that, remember, Bijapur district in the last 2 years itself has seen 2 big attacks that have taken place.
They've triggered a powerful blast, Shavan, like you're telling us, that is targeting the police vehicle that was at Kutru. This is in Strifetown, Bijapur, like you were also telling us. We've seen the details, but how is it going to be possible, like the political parties, both of them claiming that they're going to be ending Naxalism, there's going to be some relief in the next few years? Is there any action plan that's actually put into place?
Well, in fact, Rhythm, before I answer that question, I'm told that there's some latest visuals coming in from the very spot. These are the latest images of the convoy that was returning when the convoy was attacked. I'm told that the IG is also speaking on this entire issue. Let's listen in.
रिकवर की गए थे और एक जवान का हमारा शहादत भी हो गए थे। तत्पश्चात जो पूरा सर्चिंग के बाद टीम वापस आ रहे थे, उस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की थाना बेदरे एवं कुट्रू के बीच अम्बेली के इलाके में माओवादी द्वारा लाया गया आईडी के चपेट मारने से हमारा सुरक्षा बल की एक गाड़ी, जिसमें टोटल 8 जवानों को शहादत होगी, डीआईजी दंतेवाड़ा टीम का, और एक ड्राइवर। कुल 9 लोग के इस घटना में कैजुअल्टी होगी। अभी आसपास इलाके में रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम द्वारा सहायता के लिए पहुंच गई थी। अभी सर्चिंग जारी है। सर्चिंग उपरांत और डिटेल से जानकारी प्राप्त हो सकता है।
जो ड्राइवर है वो सामान्य है, वो पुलिस का आदमी नहीं है।
अभी डिटेल्स हम थोड़ी देर में जारी करेगा। अभी तक 9 कैजुअल्टी का है इसमें।
Viewers, this is the story that we were doing of 9 people, including 8 Dantewada District Reserve Guard Jawans and 1 driver, lost their lives after the vehicle had been targeted by a powerful IED blast carried out by Naxals in Chhattisgarh, Bijapur. Shavan continues to be with us. Shavan, this is the biggest strike on security personnel by Naxalites, like you were telling us, in the last 2 years. In 2023, we remember a similar incident when 10 police personnel and a civilian driver were killed. The death toll in this gunfight between Naxalites and security forces in Chhattisgarh's region has risen. I'm just going to go across to Shavan, but let me first go across to Brigadier B.K. Ponwar, anti-Maoist operations expert, joining us on the phone line. Brigadier B.K. Ponwar, how are you looking at the biggest attack, Naxalite attack in the last 2 years that has left 9 people, brave hearts, dead?
Well, all I can say is that it was a very sad incident that the Naxalites caught our Jawans on the return journey. Probably the guard was down and they have managed an ID activation. Preparation takes about 2-3 people, but activation can be done by one man. He's sitting about 50 yards away from the road with a battery and a wire. And as he sees the vehicles returning from an operation, all he has to do is join the wire to the battery and the current is executed and the blast goes off. The command ID. And probably, I presume that the road clearance and ROP was not done for reasons best known to them. But it is a sad incident. The Jawans are doing so well. And I would say the continuation of this operation of establishing new posts all over the Abu Jumad area must go with great vigor. Time has come to completely fishnet, a big fisherman's fishnet, like they have knots at every 10 to 5 inches. It should be knots, posts at every 10 to 12 kilometers. And this fishnet should be spread all over Abu Jumad, which is being done. But we may have to speed it up, because if we have to sort the situation out by March 2026, we've got to speed up the thing, and there's enough force available in Chhattisgarh and continuous cordon and search operations, night and day. Clear the whole area of all these hoodlums who think that they're going to put a red flag here and there. The time has come for them, for a mass psychological warfare on them, that listen, death awaits you in your further indulgence in Naxalism. Death awaits you in your further participation in Naxalism. That has to get into their minds, and it has got into so many of them that they have surrendered and their commanders have run away, the leader has run away to the Philippines, and this kind of cordon and search operation we have got to carry on. We should not forget our basic rules of ROPs, clearance of areas, dominating areas, establishing posts on higher heights when a convoy is going back. So we carry on. This is part of warfare. We have ding-dong. The battle goes on. It's only about nine brave hearts have lost their lives. We have had situations when I was there, 50 killed, 56 killed, 25 killed. All mine-protecting vehicles were blown up. They had 31 odd killed. So it is a warlike situation. And especially in the last flicker, this is the last flicker of the Naxalites. They will strike us. They will strike the guerrilla. The guerrilla will strike at the weakest point of the security forces. The moment they find that there is some weak point available, they will strike like they have done now.
Truly what you're saying, Brigadier Ponwar, makes sense, that we have to fight them out and we have to ensure that there's fear that's instilled into their minds. The political parties have spoken up and said soon Naxalism will no longer be in the state. I want to get a sense from you about how this can be achieved.
I have just mentioned that all the blank areas, by blank areas I mean where the writ of Government of India does not rule in some places, in Abu Jumad area, in this Sukma and places bordering Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra and Jharkhand and these places. So the security forces must get themselves dotted with posts. More posts should come within mutual support distance. Mutual support distance is just about 8 to 10 kilometers. If something happens, security forces should be able to move QRTs or larger forces from 3 or 4 directions to the place of the incident. First and foremost, also, we have to make sure by our various means of neutralizing the IED before it blasts. Because when it blasts, this is what happens. Had we spotted the IED, had we spotted the wire going from the left and right of the road, had we spotted activity of the Naxalites in that road access from where we have to return, the fellow would have been found out and IED would not have blasted. However, they got away with it. The Naxalites are now, like I said, in a flicker, they want to do a major damage against the security forces, because the security forces and all the Chhattisgarh police are doing a wonderful job of bringing an end to this kind of a smogel which has taken place in the state right from 2000 onwards. So this is it. Carry on. This is a war going on, a counterinsurgency campaign. It's a complete campaign. I was there for 18 years. The situation was very, very bad. Now the situation is moving towards a resolution, and that resolution will have these last kind of tit-bits taking place. So we have to be careful. Not only careful, we have to be alert and be proactive in our operation and be on the move most of the time.
All right. Thank you, sir, for giving us those details. Fingers crossed that's exactly what happens in this war, like you mentioned, with Maoists. And some national news in brief now. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar held talks with US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan today, broadly reviewing the trajectory of India-US global strategic partnership in the last 4 years under the Biden administration. Sullivan is on a visit to India 2 weeks ahead of Donald Trump's inauguration as the 47th President of the United States. One of the most significant measures initiated to expand the bilateral ties was the US-India initiative on critical and emerging technology. The Madhya Pradesh High Court today granted 6 weeks to the state government to act on the Union Carbide factory waste disposal as per the safety guidelines. It also directed the media not to give incorrect news on the issue of the waste disposal. The waste packed in 12 sealed containers was shifted from Bhopal to the disposal site at Pithampur in Dhar district on 2nd of Jan. The High Court's division bench has granted time to the state government after AG there sought time to take to the public of Pithampur into confidence and dispel fears from their mind. There is high drama that unfolded at the Telangana Anti-Corruption Bureau office today after BRS working president KT Ramarao was summoned in connection with the ongoing investigation into the Formula E race case. Was denied the company of his lawyer, prompting him to submit his statement outside the office. Ramarao reached the ACB headquarters shortly after 10 a.m. and was barred from entering the premises by the police, who objected to the presence of his lawyer.
The FIR that has been lodged against me by the Anti-Corruption Bureau is frivolous, is an abuse of process of law, and is a travesty of justice. And extensive arguments have been made by both sides, both ACB and my side also, on 31st of December. Now the judgment is reserved. I do not know why the ACB had to call me within a week when the matter is very much pending with the Honorable High Court.
In a tragic incident, Suraj Chandrasekhar, the prime accused in the murder of journalist in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, has been arrested from Hyderabad by a SIT team today. The accused, a contractor by profession, was absconding since the murder of journalist Mukesh Chandrakar came to light on 3rd of Jan. The SIT constituted to conduct the probe into the murder case rounded up Suresh from Hyderabad late Sunday night. In a tragic incident, 2 women pilgrims on their way to the temple in Tirupati district lost their lives after a 108 ambulance lost control and ran over them. The accident also injured 3 other pilgrims who are hospitalized. The cause of the accident is yet to be ascertained. And a multi-story building which has been declared unsafe collapsed in Sector 17 today. After the collapse around 7:15 a.m., the area was cordoned off by the police and a fire tender was pressed into service. The building was earlier declared unsafe by authorities.
पहले हमें सूचना मिली थी 27 तारीख को, तो ये रेंट आउट किया हुआ था, तो इसमें रिनोवेशन का काम चल रहा था। तो उस दिन के इसके 3 पिलर डैमेज हो गए थे, तो उस दिन के बाद ये हमने खाली करा के ना कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दी गई थी। तो आज सुबह 7:15 बजे ये बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स कर गई है।
And scores of AIADMK students' wing members were detained by the police today when they attempted to stage protest in front of the Anna University, demanding justice for a student who's been sexually assaulted on the university campus in December. The protesters made a bid to distribute black bands to students, and public is a part of the support to the affected students and garnered attention. Police detained all of them as they were denied permission to hold the protest. And there's breaking news, viewers, coming in. The HMPV virus detected in Kolkata now. This is the 4th case of HMPV reported from Kolkata. This time it's a 5-month-old infant who arrived from Mumbai, has tested positive. The child was brought to the doctor with symptoms of fever, loose stools and vomiting. Following a viral PCR test, the diagnosis confirmed HMPV due to breathing difficulties. The child has now been placed on respiratory support. Let me go across to Mayuk, my colleague joining us from our Bangla newsroom. Mayuk, give us more details. It seems the 4th case of HMPV has now been found in Kolkata. Any precautions that are in place? What is it that the doctors are saying, and what is it the state government is doing to ensure that it doesn't spread?
Well, first of all, let me tell you, this 5-month-old infant, this infant came from Mumbai with her parents, and right now she is under observation of the doctors. Fever clinics across the state of West Bengal has been reactivated. These fever clinics were specifically built during the COVID times. Right now, these fever clinics have been reactivated, and what we are getting in from our sources, the state government has called all the major major medical colleges and virology units of West Bengal, specifically MR Bangur Hospital, IED, Belagata IED Hospital, and other vaccination centers in West Bengal to immediately get together in the health department headquarters in Kolkata and do a concise reportage on what is the status right now of the beds, what are the status of the fever clinics in West Bengal. So basically right now what we are getting in, after the first case of HMPV virus in Kolkata, the whole medical unit in West Bengal, the government facilities have been reactivated after COVID situation to combat any such incident which might occur, any such situation which might arise. However, categorically, all the top child specialists in West Bengal and the health department authorities have categorically said that it has nothing to do with panic. No one should panic. This is a common respiratory virus which is found in India also. We have to speak to the central government as well as the central virus detection units in India to ascertain whether this is the same Chinese strain that has been found in Kolkata or in other parts of India.
In fact, several times we have seen, Mayuk, that this is found in now 2 states. We're keeping our fingers crossed that there is no spread in the influenza-like illness. Thank you for being with us. Viewers, coming up after a short break, we get to you more details. CAG's findings on Kejriwal's Chief Minister's residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtains, 67 lakhs that are used on marbles. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
Virat Kohli's intensity and drive for perfection have been the defining traits of his career, and even though he's winding down his time in the sport, it still plays a key role in his demeanor. Kohli's ability to score plenty of runs at will has seen him scale heights few can scarcely believe, but his willingness to engage in verbal battles have also held him in good stead. Things were no different in the 2024-25 Border Gavaskar Trophy, even though it really took Kohli a while to get going. Indifferent form may have played a part in that too. He started the series with 100 at birth, which led many to believe that he had rediscovered the form that had so badly deserted him in red ball cricket. But it was a false dawn. Twin failures in Adelaide and Brisbane brought more scrutiny over Kohli's meagre returns with the bat, but while he could not rediscover his form in the ground, he did rediscover the anger and intensity that many associate with him. It started in the Melbourne Test, where he decided to take on a bunch of fans who were heckling him after he was dismissed. The visuals went viral, but Kohli's aggressive showings weren't done. In that same Test match, he took on Australian debutant Sam Constas and even barged into the youngster during the game, which Constas did his best to downplay afterwards. I think the emotions got to the both of us. I didn't quite realize I was doing my glove, then a little shoulder charge, but it happens in cricket. Whatever happens on the field,
I will voice record or note assist, and we can transcribe that and you can use that as the intro to my show.
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI, bring you the latest news in super efficient and a summarized format from across the country only on Republic TV.
At least 8 Jawans have been killed in action in the Bijapur district in Chhattisgarh over an IED blast that struck their vehicle en route. We're tracking this and a lot more for you, but first a quick check at the headlines. Nine Jawans and 1 driver were killed after Maoists blew up their vehicle using an IED explosive in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. Tamil Nadu Governor walks out of assembly, says national anthem insulted. CAG's findings on Kejriwal's chief ministerial residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtains and 67 lakh rupees used on marbles. Three cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. No international travel history reported. Facing leadership challenge, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau might resign as the Prime Minister. India condemns Pakistani airstrike in Afghanistan. Ministry of External Affairs in a statement has said, and I'm quoting it, "It is an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures." Viewers, in a breaking news, a National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met with US's outgoing National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in New Delhi today with discussions on enhancing bilateral, regional security and global cooperations. This comes after the outgoing US NSA Jake Sullivan also came to India for his last round of talks earlier today, in the morning, in fact. And now the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who he had originally come to meet US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, has met Doval in New Delhi. The discussions range on enhancing the bilateral relations between India and the US. Regional and security and global cooperation are also at top of the agenda of what can be seen as the last talks of the outgoing US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan with India's Ajit Doval. Now also, it has been reported that all the conversations between India and the US and all the bilaterals which are left hanging and are ongoing will be concluded during the key meeting happening in the national capital today. Earlier today, the visuals that you can see on the right side of your screen, earlier today, the outgoing US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, also being joined by our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor to get us more on the story. Abhishek, now that the outgoing US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has met Ajit Doval for the last time, what can be expected out of this meeting? Tell us more about this. Abhishek.
Well, you see, there are some big announcements that Jake Sullivan has made. The biggest one of which is that the United States is removing all impediments on operationalization of the India-US civil nuclear deal, which was signed back in 2008, but somehow it never became operational in terms of action on the ground, in terms of its benefits of industrial cooperation and nuclear energy supplies on the ground. And Jake Sullivan there speaking at the IIT Delhi made that big announcement where he said that the US is finalizing regulation that prevented finalizing removal of the regulation which prevented civil nuclear cooperation. Those regulations would go, and that formal paperwork is being put in place in its final stages. That was a significant announcement insofar as the India-US partnership is concerned that Jake Sullivan made. Apart from that, of course, in that address, he mentioned how China was weaponizing interdependencies and that it was time to shift away from China so that it could not indulge in activities like cyber espionage and sabotage of supply chains, or using its grip over supply chains to sabotage international supplies or disrupt them. And that's another big announcement or a statement made by the outgoing U.S. National Security Advisor. I think by way of optics and then diplomacy, optics are very important. United States has made an important point insofar as their priorities are concerned by making New Delhi the last foreign visit and pit stop for Jake Sullivan, the U.S. NSA, just ahead of the taking over of the U.S. government by the incoming Trump administration. So I think he has met the External Affairs Minister earlier. He has met the National Security Advisor, where they had a structured dialogue on the initiative on critical and emerging technologies. In fact, in the context of that, Jake Sullivan mentioned how increasingly you would see India taking the place of key supplier of cutting-edge technology, not just between India and US, but to the rest of the world. Also, an example of which he gave was that in the next few years, 1/4 of all the iPhones made in the world would be made in India. But that's just one of the examples. The tremendous amount of cooperation that's happening in quantum computing, in artificial intelligence, in semiconductor production. I think a very important statement there being made by Jake Sullivan and the outgoing Biden administration by making New Delhi his last visit of the administration.
Right. Right. You're right, Abhishek. And we're also getting in a statement from the outgoing U.S. National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who has spoken on the India-U.S. bilateral relations. Listen in.
First, we started by transforming our bilateral technology partnership. When President Biden came to office, he knew that Make in India and Made in America are not incompatible concepts. In fact, they are complementary. And that's why in 2022, as you've heard, our administration launched the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies with India, ISET. Now, as Ambassador Garcetti laid out, this is not just something that springs into existence by osmosis or by some, magical abstract creation. It's through people. And people in senior positions in government, and people throughout the government, and then throughout the scientific community, the private sector, and beyond. But one person in particular that I would like to recognize is my counterpart, the Indian National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, because it was in part his vision that technology, and particularly advanced technologies of the future, would be a propellant for the U.S.-India relationship in a way that could take our two countries forward, advance our respective interests, protect our respective values, and build a better world for everybody.
Right. Shifting focus to Tamil Nadu, where the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has hit back at Governor R.N. Ravi. M.K. Stalin has said, and I'm quoting him here, the governor's actions in continuously insulting the people of Tamil Nadu, the government elected by them, and the century-old Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly are unbecoming of the position that he holds. That's Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin for you. The visuals that you can see on your screens are from today morning when the Governor R.N. Ravi walked out of the Tamil Nadu Assembly in protest. He also said that walkout was over the alleged insult of the national anthem because it was not played in the Tamil Nadu Assembly despite R.N. Ravi's, the governor's, alleged requests to play the national anthem. Now remember, the DMK hit back at that statement earlier today when they said that The national anthem was not supposed to be played before the address. In fact, as per tradition, it is only played after the address. And now, in the latest, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who you can see on your screens in the assembly from earlier today when R.N. Ravi was walking out of the assembly, M.K. Stalin has hit back at Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi. Now, Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi walked out of the Legislative Assembly today as the Chief Minister and the Speaker snubbed to play the national anthem after the Tamil Thai wallet, and later issued a statement accusing the Chief Minister of disrespecting the national anthem. That was Governor R.N. Ravi's statement. Take a look at this report to know all the details of what unfolded earlier today in the morning in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Take a look.
A political firestorm erupted in Tamil Nadu's Legislative Assembly today.
பேரவைத் தலைவர்களே, தற்போது இந்த ஆண்டிற்கான முதல் கூட்டத்தொடரின் தொடக்கமாக
Governor R.N. Ravi boycotted his annual address ahead of the winter session and left the house. Raj Bhavan, in an official statement, cited that the Chief Minister and the Assembly Speaker cussedly snubbed Governor's request to play the national anthem. After the Governor walked out, Assembly Speaker delivered the address that was to be read by the Governor. Meanwhile, the State Congress Chief said that the Governor was against the people of Tamil Nadu, as he does not accept any resolution from the Assembly.
As a governor against the Tamil Nadu people, against the Tamil Nadu police, every resolution from the Assembly, he won't accept. Only one thing I can say, the 5 Vice Chancellor not appointed, like Anna University.
This is not the first time that the Raj Bhavan and the DMK government sparred over the custom in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Last February, the Governor had refused to deliver the customary address to the Assembly and said that the draft had numerous passages with misleading claims far from the truth. The Raj Bhavan also said that the national anthem must be shown due respect and played both at the beginning and at the end of the Governor's address.
At least 9 Jawans were killed in action after Maoists blew up their vehicle using an IED explosive in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. According to the preliminary information, the blast occurred on the Bedre-Kutru road in Bijapur district when soldiers were returning from an operation. And the soldiers in question here, viewers, are the DRG soldiers. 9 of them have been killed in action. As per sources, we've also gotten to know that the convoy had about 20 Jawans. We also have a report filed by my colleague Bharat on the same story. Take a look at this.
कि जो पूरा तारडिम्बल का जंगल दिख रहा है कि देख सकते हैं, ये पूरा फॉरेस्ट इलाका है, इंद्रावती के कोर इलाके हैं। इस इलाके पे ही आप समझ सकते हैं कुछ दूरी पे ही किस तरीके से माओवादियों ने प्रेशर आईडी लगाया था। 3 जिलों के जवान थे, संयुक्त ऑपरेशन के लिए निकले थे। उनकी ऑपरेशन ख़त्म करके उनकी वापसी हो रही थी। जब वापसी हो रही थी तो पिकअप में बैठ के वो सवार थे। उसी दरमियान जब वापसी के वक्त प्रेशर आईडी की चपेट में वो आ जाते हैं। चपेट में जब आते हैं तो वाहन उड़ जाता है। उड़ने के बाद परकच्चे हो जाते हैं। 9 जवानों की शहादत जो है वो हो जाती है। मैं आपको दिखाने की पूरी कोशिश करता हूँ। इस वक्त देखिए ये देखिए पगडंडी आपको नज़र आ रहा होगा। ये पगडंडी को देख के आप अंदाज़ा लगाया जा सकता है। इससे कुछ दूरी पे देखिए वो झाड़ आपको नज़र आ रहा होगा, जहाँ पे उससे 50 मीटर की दूरी पे ही माओवादियों ने प्रेशर आईडी लगाया था, जिसके जद में आने से 9 जवानों की शहादत हो गई है। इस पूरे विषय को लेके पुलिस के जो आला अधिकारी हैं वो भी बता रहे हैं कि किस तरीके की जो प्लानिंग है माओवादियों की थी। बस्तर आईजी ने भी स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि किस तरीके से 3 जिलों के जवान माओवादियों से लोहा लेने के लिए, नक्सलियों से लोहा लेने के लिए ऐसे घने जंगलों पे वो सर्चिंग के लिए निकलते हैं। ये देखिएगा, ये तारडिम्बल आपको नज़र आ रहा होगा। ये देखिए, कैमरामैन थोड़ा नज़दीक आइएगा और इस पूरे इलाके को दिखाइएगा। आगे जाने से हमें मना किया जा रहा है क्योंकि आगे जो घोर जंगल है और वही जंगल है, यहाँ से कुछ दूरी पे ही माओवादियों ने प्रेशर आईडी लगाया। जहाँ के जो परकच्चे हैं वो उड़ गए, वहाँ पुलिस की आमद है, पुलिस की मौजूदगी है। ऐसे में आप समझ सकते हैं कि कितनी बड़ी हादसा को माओवादियों ने अंजाम दिया है।
The IED blast was so powerful that the roof of the vehicle was blown off. An alert was immediately sounded in the surrounding areas and a rescue operation was launched to save the injured personnel and to provide treatment to them. Listen in to some reactions, including from the Deputy Chief Minister Chhattisgarh and the former Chief Minister Raman Singh from Chhattisgarh. In fact, also the IG of the state. Take a look.
2-3 दिनों से जिला बीजापुर, नारायणपुर और दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाके में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। इस अभियान में टोटल अब तक 5 माओवादी की डेड बॉडी रिकवर की गई थी। हमारे एक जवान मुठभेड़ में उनका शहादत भी हुआ। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्टू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास माओवादी द्वारा लाए गए एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट में आने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई, तो उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत हो गई। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुँच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 लोग इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे। और विस्तृत जानकारी जैसा घटनास्थल का इंस्पेक्शन के बाद फिर और भी जैसा फील्ड से जो जानकारी है उसी के पश्चात हम बता पाएगा।
बीजापुर से ये एक नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत की जानकारी आई है। सभी नौजवानों के प्रति मैं अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। ये नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत है। जिस प्रकार से सुरक्षा बल के जवान अंदर घुसकर नक्सल मुक्त करने की दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, ये हताशा में, निराशा में की गई कार्रवाई है। इन जवानों की शहादत जाया नहीं जाएगी और बहुत जल्दी छत्तीसगढ़ बस्तर नक्सल मुक्त होगा।
ये नक्सल जब इनके खिलाफ बड़े ऑपरेशन चलते हैं, वो कायराना हरकत पे उतारू आते हैं और ब्लास्ट करके जवानों को करीब जो अभी तक की जानकारी आ रही है कि हमारे 10 जवान शहीद हुए हैं। वो निश्चित रूप से इस पूरे घटना में हम अपनी दुख व्यक्त करते हैं। उनके परिवार को इस तकलीफ को सहने की इच्छा शक्ति दे भगवान। और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ जो गंभीर कदम सरकार उठा रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार, गृह मंत्री विजय जी और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और दोनों सरकारें, तो इस कदम को और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। इससे इस घटना कायरतापूर्ण घटना से सरकार डरने वाली या झुकने वाली नहीं है। कठोरता से इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
CAG's findings on Kejriwal's chief ministerial residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtains and 67 lakh rupees spent on marbles. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Well, I think that's absurd to sentence the President of the United States, or soon to be President of the United States, for a case in which he never even charged what the underlying felony is that he supposedly was furthering.
Night mode on Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra lets you capture stunning photos and videos even in the darkest settings. By reducing noise and enhancing details, it ensures that every shot is sharp, vibrant and beautifully balanced. Say goodbye to blurry, washed out night shots and hello to vivid, optimized imagery that truly brings your nighttime moments to life. Ready to experience the magic of nightography? Let's go!
PM Modi today inaugurated new Jammu Railway Division, Charlapalli new terminal station in Telangana and laid the foundation stone for the Rayagada Railway Division building of East Coast Railway. The BJP's Kalkaji candidate Ramesh Bidhuri today courted yet another controversy after objectifying Priyanka Gandhi Vadra yesterday, this time getting personal with Delhi Chief Minister Atishi. Bidhuri claimed Atishi changed her father by changing her surname from Marlena to Singh. Now politics has intensified over his statements after the Congress condemned the derogatory remarks back-to-back fired on women leaders.
मुझे लगता है रमेश बिधूरी जी चुनाव लड़ने से पहले ही हार चुके हैं। इस तरह की भाषा का किसी भी तरह, चाहे वो कांग्रेस की नेता हो, आम आदमी चाहे भाजपा की हो, कल रमेश बिधूरी जी हो सकता है कि भाजपा की अपनी ही किसी महिला, जो क्योंकि उनको बहुत सी महिलाएं भाजपा के अंदर ही नाराज हो चुकी हैं कि भाषा इस तरह की हुई तो हम महिलाएं भाजपा मोर्चा वाली उनके साथ नहीं चल पाएंगे। हो सकता है गुस्सा आके कल रमेश बिधूरी जी पलटकर भाजपा महिला मोर्चा महिलाओं के ही लिए अब तीसरी बार कुछ कह दे। सो ये बिल्कुल निचले स्तर की राजनीति है और मुझे लगता है हमें मुद्दों पे बात करनी चाहिए।
Thousands of villagers from Adavathur, Vayalur and Somara Samapetai villages in Trichy blocked the road and held a protest to stop merging their villages with the Trichy Corporation. BRS MLC K. Kavitha took a dig at Chief Minister Revant Reddy government for filing illegal cases against those who raised their voices on behalf of the people. Kavitha alleged that the government is acting vengefully against BRS working president K.T. Rama Rao with false cases. She reaffirmed that their fight for the rights of the people will continue relentlessly. As we come to the end of this newsreel, let's record and summarize with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin lashed out at State Governor R.N. Ravi for leaving the assembly without delivering his customary address, calling it childish and charged the latter with continuously insulting the people of the state and the government appointed by them. Responding to Ravi walking out of the house and refraining from delivering his address to the MLAs on the first day of the year's assembly session, Stalin said the governor had skipped some portions and added some in his address in the previous years. There you have it, the precise reading of the news in a simpler format using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. We will be back with the headlines in a few minutes.
His inspiring generosity reminds us all of our capacity and our obligation to stand up to the abuse of power and to be guardians of democracy and all people yearning to be free.
For the final time as President, I have the honor of bestowing the Medal of Freedom on our nation's highest civilian honor on a group of extraordinary, truly extraordinary people who gave their sacred effort to shape the culture and the cause of America. As cultural icons, dignified statesmen, humanitarians, rock stars, sports stars, you feed the hungry, you give hope to those who are hurting, and you craft the signs and sounds, our movements and our memories. You know, it's amazing. Your innovation, you inspire, you bring healing and joy to so many lives, otherwise wouldn't be touched.
$76.5 billion to India's economy by 2028. Get your notes in just a few taps, even as you multitask. Note Assist, powered by Galaxy AI, transcribes recordings and organizes them into notes, producing super useful summaries. So record and summarize with Note Assist. Galaxy AI is here.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get you the news summarized with Note Assist using Samsung Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. IED blast in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. 9 Jawans killed in action as Maoists target their vehicle. CAG's findings on Kejriwal's chief ministerial residence reports rupees 96 lakh used on curtains and 67 lakh rupees used on marbles. 4 cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru, Ahmedabad and Kolkata. No international travel history reported. India condemns Pakistani airstrike in Afghanistan, says it is an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures. That was the news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day. A fresh case of HMP virus has been detected in Gujarat, where a 2-month-old infant is undergoing treatment. This comes shortly after at least 2 more HMPV cases were reported in Bengaluru earlier today. The Health Ministry has assured that the surveillance systems will remain robust and there will be no unusual surge in influenza-like illness or severe acute respiratory infection cases across the country, reinforcing confidence in the nation's health monitoring mechanisms. Now, of the 3 cases, all 3 are of infants. In Bengaluru, a 3-month-old infant and an 8-month-old infant were traced with the HMPV virus. In fact, one of those infants has now recovered and is out of the hospital. One more case came earlier today from Gujarat's Ahmedabad. We also have reactions from Gundu Rao, the Health Minister of Karnataka. Take a listen.
This is not something that is new, and as far as we know, even the people who, the child also who in Baptist Hospital who had the HMPV symptoms were also very normal. Tomorrow, I think most probably will be discharged. They'll be discharged. So let us see. I mean, we should not press the panic button or create any confusion. And I'm having a meeting now with our officers because I've told them to also have a further discussion with ICMR and Government of India and see anything new is there. And as far as this goes, these are regular kind of symptoms and no fatalities and no serious health. So far, I would say this is not a serious public health issue.
He took up a meeting with the department, and whatever decision he takes, the government will implement it, and the government will take all precautionary measures to implement and to prevent the disease.
Viewers, At least 4 cases of HMPV virus have been reported in India, 2 of which were reported in Bengaluru. The first ones that were reported of 2 infants, one a 3-month-old infant and the other an 8-month-old infant. Thankfully, one of those infants is out of the hospital and has recovered. In fact, we just heard the Health Minister of Karnataka, who has said that there is no need to panic. 1 case has been reported from Gujarat and at least 1 more. The latest one was reported in Kolkata. Tracking the top story of the hour, at least 9 Jawans were killed in action after Maoists blew up their vehicle using an IED explosive in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. According to preliminary information, the blast occurred on the Bedre-Kutru road in Bijapur district when soldiers were returning from an operation. Now, as per sources, we know that there were at least 20 DRG Jawans travelling in the convoy that was struck. An SUV, a Scorpio SUV carrying Jawans, was struck again. These are the different visuals from the site of the IED blast, where at least 9 Jawans have been killed in action. There were also arms and ammunition that was recovered from the site of the IED blast in heavy numbers. An SUV, a Scorpio carrying Jawans, DRG Jawans, was targeted by Maoists in Chhattisgarh at afternoon today. In fact, there were statements that came out from the Deputy Chief Minister Chhattisgarh, Arun Sao, who said that this will be avenged in full action. Listen in to all the reactions that are pouring in, including from the Deputy Chief Minister Arun Sao, the former Chief Minister Raman Singh, and in fact also the IG Chhattisgarh. Listen in.
2-3 दिनों से जिला बीजापुर, नारायणपुर, दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाके में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। इस अभियान में टोटल अब तक 5 माओवादियों की डेड बॉडी रिकवर की गई थी। हमारे एक जवान मुठभेड़ में उनका शहादत भी हुआ। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्टू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास माओवादी द्वारा लाए गए एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट में आने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गई थी। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई थी। उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत हो गई। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुँच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे। और विस्तृत जानकारी जैसा घटनास्थल का इंस्पेक्शन के बाद फिर और भी जैसा फील्ड से जो जानकारी है उसी के पश्चात हम बता पाएगा।
बीजापुर से ये एक नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत की जानकारी आई है। सभी नौजवानों के प्रति मैं अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। ये नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत है। जिस प्रकार से सुरक्षा बल के जवान अंदर घुसकर नक्सल मुक्त करने की दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, ये हताशा में, निराशा में की गई कार्रवाई है। इन जवानों की शहादत जाया नहीं जाएगी और बहुत जल्दी छत्तीसगढ़, बस्तर नक्सल मुक्त होगा।
ये नक्सल जब इनके खिलाफ बड़े ऑपरेशन चलते हैं, वो कायराना हरकत पे उतारू आते हैं और ब्लास्ट करके जवानों को करीब जो अभी तक की जानकारी आ रही है कि हमारे 10 जवान शहीद हुए हैं। वो निश्चित रूप से इस पूरे घटना में हम अपनी दुख व्यक्त करते हैं। उनके परिवार को इस तकलीफ को सहने की इच्छा शक्ति दे भगवान। और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ जो गंभीर कदम सरकार उठा रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार, गृह मंत्री विजय जी और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और दोनों सरकारें, तो इस कदम को और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। इससे इस घटना का कायरतापूर्ण घटना से सरकार डरने वाली या झुकने वाली नहीं है। कठोरता से इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
बहुत ही
शर्मनाक घटना है। मैं इस घटना में मारे गए हमारे जवानों को, उनकी शहादत को सर झुका के नमन करता हूं। ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनकी पुण्य आत्मा को अपने चरणों में स्थान दे और हिंसा का कोई स्थान नहीं होना चाहिए। मैं समझता हूं कि ये जो घटना हुई है इसका भारत सरकार और हमारी जो एजेंसियां हैं, जो गृह मंत्रालय के अधीन आती हैं, वो इसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब दें।
Viewers, in a big breaking news, the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deosai has also given his statement on the IED blast that claimed the lives of 8 security personnel. Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh has tweeted, and I'm quoting him here, that the news of the soldiers being killed in action along with the driver in an IED blast carried out by Maoists in Kutru of Bijapur district is extremely saddening. He also extended his condolences to the families of the soldiers who've been killed in action. He said, and I'm quoting him here again, "I pray to God for peace to the souls of the soldiers who were killed in action and to provide strength to the bereaved families of the 8 soldiers and the driver who were killed in an IED blast today afternoon in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district." The Chief Minister also said that the Maoists are frustrated with the ongoing Maoist eradication campaign in Bastar and are perpetrating cowardly attacks of frustration. He also confirmed that the soldiers being killed in action will not go in vain. Shifting focus to news from Bharat in just 5 minutes. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar held talks with US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan today, broadly reviewing the trajectory of India-US global strategic partnership in the last 4 years under the Biden administration. Sullivan is on a visit to India 2 weeks ahead of Donald Trump's inauguration as the 47th president of the US. One of the most significant measures initiated to expand the bilateral ties was that US and India initiative on critical and emerging technology. The Madhya Pradesh High Court today granted 6 weeks to the state government to act on the Union Carbide factory waste disposal as per the safety guidelines. It also directed the media not to give incorrect news or information on the issue of the waste disposal. The waste, packed in 12 sealed containers, was shifted from Bhopal to the disposal site at Pithampur in Dhar district on the 2nd of January. The High Court's division bench, comprising Chief Justice S.K. Kaith and Justice Vivek Jain, granted time to the state government after Advocate General Prashant Singh sought it to take the public of Pithampur into confidence and dispel fear from their minds before taking up the waste disposal. High drama unfolded at the Telangana Anti-Corruption Bureau office today after BRS working president K.T. Rama Rao, who was summoned in connection with the ongoing investigation into Formula E race case, was denied the company of his advocate, prompting him to submit his statement outside the office. Rama Rao reached the Anti-Corruption Bureau headquarters shortly after 10 a.m. today and was barred from entering the premises by the police, who objected to the presence of his advocate.
The FIR that has been lodged against me by the Anti-Corruption Bureau is frivolous, is an abuse of process of law, and is a travesty of justice. And extensive arguments have been made by both sides, both ACB and my side also, on 31st of December. Now the judgment is reserved. I do not know why the ACB had to call me within a week when the matter is very much pending with the Honorable High Court.
Suresh Chandrakar, the prime accused in the murder of a journalist in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, has been arrested from Hyderabad by a special investigation team today. The accused, who is a contractor by profession, was absconding since the murder of journalist Mukesh Chandrakar came to light on the 3rd of January. The special investigation team constituted to conduct the probe into the murder case rounded up Suresh Chandrakar from Hyderabad late on Sunday night. Inspector General of Police has said that. In a tragic incident, 2 women pilgrims on their way to the temple in Tirupati district lost their lives after a 108 ambulance lost control and ran over them. The accident also injured 3 other pilgrims who are currently hospitalized for treatment. The cause of the accident is yet to be ascertained and the investigation has been launched pertaining to the accident. A multi-story building which had been declared unsafe collapsed in Sector 17 in Chandigarh today. After the collapse around 7:15 a.m., the area was cordoned off by the police and fire tender was pressed into service. The building was earlier declared unsafe by authorities.
मिली थी 27 तारीख को, तो ये रेंट आउट किया हुआ था, तो इसमें रिनोवेशन का काम चल रहा था। तो उस दिन के इसके 3 पिलर डैमेज हो गए थे, तो उस दिन के बाद ये हमने खाली करा के ना कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दी गई थी। तो आज सुबह 7:15 बजे ये बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स कर गई है।
Scores of AIADMK students as wing members were detained by the police today when they attempted to stage a protest in front of Anna University in Chennai, demanding justice for a student who was sexually assaulted on the university campus in December last year. The protesters made a bid to distribute black bands to the students and public as a mark of support to the affected students and to garner the attention of the state government to arrest the real perpetrator. Police, however, detained all of them as they were denied permission to hold the protest. Viewers, time to slip into a short break, but after the break, CAG's findings on Kejriwal's chief ministerial residence reports 96 lakh rupees spent on curtains and 67 lakh rupees used on marbles. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
artificial intelligence has changed the way we do things. And so much more is in the offing.
Republic is proud to announce a game-changing partnership with Samsung, because with Samsung, Galaxy AI is here.
From our news anchors to reporters to network staff, we will be using Samsung devices, Galaxy Z series and Galaxy S series, powered by Galaxy AI, every day behind the scenes to bring you the news.
Faster, simpler, with more productivity, efficiency and creativity.
Republic and Samsung together unfold a new world of possibilities. It's going to be an epic adventure together. Viewers, in a big breaking news coming in, we have learned that the US is likely to remove India from its entity list. United States and India will also boost the civil nuclear cooperation amongst each other. In fact, US and India will operationalize the civil nuclear deal, which has been left hanging since 2008. Now, what is the entity list? The entity list is a US government compilation where they deem any country a national security concern. Listen in to US's outgoing national security advisor, Jake Sullivan.
Me to another historic step in the journey. Although former President Bush and former Prime Minister Singh laid out a vision of civil nuclear cooperation nearly 20 years ago, we have yet to fully realize it. But as we work to build clean energy technologies, to enable growth in artificial intelligence, and to help US and Indian energy companies unlock their innovation potential, the Biden administration has determined that it is past time to take the next major step in cementing this partnership. So today I can announce that the United States is now finalizing the necessary steps to remove long-standing regulations that have prevented civil nuclear cooperation between India's leading nuclear entities and US companies. The formal paperwork will be done soon, but this will be an opportunity to turn the page on some of the frictions of the past and create opportunities for entities that have been on restricted lists in the United States to come off those lists and enter into deep collaboration with the United States, with our private sector, with our scientists and technologists to move civil nuclear cooperation forward together. This is a statement of confidence in the progress we've made and the progress we will continue to make as strategic partners and as countries who share a commitment to peaceful nuclear cooperation. It's also the result of India's open and transparent engagement with our administration over the course of 4 years, which has enabled us to open this new chapter together.
Also being joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, on the phone line to get us more on the story. Abhishek, big revelations right there. The US is likely to remove India from the entity list. In fact, they have also called for boosting the civil nuclear cooperation between India and the US. Tell us more about these remarks that the outgoing NSA Jake Sullivan has made in the national capital earlier today. Abhishek.
Well, you see, Sullivan was speaking at the Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi, and he was addressing academia and techies from the IIT world and, of course, the diplomatic corps and the media. And there he made this comment. It's a significant comment coming in from the US National Security Advisor. He sort of began by the fact that 2008, with much effort by both the sides, the civil nuclear deal was signed. Yet it has not fructified on the ground. It has not translated into much activity when it comes to moving in the direction of making nuclear energy easily available at affordable rates across India and rest of the world. Because remember, this is about integrating India with the larger global nuclear trade. And United States at that time had amended many of its laws to make India eligible, but somehow the last mile work in terms of deregulating at the end of the US did not happen. Remember, this was signed when George W. Bush was the president of the Republican Party as a Republican administration. And since then, we have had three Democrat administrations, 2 terms of Barack Obama and 1 of Joe Biden. And then, of course, in between one of Trump, and yet it was not somehow operationalized. Now he said that U.S. is in stages of operationalizing the indigenous nuclear civil nuclear deal with all the deregulation taking place in some time.
Right. That was a senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast, Abhishek. Now, the outgoing US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has said that India might be taken off the US's entity list. Now, the list bans countries and, in fact, conglomerates which the US sees as a national threat. Moving on, it's time to take a short break, but on the other side of the break, we will be tracking the likely resignation of the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, where calls inside and outside of his party for his resignation have grown. We'll track what has gotten him to the exit door. This and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Well, I think that's absurd to sentence the President of the United States or soon to be President of the United States for a case in which he never even charged what the underlying felony is that he supposedly was furthering.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get you the news summarized with note assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. IED blast in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. 9 Jawans are martyred as Maoists target their vehicle. CAG's findings on Kejriwal Chief Minister's residence reports viewers staggeringly 96 lakh rupees on curtains, 67 lakhs that are used on marble. 3 cases of HMPV reports in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. No international travel history. And India condemns Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan, says it's an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures. That was the news summarized with note assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day. And viewers, our top focus. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau expected to resign, finally, possibly, as the leader of the Liberal Party this week amid internal party dissent and low public opinion ratings, according to a media report. The 2 newspapers citing sources say it's unclear when exactly Trudeau, who has been Canada's Prime Minister since 2015, will step down, but a resignation is expected to come before a national caucus meeting on Wednesday. The source who spoke recently to the Prime Minister also said that Trudeau realizes he needs to make a statement before he meets the Liberal caucus, so it doesn't look like he was forced out by his own MPs. Now, they're unsure about what the Liberal Party's national executive plans to do so and replace Trudeau as leader are going to be, but it's unclear whether he's going to leave immediately or stay on as Prime Minister until a new leader is selected. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Niranjan. Niranjan, this is extremely welcome news for India, but we need to get a sense of what exactly the strategy that is being planned is, as Trudeau, who's given out one flop after the other, even when it comes to Canada's own housing policies or Canada's own internal crisis brewing. He couldn't see the line. What seems to be the way ahead for Trudeau, who seems to be possibly resigning soon?
Well, before that, I just have a little bit of a breaking news update that I'd like to give in. If I can go across to that breaking news now coming in rhythm. This is, just before Canada begins its day. It's a Monday. And it's a fantastic Monday, especially for the opposition in Canada. Let me go across to that breaking first up. Because Justin Trudeau's staffers, the PMO, that is the outgoing Canadian PMO, staffers who work for Justin Trudeau are going to meet today. That's the breaking news update that I wanted to get in right now. The first breaking news update we're getting in from the media in Canada and from the different media outlets reporting on the imminent ouster of Justin Trudeau, that the PMO staffers are meeting as Trudeau's announcement looms. It's only a question of when. It's not a question of if he will resign, it's a question of when he will resign, and in all likelihood he's going to resign today. Justin Trudeau could resign as early as today, and we are hearing that staffers in his office will meet today to chart out their path. And his chief of staff, I repeat, Trudeau's chief of staff, will also convey that they do not see a path forward in the absence of support from the caucus, which means Justin Trudeau's PMO also believes there is no way forward for Justin Trudeau. They believe there is no support. He has lost out support. A key ally of his called Jagmeet Singh of the NDP, pro-Khalistani. We've seen Jagmeet Singh of the NDP, was literally the lifeline for Justin Trudeau, which was why Justin Trudeau bent backwards to accommodate and openly back the farmers' protests, even in New Delhi. But this is a big setback for him because Jagmeet Singh has also just towards the last week of December, he has announced that he will bring in a no-confidence motion against Justin Trudeau. And the kind of opposition that he's been facing in the last few months. And I want to record that because pictures don't lie. And what happens in the Canadian Parliament, it's available in the internet, right? It's all over the media. We all have access to the global media, the global wires. And I want to show you some of the pictures before going across to the former High Commissioner of India who served in Canada. Vikas Swarup will be joining us live. But before that, if I can show the pictures, if I can show you the pictures first up, one by one, right? At one point of time, India had been close to Justin Trudeau. We rolled out the red carpet at one point for him, but in the last few engagements, even our Prime Minister was least interested, right? Even the Prime Minister had snubbed Justin Trudeau. He had snubbed Justin Trudeau at the G20 summit, so much so that it was so obvious that Joe Biden was trying to pull the Prime Minister close to Justin Trudeau just so that the Prime Minister would, even give him that 1 second of attention. It was actually 1 second of attention that Justin Trudeau got from Prime Minister Modi during the G20 summit. Look at that. That's how awkward it was, right? Joe Biden had to literally hold his hand and make him look to the left and force Prime Minister Modi. Joe Biden pulled Justin Trudeau with his right hand, put his left hand over the shoulder of Prime Minister Modi, and he literally, tried to coerce a hi hello at the G20 summit. That's how awkward it got between the two countries. And of course, he's not popular. Forget about India. He's not popular in Canada. He's so unpopular that pictures will tell you, right? If I can play out the different images, these are pictures and videos of how people are abusing Justin Trudeau, across Canada. Wherever he goes, he's confronted by people. People ask him awkward questions. They abuse him. They tell him he's pretty useless as a leader, and it's about time for him to leave office. See, look at him. That's another day of Justin Trudeau being humiliated in public. Look at him. There's a woman, in fact, in this video, which is being circulated on social media. That's Justin Trudeau enjoying Christmas break. And then she puts out her hand to shake his hand. And then she abuses him, right? That is Justin Trudeau. That's his popularity. That he's so popular that wherever he goes, he gets abused, right? And I'll tell you why he's so unpopular. Let's show you the other pictures, right? The other pictures of why he's so unpopular in Canada. These are pictures of how he gave a free run to the Khalistanis, so much so that they attacked Indians. They entered Indian temples and attacked Indian temples. This was a Brampton temple attack when Khalistani supporters, whose biggest backer was Justin Trudeau, let them do that. And then there was so much of an international backlash that that was finally the final nail in Trudeau's coffin, because he was isolated. After that, he was forced to admit that yes, this was wrong, and they had crossed the line. And there are more pictures. In fact, if I can show you why he's unpopular, images through the Trudeau regime in Canada and how bad it's been. Garbage on the streets of Canada, right? Their economy is in shambles. That's the biggest talking point on how the middle class and different people in the Canadian society are unable to make ends meet. They can't make ends meet in Canada. Our prices have hit the roof. And Justin Trudeau, as a Prime Minister in the last 10 years, has been unable to bring his country to any semblance of a decent economy, let alone being the G20, right? Let me show you other pictures, Rhythm. And these are pictures of how Nihang Sikhs were seen carrying swords on the streets of Canada. They were given a free run. These Khalistanis, Nihang Sikhs and Khalistanis, I'm not clubbing the both. There are Nihang Sikhs in India as well, but Nihang Sikhs were seen carrying swords, so he was criticized for that as well. Let me show you some more pictures. And recently, and one of the most visible aspects of, the rebellion towards Justin Trudeau's regime came towards the convoy movement or the truckers movement. Canadian truckers held a protest over vaccination norms, about how Justin Trudeau refused to hear them out, right? And these are images of what has happened under Justin Trudeau in the last few years. I would say in the last 3 to 4 years especially, and when he crossed that line with India again and again and again. Okay, let me go across now to Vikas Swarup, Ambassador Vikas Swarup. He's been the High Commissioner of India to Canada. Good evening, Mr. Swarup. And as we get these pictures in from over the years, you've been a close observer of the going-ons in Calcutta, in Canada. What do you make of the support that he has lost out on? Was it seen coming? Mr. Swarup.
Yes, I'm not surprised at all by these reports that Justin Trudeau is about to resign. It was, as you yourself mentioned, not a question of if, but when. And the end has come sooner than we expected. I think it was triggered mainly by the resignation of Chrystia Freeland, his finance minister, who refused to go along with his scheme to, dole out millions in freebies at a time when Trump is threatening 25% tariffs on Canada. And I think that was the last straw. And since then, the caucuses in the Atlantic provinces, in Quebec, and in Ontario have rebelled. And as a result, out of the 153 Liberal MPs in Parliament, he has lost support of 131 of them. And that is why the writing was on the wall. And I think he has seen the writing and he has decided to put in his papers.
Yeah. Mr. Swarup.
I, in fact, want to also get in and ask you a question here. Not only has he done this, I don't even want to go into only what he's done with the Khalistanis, but even when it came to Canada's own housing policies, when it came to his own MPs of his own party, I don't think Justice Trudeau understood the troubles that were brewing for him. There were jitters in the Canadian economy, which he didn't see. There were jobs and housing crisis in Canada, which he didn't look at. So his troubles only became bigger, also with the illegal migration crisis. As a former diplomat, the way Justin Trudeau, I first want to get a sense on the way he behaved with our Indian ambassadors and how he summoned them and how he actually put them up in a fake case and said that they are being suspected as the main accused.
Well, that was certainly unprecedented. I don't think ever in the annals of diplomacy an ambassador to a foreign country has been declared a person of interest and then has been expelled. Our former ambassador there, Sanjay Kumar Verma, now has the, dubious distinction of being the first Indian diplomat to be declared persona non grata, which I think was totally uncalled for. There was no question of any Indian diplomat being engaged in any illegal activity on foreign soil. So this was certainly, I think, he was again playing to the gallery and trying to ramp up the pressure on India and trying to ramp up the image of India as a country which is, creating problems in Canada. And all this was, of course, done to protect China, which was really the main country contributing to foreign interference in Canada. He wanted to show that China is not the problem, India is the problem. But as you rightly said, this was just a series of blunders that has been contributing to his downfall. The cost of living crisis, most Canadians are now unable to even afford a housing. Then because of unchecked immigration, the cost of housing became unaffordable, especially because you took in so many international students, took in so many asylum seekers. As a result of that, the cost of housing became unaffordable for most Canadians. And, combined with that, the fact that the Canadian economy itself was sort of losing steam. Canada has among the lowest productivity among OECD countries. All that, I think, has contributed to create the scenario where it was just not tenable for Trudeau to continue any longer as the Prime Minister.
Yeah. Mr. Swaroop, over the years, the India-Canada relationship has eroded. Like my colleague Rhythm just mentioned, it's unprecedented, the levels to which our diplomats were brought down to. For the first time, unprecedented moves being made to accuse not just our diplomats, but the Indian government on the whole of plotting a terrorist attack, which very ironically, they had to go back on, saying that they made a mistake, they crossed a line, and they admitted their own failures in that investigation. But even before that, trying to meddle with India, trying to back the farmers' protest, and trying to back issues like the Khalistani protests, openly harboring Khalistani elements. Now, these are issues I'm sure during your tenure in Canada, you may have raised these issues, you may have discussed these issues. How did Canada take this? How did Trudeau take these issues from India? How did he deal with them indifferently in your view?
Well, look, the Khalistan issue is an issue that has been ongoing not just in recent years, but since actually 1985, when Air India Kanishka, as you know, was blown up on the 23rd of June. And we all know how botched the investigation was. People were still not held to account, even though 329 people lost their lives, and many of them were Canadians of Indian origin. But because they were brown-skinned, it probably didn't matter to them as much as it would have been if they were white Canadians who had lost their lives. So since then, the Khalistan issue has been an ongoing issue between India and Canada. It was at a low ebb. When I, for instance, joined as the Indian High Commissioner to Canada in 2017, it was at a low ebb. And we thought we can do good business with Justin Trudeau, who has just come in as the new leader of the Liberal Party. He was the Prime Minister. And we thought we could, do good business with him because, Canadian investment in India was rising. Canadian pension funds were very upbeat on India. They were investing more than $50 billion in India at that particular point in time.
Yes.
And then, as we know, we had the visit by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to India. We all thought that that would be a visit which would help solidify and cement a bilateral relationship. But unfortunately, we all know what happened during that visit and how we got blamed for the presence of a Khalistani militant at a reception that was hosted by the Canadian High Commissioner to India. And, they blamed us. And I think it was from that point onwards that the relationship started going downhill. And of course, it reached its absolute rock bottom with the expulsion of our ambassador.
Mr. Swaroop, one question here. Over the past year, several high-profile Canadian Liberal Party MPs, including Sean Casey, Ken McDonald, have criticized him. In fact, there was rumors of 20 MPs actually signing a pledge demanding his resignation. Do you think, to solve this domestic crisis that was brewing, he made allegations against India to deflect attention?
No. I think we are overestimating the role of India in Canadian political affairs. I do not think India was a political issue in Canada. It is really a combination of what has happened domestically and the Trump factor. I mean, let's not forget, 76% of Canada's trade is with the United States. $2.5 billion of goods travels the Canada-USA border every day. Every day. That's the extent of the engagement between Canada and the United States. So with Trump coming in, and Trump, as you know, has shown scant regard for Trudeau. He has always criticized him, he has mocked him, he has called him Governor Trudeau, almost referring to Canada as the 51st state of America. So I think it was the Trump factor coming in America and the fact that domestically the economy was not doing as well as Trudeau would have wanted it to, the housing crisis, the immigration crisis, and the fact that the Conservatives finally have a leader who can rally a lot of Canadians around him. And that's why at the current moment, Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives are leading the Liberals by more than 30 percentage points. In fact, the Liberals under Trudeau are set to get just 13% of the vote, which will probably relegate it to even the third or the fourth party.
Yeah, relegated to the third or fourth party. That's the last point that I wanted to make with you, Ambassador Swaroop. My last question is, what makes him so unpopular? Because at one point of time he was propped up, and I'm talking about the liberal media, the Western media tried to prop him up as the face of liberalism across the world. You remember how he was such a poster boy? But today, he's hated across Canada. Wherever he goes, people are abusing him. They are, speaking straight to his face, telling him that he messed up as a prime minister. He's unpopular even in the US with the new incoming Trump regime. He's, I'm sure, even though we won't say it, unpopular with the Indian community and the Indian government, right? What makes him so unpopular?
Well, one, of course, is the fact that he has a surprising lack of self-awareness. If you look at, some of the things that he has done in the past, the use of blackface and things like that, it tells you that, he's a politician who was really very self-unaware. And secondly, I think there was a sense of entitlement, that I can get away with whatever. I think Trudeau is the most censured prime minister in the history of Canada, in terms of the number of ethics investigations into his conduct and the number of times that he has been rapped on the knuckles for, accepting gifts and freebies and things like that. But more than that, eventually it was the economy. Once the economy started decelerating and, the cost of living started biting Canadians, where even I felt it when I went to Canada since the time that I was in Canada. So the fact that, there was a real cost of living crisis, there was a housing crisis, there was an immigration crisis, and that the Conservatives finally had a leader, who could rally a majority of Canadians around him. I think all these, proved to be Trudeau's undoing. And then let's also not forget, globally, if you see, there is a hunger for change. In Canada, generally, leaders have a honeymoon period of maximum of 8 years. Even Trudeau's father got 8 years. Brian Mulroney got 8 years. So, Trudeau had also reached his sell-by date. He had reached his expiry date. It was just that he was not willing to acknowledge that until he was forced to acknowledge that I have reached my expiry date and I have to quit now.
Absolutely. Mr. Swaroop, as Niranjan and I thank you for being with us. It was an absolute pleasure getting a first-hand sense from you as a diplomat as to what really led to the complete downfall of Justin Trudeau. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up after a short break, viewers, IED blast in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. 9 Jawans martyred as Maoists target their vehicle.
जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे रुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। तो अगर बिहार में बदलाव चाहिए तो आपको, हमको, सबको खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। आज मुख्यमंत्री से मिलने के लिए 20 दिन से बच्चे टाइम मांग रहे हैं। उनके पास 5 मिनट समय नहीं है कि इन बच्चों से 5 मिनट के लिए मिल ले। कैसे झुकेगी 4 दिन में? जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा? जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। चाहे उसके साथ जितना अन्याय हो जाए, वो खड़ी नहीं होगी। अपने लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी, अपने बच्चों के लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी। जब चुनाव आएगा तो लोग फिर जातियों में बढ़ जाएंगे, फिर धर्म के नाम पर वोट दे देंगे। इसीलिए लोग जनता की चिंता नहीं कर रहे हैं। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। जब तक बिहार के लोग जगेंगे नहीं, तब तक सुधार होगा नहीं। और लोगों को ये समझना होगा कि जन बल के आगे कोई बल नहीं है, लेकिन जन बल तब होगा ना जब आप घर से बाहर निकलिएगा, अपने और अपने बच्चों के लिए खड़े होइएगा, वरना 5 साल बाद।
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI, bring you the latest news in a super efficient and summarized format from across the country, only on Republic TV.
And viewers, if you're wondering what the weather in your city is today, here's the weather update brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by Galaxy AI.
Virat Kohli's intensity and drive for perfection have been the defining traits of his career, and even though he's winding down his time in the sport, it still plays a key role in his demeanor. Kohli's ability to score plenty of runs at will has seen him scale heights few can scarcely believe, but his willingness to engage in verbal battles have also held him in good stead. Things were no different in the 2024-25 Border Gavaskar Trophy, even though it really took Kohli a while to get going. Indifferent form may have played a part in that too. He started the series with 100 at Perth, which led many to believe that he had rediscovered the form that had so badly deserted him in red ball cricket. But it was a false dawn. Twin failures in Adelaide and Brisbane brought more scrutiny over Kohli's meagre returns with the bat, but while he could not rediscover his form in the ground, he did rediscover the anger and intensity that many associate with him. It started in the Melbourne Test, where he decided to take on a bunch of fans who were heckling him after he was dismissed. The visuals went viral, but Kohli's aggressive showings weren't done. In that same Test match, he took on Australian debutant Sam Constas and even barged into the youngster during the game. which Constas did his best to downplay afterwards. I think the emotions got to the both of us. I didn't quite realize I was doing my glove, then a little shoulder charge, but it happens in cricket. Whatever happens on the field, stays on the field, Constas said. However, Kohli was charged with breaching level 1 of the ICC Code of Conduct and accepted the sanctions proposed by match referee Andy Pycroft at the end of that day. He was also fined 20% of his match fee, a punishment which many saw as insufficient. But it did not stop there. Kohli was once again front and center.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
CRPF vehicle that was targeted by Maoists in Chhattisgarh. 9 of our Jawans were martyred in that attack. We'll get you all the details at 6 p.m. as the Chhattisgarh government has said that the sacrifice of our forces will not go in vain. Don't forget to tune in. Good evening and thank you for tuning in. I'm Suesha Sawant and you join us on Republic TV. Let's get you the news summarized with notices using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. IED blasted Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. 9 Jawans martyred as Maoists target their vehicle. CAG's findings on Kejriwal. CM residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtains, 67 lakh rupees on marble. Three cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. No international travel history. India condemns Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan, says it is an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures. And well, that was the news summarized with notices using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start with our big story of the day. And yes, Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi, who alleged disrespect to the national anthem and the constitution and walked out of the state assembly without reading his customary address on the first day of the winter session. Reacting to Ravi's walkout, Stalin said that governor had made it his custom to violate the constitutional practice of reading out the government's address. Tamil Nadu Governor appealed to Chief Minister and Speaker to sing the national anthem. However, they refused, is what was alleged. Look at these pictures of how this angered Tamil Nadu Governor, who staged a walkout. In fact, we also put out details of the statement that was later released by the Raj Bhavan, where the Raj Bhavan had said that only state song was sung on the arrival of governor to the house, and that is brazen respect to the constitution and national anthem by DMK. Raj Bhavan also alleging brazen refusal to play the national anthem in the house. In fact, this evoked several reactions after the Raj Bhavan claimed that there was a brazen refusal to play the national anthem in the house and only state-sung song was played on the arrival of the governor to the house. DMK put out a strong response. It said that the governor must explain his intent in leaving the house without reading the full speech, and that ensued into a war of words. And we now get you the political reactions that came in after what had happened on the floor of the House, where both the BJP and Congress have put out their opinion. Listen in.
Excellency Governor, against the Tamil Nadu people, against the Tamil Nadu police, every resolution from the assembly, he won't accept. He want to bring the three language. He want to bring the new education policy. The Tamil Nadu people against that. How can we allow?
The DMK government's hostile reaction to singing the national anthem only reflects and exposes the DMK's disrespect to our constitution creators like Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar ji, and our national anthem.
And the DMK government is failure to sing the national anthem in the assembly. So this is totally violating the constitution of India. DMK is always believes like this anti-national and anti-constitutional.
Moving on, as the BJP has claimed that a CAG report raised 139 questions related to former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's previous Flagstaff Road residence and exposed his black deeds. The Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that there is a deliberate attempt to defame Kejriwal. In fact, the entire details on your screens of the kind of expenditure that was made on the CM Palace, 96 lakh rupees that was spent, where 6 silk carpets costed 16 lakh rupees, kitchen equipment 39 lakhs, marble walls costing 66 lakhs, floor tiles to the tune of 14 lakh rupees, a TV console that costed nearly 20 lakh rupees, gym gear of more than 18 lakh rupees, and a mini bar of more than 18 lakh rupees is what was stated in the CAG report. In fact, the BJP has sharpened its attack, alleging corruption, that the bungalow was reconstructed without the permission of the Delhi Urban Arts Commission and the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. The Congress, in the meanwhile, has said that the CM Palace is a clear proof of corruption of the Aam Aadmi Party. Listen in.
सीएजी की जो रिपोर्ट है वो 2022 तक की है, जिसमें उस रिपोर्ट में खुद सीएजी ने 139 क्वेश्चन लगाए हैं कि ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई कैसे, इसकी परमिशन क्यों नहीं है, किसी भी विभाग ने, सरकारी विभाग ने इसको बनाने की परमिशन नहीं दी है, तो फिर ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हुई कैसे।
शीश महल या मुख्यमंत्री निवास, जो भी आप इसको शब्द इस्तेमाल कर लीजिए, अपने में ये दिल्ली में जो पिछले 10 साल में हुआ भ्रष्टाचार है उसका ये सबसे बड़ा, हो सकता है कीमत के हिसाब से सबसे बड़ा नमूना ना हो, लेकिन वो इस तरह के भ्रष्टाचार का सबसे बड़ा नमूना बन के आता है।
एक ही रट्टा दिन रात इन लोग लगाए हुए हैं। वो मुख्यमंत्री का आवास था, जो मुख्यमंत्री होगा उसमें रहेगा। और जो व्यक्ति एक दिन में 3-3 बार कपड़े बदलता है, फैशन डिजाइनर फेल है उसके आगे। नरेंद्र मोदी की पार्टी के लोग हमें सिखाएंगे कैसे रहना है, कैसे नहीं रहना है।
Moving on, a court in Bangladesh that has issued a second arrest warrant against Bangladesh's deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. The second arrest warrant against Hasina is related to cases of enforced disappearances of over 500 individuals during her 15 years tenure as Prime Minister. Earlier, an arrest was also issued against the 77-year-old leader on charges of crimes against humanity. Getting you all the details in this report.
A Bangladesh court today issued a second arrest warrant for former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who is in exile in India. This comes after Bangladesh's International Crimes Tribunal in October last year issued an arrest warrant against Hasina and some top Awami League leaders in connection with alleged crimes against humanity during the recent mass student movement. The 77-year-old leader, ousted in August following a student-led revolution, was already facing charges of crimes against humanity. The latest warrant pertains to enforced disappearances, with over 500 individuals reportedly abducted by security forces and held in secret facilities during her 15-year rule. Bangladesh formally requested Hasina's extradition from India on December 23rd via note for bail, but didn't receive a proper response. Over 230 people were killed in Bangladesh in the incidents of violence that erupted across the country following the fall of the Hasina government. The death toll rose to 600 since the massive protest by students against the controversial quota system in government jobs, which first started in mid-July. As Bangladesh continues to issue arrest warrants against Hasina, India has declined to comment further on the issue.
And while Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is reportedly facing mounting pressure to resign as internal party revolt and leadership challenges intensify, with his government in minority and falling short of numbers to survive another trust vote in Parliament, Trudeau faces growing dissent within the Liberal Party. Reports suggest party caucuses are pushing for his exit, signalling potential leadership changes amid the political turbulence. Listen in.
So, the names of both individuals and entities, as well as crypto wallets, have been shared by the RCMP with financial institutions, and accounts have been frozen, and more accounts will be frozen. Crowdfunding platforms and payment service providers have started the registration process with FinTrack.
Yeah, I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go. Right now, Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. I hear it everywhere I go. People cannot find a home that they can afford. They can't buy their groceries. And on top of that, we have Trump threatening tariffs of 25%, which put hundreds and thousands.
We cut across to more breaking news coming in. As many as 47 security personnel were killed and more than 30 others were injured in the Baloch Liberation Army's Fidain unit. In a statement that BLA spokesperson Jian Baloch had said that the attack took place in the Behman area, which is located some 8 kilometers from Turbat city, at around 5:45 p.m. He said that the target was a convoy of 13 vehicles, including 5 buses
and 7 military vehicles heading from Karachi to the Frontier Corps headquarters in Turbat. Let me cut across to Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, as we stay with those pictures. Abhishek, what had happened in Turbat? And also take us through the details of the claims made by the Baloch Liberation Army.
Well, you see, this is part of an ongoing battle between the Baloches, the Baloch insurgents, and of course the Pakistani state. The Balochis believe that Pakistani state is a rentier state. It's a scavenging state. It's a state which is taking up the Baloch resources and siphoning them off to essentially Punjab. And it's been a long-standing insurgency. We have seen almost the last 6 months of military confrontation from both the sides. And in this latest suicide bombing in Turbat, a Pakistani convoy was targeted, and reports suggest that 47 of Pakistani soldiers have perished in this attack. This comes days after the Pakistani Taliban targeted military outpost in South Waziristan in the neighboring Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, and there the Pakistani army lost 16 of its soldiers, following which it carried out airstrikes deep inside Afghanistan. So essentially twin insurgencies there along the western parts of Pakistan, bordering Afghanistan and Iran. Up north it is of course the Pashtun insurgency led by Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and in Balochistan there is the Baloch Liberation Army leading its war against Pakistan. So I think this is really building up, and we have not heard the last of it. In the case of Balochistan, there is a clear targeting of the China-Pakistan nexus also, because of which Chinese have slowed down all their investments in the China-Pakistan economic corridor. Remember, just 2 months back there was a similar attack right there inside Gwadar port, and then also, though of course it was repulsed by the Pakistani forces, the fact remains that it's an insurgency hit province now, and the Pakistanis are really struggling to keep the writ of the state running in the province. And in fact, like the standoff panning out between Taliban government in Kabul and Islamabad on the issue of Pakistani Taliban in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Similarly, in the case of the Baloch insurgency, we had a standoff panning out between Pakistan and Iran. In fact, an airstrike was carried out by the Pakistanis on the Iranian side of the border also. And this is a clear case of escalation now, because if Pakistani army wants to continue the facade of being the sole arbiter of who really controls the levers of power, then obviously they will have to be seen as doing something about it. So like they carried out those airstrikes strongly protested by Afghanistan, so perhaps they might retaliate in this case. Of course, these are their own people, so how they were going to retaliate with airstrikes would be interesting to see. But remember, today only India has come out with a statement saying that you cannot be targeting civilians and putting the onus on neighbors like Pakistan does every time it faces terror, which it has itself to blame for. So I think this Turbat attack is the latest in the ongoing insurgency, and between Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan, we have not heard the last of these kind of attacks on the Pakistani military, on the Pakistani state in general and Pakistani defense forces in particular.
In fact, Abhishek, the Baloch army has taken pride in this mission. They have lauded their intelligence. They've also spoken about the increasing torture against innocent Balochis and how so many have been forced to disappear. A full-fledged statement that has been released by the BLA.
Well, yes. So the disappearances is a huge issue there in Pakistan, and it is not limited to Balochistan. In fact, the Pakistani deep state is known to carry out disappearances or abductions, and then people just simply vanish for a time or forever. In the case of Balochistan, led by the Buktis and the Maris, this insurgency has seen so many of their leaders just vanish, and we have in the Maram Baloch a leader who has shaped up over the last year and a half who has really become the face of the Baloch insurgency because her own brother has been missing for almost 2 years now. And in fact, that was the trigger for the latest round of a spike in Baloch insurgency in much of Balochistan. In fact, right up to Karachi, where Chinese assets have been targeted, right up to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where Chinese assets have been targeted because the China-Pakistan economic corridor is essentially seen as an exploitative mechanism by the Baloches and the Pashtuns.
Abhishek, many thanks for getting us those latest details. We'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break. All right, not too sure if we will slip into a break right now, given the details that continue to come on this story. In fact, we just took you through the details of the statement that have been made by the Baloch Liberation Army. While they have taken pride in this mission, they have also lauded their intelligence, saying that this attack is a clear message that the land of Balochistan will never be safe for the occupying state. I'm also being told Mr. Alok Bansal is with us on the phone line. Mr. Bansal, what do you make of this attack on the Pak army, given how they are cornered, not just by the Balochis, but also how Afghanistan has retaliated? India has also come down heavily as far as Pakistan carrying out those atrocities against Afghanistan is concerned. All right, not sure if Mr. Bansal is still with us. We have to slip into a short break. We'll be back on the other side with the latest. Also get you details of the IED blast in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, where 9 Jawans were martyred. Maoist targeted a CRPF vehicle.
Artificial intelligence has changed the way we do things, and so much more is in the offing. The Republic Media Network is very, very proud to announce this game-changing partnership with Samsung. Because with Samsung, the Galaxy AI is here. From our news anchors to our reporters to Republic Network staff, we will all be using Samsung devices. We are excited about the new Galaxy Z series and the Galaxy S series, both powered by Galaxy AI. And we will be using these phones on screen and behind the scenes daily to bring you the news first. My experience in using the Samsung devices shows that it makes us deliver the news much faster. It helps us deliver the news quicker and simpler, with more productivity, efficiency and creativity. Republic and Samsung together will unfold a new world of possibilities. It's going to be an epic adventure together. The Galaxy AI is here.
IED blast in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. 9 Jawans martyred as Maoists target their vehicle. CAG's findings on Kejriwal Chief Minister residence reports 96 lakhs on curtain, 67 lakhs on marble. 3 cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. No international travel history. Tamil Nadu Governor walks out of assembly, says national anthem insulted. Chief Minister Stalin hits back, says R.N. Ravi insulting people of the state. And India condemns Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan, says it's an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures. Viewers, 9 Jawans were killed in action after Maoists blew up their vehicles using an IED explosive in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. According to the preliminary information, the blast occurred on the Bedre-Kutru road in Bijapur district when soldiers were returning from an operation. And there's breaking news that's coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has now offered condolences to the Jawans who were killed in the line of duty in Bijapur. The Home Minister has said it's impossible to express this grief in words, but I assure you that the sacrifice of our soldiers will not go in vain. We will end Naxalism from the land of India by March 2026. Big statement coming in from the Home Minister. Union Home Minister Amit Shah says we're going to fight to end Naxalism from the land of India, and it will end by March 2026. This happens after the Chhattisgarh IED blast. Amit Shah assures strict action, expresses grief for the sacrifice of the soldiers. Let's also now, viewers, listen into the other reactions coming in.
2-3 दिनों से जिला बीजापुर, नारायणपुर, दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाके में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। इस अभियान में टोटल अब तक 5 माओवादियों की डेड बॉडी रिकवर की गई थी। हमारे एक जवान मुठभेड़ में उनका शहादत भी हुआ। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्टू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास माओवादी द्वारा लाए गए एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट में आने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गई थी। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई थी। उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत हो गई। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुँच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे। और विस्तृत जानकारी जैसा घटनास्थल का इंस्पेक्शन के बाद फिर और भी जैसा फील्ड से जो जानकारी है उसी के पश्चात हम बता पाएगा।
And viewers, as we're getting in that reaction, remember the IED blast was so powerful that the roof of the vehicle was blown off. Immediately an alert was sounded off, and that's why the big breaking news once again coming in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah offers condolences to Jawans who were killed in the line of duty. He makes a big statement and an assurance for Chhattisgarh and India, where he says the sacrifice of our soldiers will not go in vain. Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, asserts we are going to end Naxalism from the land of India by March 2026. Big statement from Union Home Minister. We'll also get in reactions that are coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh and other such reactions. Listen in to some of them.
बीजापुर से ये एक नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत की जानकारी आई है। सभी नौजवानों के प्रति मैं अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। ये नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत है। जिस प्रकार से सुरक्षा बल के जवान अंदर घुसकर नक्सल मुक्त करने की दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, ये हताशा में निराशा में की गई कार्रवाई है। इन जवानों की शहादत जाया नहीं जाएगी और बहुत जल्दी छत्तीसगढ़ बस्तर नक्सल मुक्त हो।
ये नक्सल जब इनके खिलाफ बड़े ऑपरेशन चलते हैं, वो कायराना हरकत पे उतारू आते हैं और ब्लास्ट करके जवानों को करीब जो अभी तक की जानकारी आ रही है कि हमारे 10 जवान शहीद हुए हैं। वो निश्चित रूप से इस पूरे घटना में हम अपनी दुख व्यक्त करते हैं। उनके परिवार को इस तकलीफ को सहने की इच्छा शक्ति दे भगवान। और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ जो गंभीर कदम सरकार उठा रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार, गृह मंत्री विजय जी और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और दोनों सरकारें, तो इस कदम को और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। इससे इस घटना का कायरतापूर्ण
taken cognizance of the situation and will share their report shortly with us. The country data for respiratory viruses available with Indian Council for Medical Research, ICMR, and the Integrated Disease Surveillance Program has also been reviewed, and no surge in any of the common respiratory viral pathogens is observed in India. Joint Monitoring Group meeting was held under the chairmanship of Director General for Health Services on 4th of January 2025 to review the situation. The health systems and surveillance networks of the country remain vigilant, ensuring the country is ready to respond promptly to any emerging health challenges. There is no reason to worry. We are closely monitoring the situation.
We're getting JP Nadda speaking on the state of the HMVP viruses and not to panic, urging people not to panic. Everyone is taking care of anything. JP Nadda, also the Joint Monitoring Group meet held on HMVP measures taken is giving out a briefing.
किया है कि यह वायरस कोई नया वायरस नहीं है। इसकी पहचान सबसे पहले वर्ष 2001 में हुई थी और कई वर्षों से ये विश्व भर में फैल रहा है। HMPV वायरस एक ऐसा वायरस है जो हवा के जरिए सांस लेते समय एक दूसरे में फैलता है। यह सभी आयु वर्ग के लोगों में संक्रमण का कारण भी बनता है। यह विशेष रूप से सर्दी और बसंत के मौसम के शुरुआती महीनों में अधिक देखा जाता है। चीन में जो HMPV वायरस के मामले पर हाल ही में आई रिपोर्ट्स पर स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने इंडियन काउंसिल फॉर मेडिकल रिसर्च के साथ और नेशनल सेंटर फॉर डिजीज कंट्रोल के साथ और वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ चीन सहित पड़ोसी देशों में स्थिति पर कड़ी निगरानी रखे हुए है। WHO ने भी स्थिति का संज्ञान लिया है और जल्द ही वो भी अपनी रिपोर्ट साझा करेंगे हमसे। ICMR, इंडियन काउंसिल फॉर मेडिकल रिसर्च और इंटीग्रेटेड डिजीज सर्विलेंस प्रोग्राम IDSP के साथ उपलब्ध सांस संबंधित वायरस के देशव्यापी डेटा को भी समीक्षा की जा रही है और भारत में किसी भी कॉमन रेस्पिरेटरी वायरल पैथोजन में किसी भी प्रकार की वृद्धि नहीं देखी गई है। में जॉइंट मॉनिटरिंग ग्रुप की बैठक 4 जनवरी को आयोजित की गई थी और स्थिति का जायजा लिया गया है। देश के हेल्थ सिस्टम्स और सर्विलेंस नेटवर्क्स किसी भी उभरते हुए हेल्थ चैलेंज के प्रति क्विक रिस्पांस देने के लिए सक्षम है और तैयार है। हम स्थिति का क्लोज मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं, हम स्थिति का बहुत नज़दीकी से जायजा ले रहे हैं और हम ये कह सकते हैं कि हमें चिंता का कोई कारण नहीं होना चाहिए। स्वास्थ्य विभाग इन सारी बातों पर नजर रखे हुए हैं।
Health Minister briefing on the HMPV breakout, saying there's nothing to worry about. Measures are being put in place. The central government says there is nothing to worry. We're going to come up after a short break with more news on how India is condemning Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan, says it's an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures.
in the newsroom, it is not that simple to summarize a story that is breaking. With the Notices feature powered by Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, you can make a long story short and format it into a clear, easy to review summary. Galaxy AI is here.
Viewers, as we come to the end of this news wheel, let's record and summarize with Notices using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin lashed out at State Governor R.N. Ravi for leaving the assembly without delivering his customary address, calling it childish. He charged the latter with continuously insulting the people of the state. Responding to Ravi walking out of the house and refraining from delivering his address to the MLAs on the first day of the year's assembly session, Stalin said the governor had skipped some portions and added some in his address in the previous years. And there you have it, the precise reading of the news in a simpler format using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. We'll be back with the headlines in a few minutes.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
write on the rundown?
But Deepak, it's in Hindi language.
Don't worry, we'll do real-time translation with interpreter.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Virat Kohli's intensity and drive for perfection have been the defining traits of his career, and even though he's winding down his time in the sport, it still plays a key role in his demeanor. Kohli's ability to score plenty of runs at will has seen him scale heights few can scarcely believe, but his willingness to engage in verbal battles have also held him in good stead. Things were no different in the 2024-25 Border Gavaskar Trophy, even though it really took Kohli a while to get going. Indifferent form may have played a part in that too. He started the series with 100 at Perth, which led many to believe that he had rediscovered the form that had so badly deserted him in red ball cricket. But it was a false dawn. Twin failures in Adelaide and Brisbane brought more scrutiny over Kohli's meagre returns with the bat, but while he could not rediscover his form in the ground, he did rediscover the anger and intensity that many associate with him. It started in the Melbourne Test, where he decided to take on a bunch of fans who were heckling him after he was dismissed. The visuals went viral, but Kohli's aggressive showings weren't done. In that same Test match, he took on Australian debutant Sam Constas and even barged into the youngster during the game, which Constas did his best to downplay afterwards. I think the emotions got to the both of us. I didn't quite realize I was doing my glove, then a little shoulder charge, but it happens in cricket. Whatever happens on the field, stays on the field, Constas said. However, Kohli was charged with breaching level 1 of the ICC Code of Conduct and accepted the sanctions proposed by match referee Andy Pycroft at the end of that day. He was also fined 20% of his match fee, a punishment which many saw as insufficient. But it did not stop there. Kohli was once again front and centre of a feud involving Constas, this time in the Sydney Test when he had a verbal exchange with Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah and Constas exchanged words and Bumrah followed that up by dismissing Usman Khawaja. Yet it was Kohli who celebrated the hardest in the face of the Australian opener. Kohli also found himself taking on Australian fans on the final day of the Test series. He mocked the events of the Sandpaper Gate scandal of 2018, referencing the incidents that shook the core of Australian cricket. As of now, there remains uncertainty over Kohli's Test career. But the Indian cricketer, renowned for his intensity, showed that when push comes to shove, he is still unafraid to fight fire with fire.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Is there a major turnaround on the cards in Maharashtra? A family reunion by the end of the month. Tonight, the big political scoop on This Is Exclusive. Hello and welcome you watching the Monday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I come to you with two big stories. The biggest political scoop from the state of Maharashtra. What's really happening with the Pawar family? Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we'll tell you what's really happening within the Pawar family and what are the repercussions of it. And the other big story coming in from Canada, why it's time to say goodbye to Justin Trudeau. All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But first, let's take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Speculation brews in Maharashtra politics. Sources say Sharad Pawar may be eyeing a return to Mahayuti. Facing massive internal dissent and low approval rating, clock ticks for Justin Trudeau. Prime Minister may resign soon. Srinagar parliamentarian joins in on protest against the Omar government. Omar says he better fight for Jammu and Kashmir statehood too. 4 cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru, Ahmedabad and Kolkata. No international travel history. Balochistan group claims attack on Pakistan army in Turbat, releases videos. Is there a major turnaround on the cards in Maharashtra? A frosty relations likely to see a thaw in the coming few days. Tonight, we start with that big political scoop coming in from Maharashtra. 84-year-old Sharad Pawar, the stalwart in Maharashtra politics, perhaps faces the biggest challenge of his political career. In fact, after the massive drubbing that his party faced in the recently concluded state assembly elections, it turns out that this is becoming the biggest survival battle for Sharad Pawar. Will it now be Sharad Pawar bearing the hatchet and joining hands with his nephew, Ajit Pawar? In fact, what we are going to tell you is how it all started. And all of this is now being worked towards perhaps a reunion by the end of the month. That's how quick it could actually be. But now we're going to tell you how the stage has been set, how it all started, who was the first person to make that move, and how exactly are things really happening. On your screens right now, we'll tell you all the key characters who have essentially played a role, starting with Ajit Pawar's mother. On your screens right now, where she said, "Pray that all grievances within the family end." This was the first big statement made by anyone within the Pawar family after the elections. And then you have right now the right-hand man of Ajit Pawar and also an ally of Sharad Pawar for the longest time, Praful Patel, ended up saying that Sharad Pawar is our deity. Let's move on to the other who have essentially made these comments. Jitendra Awad is the other person who's been with Sharad Pawar for a very long time. He says it is the Pawar family matter. A cryptic response really coming in. But now we're going to tell you how things are essentially brewing, how this entire timeline of why Sharad Pawar essentially sees is back to the wall right now. And there is a strong buzz that Sharad Pawar, along with 8 parliamentarians, 14 legislators, could actually switch camp and join Ajit Pawar. So what's really stopping them? Is it because whether at all Sharad Pawar will be able to rehabilitate his daughter, Supriya Sule? But this is what the BJP had to say. BJP legislator and the state president, Chandrasekhar Bawankule, says there is absolutely no objection to Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar's reunion. That is what Chandrasekhar Bawankule had to say, who's again, remember, the right-hand man of Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, who's made this comment just about a few days ago. Now let's go to take you through the breaking news coming in. In fact, a close aide of Ajit Pawar, who spoke to Republic TV a short while back, clearly indicated that there is absolutely nothing wrong if Sharad Pawar decides to join the faction. But it seems that the work is already done. First, listen in to what Tatkade had to say a short while back, indicating when this reunion could actually take place.
In July 2024, when Ajit Dada decided to join hands with BJP and be part of NDA, it was clearly decided that we want to go with NDA for development of Maharashtra. We have joined hands with NDA, and recent results have shown that that was the correct decision. As far as there are reports that Pawar Sahab will join hands with NCP Ajit Dada, if he agrees to join hands with Ajit Dada and he agrees to the decision that the decision of we joining NDA was correct, then we will take a call on that. As far as Praful Bhai's statement is concerned, it is an emotional statement. Praful Bhai has worked very closely with Pawar Sahab for past 30-40 years, and it is but natural that he has certain opinions about Pawar Sahab, and we all have Pawar Sahab at a very high esteem. And as far as family is concerned, I guess there are multiple statements from Pawar family that they think that all families should come together. We welcome that statement. It's a family which they want to unite, and if they say something like that, it is their opinion, and if it happens, we welcome that.
Well, the big breaking news now coming in. This reversal could actually take place within a month's time. What is stopping? One, with regards to what would be the role of Supriya Sule. For a very long time, you've had Sharad Pawar's faction essentially indicating that Sharad Pawar wants Supriya Sule to basically have a position at the center. That's one key demand that has been made. In fact, you've had Praful Patel, who is with Ajit Pawar, a few months ago saying that he was almost 50% on board coming onto with Ajit Pawar, but that did not happen. But that was mainly because as to who exactly will hold the leadership of the party in the state. It turns out that matter is settled. Ajit Pawar, after the victory that he witnessed in the recently concluded elections, is now the undisputable leader of the NCP, something that perhaps even Sharad Pawar has accepted. Now, as far as Supriya Sule is concerned, it turns out that there is a possibility that she could actually be shifted to the center. There is a strong buzz that Sharad Pawar, along with 8 parliamentarians and 14 legislators, could switch sides. Now, that's the strong buzz really coming in. And none other than you have Ajit Pawar's mother making that first indication. It turns out that there have been certain meetings that have taken place in Maharashtra as well as in the national capital with regards to how exactly would that work out. There are political statements that have been made by the Mahavikas Aghadi with regards to these meetings that have actually taken place, indicating that Sharad Pawar is very much with Mahavikas Aghadi. But remember, the entire power play that we are calling it, Pawar's play that has happened many a times in the past, many say that till date, that when Ajit Pawar was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister, along with Devendra Fadnavis as the Chief Minister, many say that Sharad Pawar was actually well aware of what was really happening. Niranjan is joining us on this broadcast. The biggest political scoop really coming in from the state of Maharashtra. It stems, Niranjan, perhaps with that first comment that was made by Ajit Pawar's mother. And now we're being told that there were meetings that took place in Mumbai as well as in the national capital, and some developments taking place in Goa with another political party.
Shravan, from what we're picking up, first of all, it's been a developing story. I mean, you had the timeline of, ever since the results came out. I think it was a matter of time on whether, it was when Sharad Pawar would be joining Ajit Pawar, because look at the messaging that's gone on, that's taken place in the last few days. You've had open backing of Devendra Fadnavis, perhaps an indicator from the Sharad Pawar faction that they are open to joining the NDA with the BJP as the lead party, both in Maharashtra and at the centre. You've had Supriya Sule openly backing Fadnavis. Of course, a lot of people raise questions on that. Strangely, you had the Uddhav Sena mouthpiece, Samna, also praising Fadnavis for his anti-Maoist operations and the visits to Gadchiroli, etc., those regions. And it was on the same subject that Supriya Sule also spoke on record backing Devendra Fadnavis. We are hearing, Shravan, and I think you've picked up the details, that 8 of his MPs could be joining the NDA, which would strengthen the position of the NDA both in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha. Now, apart from that, we hear that the only sticking point right now is a negotiation that is on between Sharad Pawar's party and the centre on the role that Supriya Sule, who is the daughter of Sharad Pawar, the role that she will now play at the centre is the only point that's pending, which is why it's not formal. But going by the indications, it could be this month that Sharad Pawar officially joins NDA. Now, this is what we are hearing from sources. And one more thing, Shravan. You spoke about another party having meetings in Goa. I think you can mention that party. Eknath Shinde has not been completely happy hearing that Eknath Shinde met leaders of the Uddhav Sena faction in Goa. So if Eknath Shinde met Uddhav Sena in Goa, what's cooking? I think we will wait for a few more days. Republic is on top of that story. I have to hide on that story, and we should be able to get you more details. Perhaps in the next few hours, Shravan. Back to you for now.
Well, thank you very much, Niranjan, for getting us that big political scoop. It turns out that the reunion perhaps could take place by the end of the month, if at all some assurance really comes in from the NDA with regards to the rehabilitation of Supriya Sule. Moving on, the other story that we're getting to tonight, what really happens to Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau? He's grappling with a political crisis that may ultimately lead to his resignation. Trudeau could actually resign as soon as this week. He's completely isolated within his own Liberal Party. Trudeau has been accused of making absurd allegations against India to divert attention. In fact, his only position that he has taken over the last few months is about alleged foreign interference in the elections that have taken place in the past in Canada. It turns out that he has witnessed some extremely embarrassing moments in the last few months. In fact, on 16th of December, his Deputy Prime Minister and also the Finance Minister of Canada resigned. This was on a day when the Finance Minister was supposed to tell their legislature with regards to the economic stimulus and economic status of Canada. But the resignation came in at the last time. It turns out that ahead of a big national caucus that is lined up, Justin Trudeau does not find really any support, particularly worried about three major caucuses. One, the Atlantic, Quebec, being the other caucus, and that's where the fear really stems for Justin Trudeau. Many would say that this was actually coming in. Reason being, one, the appeasement politics of Justin Trudeau. Remember, his own ally has actually ditched him. First, take a look at this report, and then we have a big exclusive coming up.
Temples vandalized by Khalistani extremists. Nihang Sikhs seen openly carrying swords. A plummeting approval rate. And an unmanageable economic crisis. The clock is ticking for Justin Trudeau while he battles a double-edged sword. He faces growing dissent from the Conservatives.
9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister's taxes, debt, inflation, and promises. Canadians are hungry. Literally, according to the Bank of Canada, the Food Bank's Canada report, 50% of Canadians say they're worse off than a year ago. 25% are in food insecurity, and a quarter of young adults went to a food bank in 3 months alone this year.
While former ally NDP calls for Trudeau's resignation.
Instead of focusing on these issues, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals are focused on themselves. They're fighting themselves instead of fighting for Canadians. For that reason, today I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go.
Trudeau has run out of options to fall back on. By leaning towards an anti-India narrative, Trudeau may be staring at his last few days in office.
Over the past number of weeks, Canadian security agencies have been actively pursuing credible allegations of a potential link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
Amid growing concern over the rise of Khalistani extremism in Canada, is this the end of Justin Trudeau's 9-year tenure?
Well, in fact, joining us on this broadcast is Rakesh Tiwari, journalist from Canada. Mr. Tiwari, what's really happening within the Liberal Party right now? It seems that no one is willing to even become the interim leader. That's the reason why perhaps this decision of Justin Trudeau to resign is getting delayed.
Let me say this very clearly, that what is happening now, it has been going on since Chrystia Freeland, who was the Deputy Prime Minister, as well as the Finance Minister, when she resigned, when the time for the economic package, a stimulus package she's supposed to deliver on the same day. And she has given the reason for the differences and the Justin Trudeau not having trust in her. So since that time, this was brewing for long, for that. And I will mention one more thing very clearly, that this is not that nobody from the Liberal Party is going to take, are willing to take charge. Of course, there are many faces, but same Chrystia Freeland, she's leading ahead when Justin Trudeau will go out of, or when he's going to resign.
Tiwari, just one quick question before I let you go. We're given to understand that the National Caucus is expected to take place on Wednesday. Are we to expect that perhaps Justin Trudeau actually resigns before that?
Yes, it is expected. Today is Monday, and as Justin Trudeau has said, that he's going to reflect, or he's going to take this time, the holidays time.
We seem to be having a problem with the audio line, but let me just tell you why exactly Justin Trudeau completely finds himself isolated. You've already had President-elect Donald Trump making the statement about 25% tariff that is going to be placed in, and calling him, Justin Trudeau, as the governor of Canada. Now, that was the latest insult perhaps Justin Trudeau faced in the last few days. In fact, he had to fly down to US in Florida for a meeting with the president-elect, and look at what's happening here. On your screens right now, with Prime Minister Modi ignoring Justin Trudeau, this all began with perhaps the bizarre allegations that were leveled by Justin Trudeau, perhaps to only save his image, but that hasn't really gone down well. Second, you have women hurling abuse at Trudeau. This is a clear reflection of the fact that in several of the areas, particularly this video actually comes in from an area which actually sends in several parliamentarians for the Liberal Party. But this is the situation that Justin Trudeau faces in the very place. Let's now take you through the other big issue, the political issue that erupted in Brampton. This was after temples were being attacked and the fact that Khalistanis were given a complete freedom. You've had his ally Jagmeet, who's also known as a Khalistani sympathizer, clearly taking away the support and leaving the Liberal Party in a complete lurch. But this incident, remember, ensured that the relation between India and Canada is sealed forever. Now you have, this is the situation in Canada. One, with rising prices, and secondly, with the several services completely collapsing on the streets of Canada, is a clear reflection of which way Canada is essentially headed towards, particularly given the fact that today you have the highest inflation rates in Canada. Let's now tell you how the Khalistanis were actually given a complete free run, and this was Nihang Sikhs carrying swords on the streets of Ontario. This was something that once again raised the eyebrows about how exactly has Justin Trudeau been dealing with the situation. And finally, the workers, the truckers' strike, that was the nail on the coffin for Justin Trudeau. And this is, remember, once again, a testament of what was happening back in 2022, how things went downhill from thereafter. Well, in fact, this causes a major trouble for Omar Abdullah. Srinagar parliamentarian is now calling for an open rebellion. We get you that story after this short break.
जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे रुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। तो अगर बिहार में बदलाव चाहिए तो आपको, हमको, सबको खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। आज मुख्यमंत्री से मिलने के लिए 20 दिन से बच्चे टाइम मांग रहे हैं। उनके पास 5 मिनट समय नहीं है कि इन बच्चों से 5 मिनट के लिए मिल ले। कैसे झुकेगी 4 दिन में? जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा? जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। चाहे उसके साथ जितना अन्याय हो जाए, वो खड़ी नहीं होगी। अपने लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी, अपने बच्चों के लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी। जब चुनाव आएगा तो लोग फिर जातियों में बढ़ जाएंगे, फिर धर्म के नाम पर वोट दे देंगे। इसीलिए लोग जनता की चिंता नहीं कर रहे हैं। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। जब तक बिहार के लोग जगेंगे नहीं, तब तक सुधार होगा नहीं। और लोगों को ये समझना होगा कि जन बल के आगे कोई बल नहीं है। लेकिन जन बल तब होगा ना जब आप घर से बाहर निकलिएगा, अपने और अपने बच्चों के लिए खड़े होइएगा। वरना 5 साल बैठ के रोते रहिएगा, बच्चों का पेपर लीक होता रहेगा, बच्चों को नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी, पढ़ाई नहीं होगा, रोजगार नहीं होगा, भ्रष्टाचार होगा। और आप उन्हीं नेताओं को बार बार जाति के नाम पर, धर्म के नाम पर, 5 किलो अनाज के नाम पर वोट देते रहिएगा। इससे कभी बाहर नहीं निकल पाइएगा।
बताया 2 करोड़ का वेंटी वैन है, किसी ने कहा 25 लाख रुपया रेंट है। तो हम आपके जरिए बता रहे हैं, भाई वैन ले जाओ, 25 लाख रुपया हमको डेली का दे दो, और उसके साथ में एक बाथरूम करने के लिए कोई जगह भेज देना, टॉयलेट भेज दो, हम उसी का इस्तेमाल कर लेंगे, बस तुम ले जाओ, आप 25 लाख रुपया डेली भेजो। अपोजिशन पार्टी मुझे क्रिटिसाइज कर रही है, मैं 100 बार कह चुका हूं, मुझे उससे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। अपोजिशन पार्टी और हमारा लड़ाई कोई आज का थोड़ी नहीं हो, तो आगे चलता रहेगा। मैं उनको क्रिटिसाइज करता हूं, वो मुझे क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं।
मैं रमेश बिधूरी जी को कहना चाहूँगी, मेरे पिताजी जिंदगी भर शिक्षक रहे। उन्होंने दिल्ली के हज़ारों गरीब लोअर मिडिल क्लास परिवार से आने वाले बच्चों को पढ़ाया। आप चुनाव के लिए इतनी घटिया हरकत करेंगे? कैसे बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति को गालियां देने पे उतर आएंगे? रमेश बिधूरी जी खुद दक्षिणी दिल्ली से 10 साल सांसद रहे। वो बताएं ना कालका जी के लोगों को कि उन्होंने इस इलाके के लोगों के लिए क्या किया।
Stalin's government disrespects national anthem again. Tamil Nadu Governor Arnab Ravi forced to stage walkout. Did the DMK disrespect national anthem? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Welcome back, friends, and thanks for joining us on Republic TV. Let's get you the news summarized with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. IED blast. IED blast in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. 9 Jawans martyred as Maoists target their vehicle. CAG's findings on Kejriwal. Chief Minister residence reports 96 lakh rupees on curtains.
Rupees 67 lakhs used on marbles. 6 cases of HMPV reported in India from Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. No international travel history. India condemns Pakistani air strikes in Afghanistan, says it is an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures. Right, that was the news summarized with note assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Let's start our big story of the day, which is coming in from Telangana and Hyderabad, where the Anti-Corruption Bureau served one more notice to BRS Working President KT Ramarao. ACB asked KTR, or has asked KTR, to again appear before them on 9th of January. Remember, he had been asked to appear today in the morning, and he did go there. There was some ruckus that took place between KTR supporters and the police forces. We are told Aneri joining us live from Hyderabad on this. Aneri, what more can you share? Why was he not questioned today? And if he was questioned today, why has he been asked to come again?
Well, Abhishek, this is in connection with the Formula E case, which we have been seeing that ACB has registered a case against KTR. He is accused number 1 in this case. And now, earlier, the KTR had moved a quash petition in the Telangana High Court. However, we see that the ACB had served notice to KTR to appear before it today. But then KTR was stopped by the police officials, and they had stated that he cannot go along with his lawyers. He has to go alone. But then KTR refused to go alone, and then he submitted a written reply to the ACB officials. But now what we are seeing is that ACB has now once again served notice to BRS Working President, and he has asked to appear on the 9th of January.
All right, KTR to appear again on 9th of January, and he has been asked to appear not with his lawyers. So moving on, a matter of concern, 2 children have tested positive for human metapneumovirus HMPV, and they are currently undergoing treatment, both of them in Bengaluru. Total number of HMPV virus cases mounts to 6. A couple of them coming in from Ahmedabad in Gujarat. There are 2 more cases of HMPV virus now being reported from Chennai. So Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, and now Chennai, 2 each in each of these metro towns of India, down south and in the west. Now, what is interesting is that none of them have any international travel history, and that really confounds, though of course the health administration maintains that this is not something to be unduly worried about. Concerns, of course, because you have to maintain hygiene. As concerns rise over the possible spread, we have confirmation of 3 cases in India. It's 6 in fact now. Health Minister JP Nadda has in fact come out and reassured people that it is not a new virus, urging them not to panic. Listen in to JP Nadda.
Health experts have clarified that HMPV virus is not a new virus. It was first identified in 2001, and it has been circulating in the entire world since many years. HMPV spreads through the air by way of respiration. This can affect persons of all age groups. The virus spreads more during the winter and the early spring months. On recent reports, the cases of HMPV in China, the Health Ministry, the Indian Council for Medical Research, and the National Center for Disease Control are keeping a close watch on the situation in China as well as in the neighboring countries. WHO has taken cognizance of the situation and will share their report shortly with us.
All right, moving on to Chhattisgarh, where sad development, 9 Jawans lost their lives in action as Maoists blew up their vehicle using an IED. In Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, in fact, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has made a big statement following this tragedy, and he has committed to the nation that by 2026, Maoism would be eliminated from the country, and that the sacrifice, supreme sacrifice of these Jawans will not go in vain. And let's listen into the Range IG of Bastar narrating how the incident panned out, and of course the Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh as well, Vijay Sharma.
2-3 दिनों से जिला बीजापुर, नारायणपुर और दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाके में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। इस अभियान में टोटल अब तक 5 माओवादी की डेड बॉडी रिकवर की गई थी। हमारे एक जवान मुठभेड़ में उनका शहादत भी हुआ। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्टू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास माओवादी द्वारा लाए गए एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट में आने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई, तो उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत हो गई। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुँच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 लोग इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे। और विस्तृत जानकारी जैसा घटनास्थल का इंस्पेक्शन के बाद फिर और भी जैसा फील्ड से जो जानकारी है उसी के पश्चात हम बता पाएगा।
बीजापुर से ये एक नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत की जानकारी आई है। सभी नौजवानों के प्रति मैं अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। ये नक्सलियों की कायराना हरकत है। जिस प्रकार से सुरक्षा बल के जवान अंदर घुसकर नक्सल मुक्त करने की दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, ये हताशा में, निराशा में की गई कार्रवाई है। इन जवानों की शहादत जाया नहीं जाएगी और बहुत जल्दी छत्तीसगढ़, बस्तर नक्सल मुक्त होगा।
Right, on that note, a short break. On the other side, Delhi poll politics. Be right back.
Well, I think that's absurd to sentence the President of the United States, or soon to be President of the United States, for a case in which he never even charged what the underlying felony is that he supposedly was furthering.
have a man who just ruled they'd like the trial to start in 21 days or something. And I don't know how you can have a trial that's going on right in the middle of an election. Not fair, not fair. And it's a shame. It's a shame what's happening to our country. This is election interference. Should have been started 3 years ago if they were going to start it at all. And then you wouldn't be quibbling over what week it's going to, in days. They're quibbling over days and hours. They wouldn't be quibbling at all. They never started it. And you know why they didn't start it? Because they didn't know I'd be running. And they didn't know how well I'd do.
Long distance get you down. Now you can get 2x, 3x, 5x or even 10x close-ups with optical or optical quality zoom. It's that easy to zoom into an image or a document or even the sky.
All right, as we come to the end of this news reel, let's record and summarize with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. All right, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is expected to resign as the leader of the Liberal Party this week amid internal party dissent and low public opinion ratings. The sources said they are unsure about what the Liberal Party's national executive plans to do to replace Trudeau as their leader. They also said that it remains unclear whether he will leave immediately as Prime Minister or stay on until a new leader is elected by the Liberal caucus. The party has two options: appoint an interim leader on the recommendation of the National Caucus, which meets on Wednesday, or hold a shortened leadership. All right, there you have it, the precise reading of the news in a simpler format using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. We'll be back with the headlines in a few minutes on the other side of a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
His inspiring generosity reminds us all of our capacity and our obligation to stand up to the abuse of power and to be guardians of democracy and all people yearning to be free.
For the final time as president, I have the honor of bestowing the Medal of Freedom.
Night mode on Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra lets you capture stunning photos and videos even in the darkest settings. By reducing noise and enhancing details, it ensures that every shot is sharp, vibrant, and beautifully balanced. Say goodbye to blurry, washed-out night shots and hello to vivid, optimized imagery that truly brings your nighttime moments to life. Ready to experience the magic of nightography? Let's go!
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
रमेश बिधूरी जी को कहना चाहूँगी, मेरे पिताजी जिंदगी भर शिक्षक रहे। उन्होंने दिल्ली के हजारों गरीब लोअर मिडिल क्लास परिवार से आने वाले बच्चों को पढ़ाया। आप चुनाव के लिए इतनी घटिया हरकत करेंगे? कैसे बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति को गालियां देने पे उतर आएंगे? रमेश बिधूरी जी खुद दक्षिणी दिल्ली से 10 साल सांसद रहे। वो बताएं ना कालका जी के लोगों को कि उन्होंने इस इलाके के लोगों के लिए क्या किया।
सर ने जो टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस की पॉलिसी ली थी उसका क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है। 2 करोड़ रुपए आपके अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर हो चुके हैं।
थैंक यू रोहित। आपने और पॉलिसी बाजार ने इनकी टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लेने में हेल्प नहीं की होती तो पता नहीं मैं ये घर और वेद की पढ़ाई सब अकेले कैसे संभाल पाती।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Hyundai Creta Electric is here. Some would ask, why now? Now, because over 1 million have driven their dreams and millions can't wait to. And we follow a passion forever. Hyundai Creta Electric. Electric is now Creta.
Being the best isn't a choice. It's a commitment. You need to chase it every morning to get it right in one move. Because when it comes to your eyes, only the best can be trusted. ASG Eye Hospital.
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में महाकुंभ 2025 में सनातन पताका लहराने के लिए तैयार है उत्तर प्रदेश। उच्च कोटि के प्रबंधन वाले मानवता के इस अमूर्त धरोहर से साधु संतों के साथ ही कल्पवासी भी पुण्य के भागी बनेंगे। कल्पवास अर्थात 1 माह तक संगम तट पर डेरा डालकर वेदों का अध्ययन और ध्यान पूजा जो पौष मास के 11वें दिन से प्रारंभ होकर माघ माह के 12वें दिन तक चलती है। श्वेत व पीतांबरधारी कल्पवासियों के दर्शन, संगम में डुबकी और पूज्य साधु संतों के आशीर्वाद का पुण्य प्रसाद प्रयागराज महाकुंभ में बंट रहा हो तो चहुं ओर एक ही जयकार गुंजायमान है। सनातन गर्व महाकुंभ पर्व महाकुंभ 2025 प्रयागराज।
जब आपकी भूख नहीं रुकती तो आपका चीज क्यों रुके? अमूल डाइस्ड चीज, द रेडी टू यूज चीज, कहीं भी कभी भी, क्योंकि ये मेरा चीज है।
The greatest tool for transformation is education. And education is Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Man's priority, especially for those who are deprived and backward. The Post-Matric Scholarship Scheme is an initiative that provides opportunity for the higher education to the students from scheduled castes.
If I would not have got this scholarship, then I might not be able to continue my studies.
For the year 2024-25, 245 crore rupees have been allocated for this purpose. The scholarship amount is directly transferred into the students' accounts.
There is no worry about where the fees will come from and how to get books. Our job is to study and succeed.
Under this scheme, 231,000 students have registered and 92 crore rupees have already been disbursed to them.
I am very happy for my parents because they don't have to struggle for my educational expenses.
Not only that, the outstanding amount of 366 crore rupees from 2016 to 2020 has also been paid, so that their dream for a bright future can be fulfilled.
I'm now able to learn artificial intelligence and machine learning, and thank you so much Government of Punjab for providing me this opportunity.
Their confidence comes from the Honorable Chief Minister of Punjab, whose relentless efforts are turning Punjab into Rangla Punjab.
You remember when someone had hit our car? I had got him to pay up for all the damage.
Yeah, so?
If something goes wrong in this guaranteed return share, I will complain to the exchange and get full compensation. See, this is an agreement.
Dad, you know what? Nobody can promise guaranteed high returns in the share market. Such illegal schemes are sheer fraud. The exchange will not give any compensation for these. That agreement is also useless.
इन्वेस्ट कर नेदरलैंड्स बांग्लादेश को खो खो करेगा यूएस में खो खो का ग्रो करेगा
वर्ल्ड गोस खो होल इंडिया उड़ेगा
मलेशिया जर्मनी को टच करेगा इंडिया भी खो खो टू मच करेगा
वर्ल्ड का पहला खो-खो वर्ल्ड कप हो रहा है भारत की मिट्टी पर। जब वर्ल्ड जुड़ेगा तब इंडिया उड़ेगा। The world goes खो।
Imagine your dream car in electric, in an SUV. Presenting Maruti Suzuki's first electric e-Vitara, the SUV e-born.
टिप चाहिए? पैसा लगाना है? तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, चलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा और मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
And there you go, a new way to search is here. Now you can quickly get an answer without leaving your feed. Circle to search with Google using your Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Stalin's government disrespects national anthem again. Tamil Nadu Governor Arnab Ravi forced to stage walkout. Did the DMK disrespect national anthem? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Artificial intelligence has changed the way we do things. And so much more is in the offing.
Republic is proud to announce a game-changing partnership with Samsung. Because with Samsung, Galaxy AI is here. From our news anchors to reporters to network staff, we will be using Samsung devices. Galaxy Z series and Galaxy S series powered by Galaxy AI every day behind the scenes to bring you the news.
Faster, simpler, with more productivity, efficiency, and creativity. Republic and Samsung together unfold a new world of possibilities. It's going to be an epic adventure together.
India rebukes Pakistan over Afghanistan airstrikes. Old habit of Pakistan to blame neighbors. Can Pakistan exist peacefully in South Asia? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The pictures from Tamil Nadu today are of great concern, where the governor walked out of the state assembly. And the pictures on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, are of Governor R.N. Ravi, who refused to deliver his customary address during the first and opening session of the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly. And he staged a walkout, saying that the national anthem has been disrespected. Now, let me tell you what happened here. The session started just before 9:30 in the morning with the recital of the official state song of Tamil Nadu. Now, Raj Bhavan says, and the governor says, that the Constitution of Bharat and the national anthem have been insulted in the Tamil Nadu Assembly today, and that he expected it to be sung in the legislature at the beginning and the end of the governor's address. But because only the state song was sung, the governor felt that the national anthem was insulted and he left. Now, viewers, why is the DMK making it an issue that they will not play the national anthem or sing the national anthem in the Tamil Nadu Assembly in the beginning and end of the governor's address? It is a constitutional duty. Does the DMK's move have a sinister intention? Is this a deliberate attempt at creating some kind of a anti-center, anti-government of India sentiment, anti-nation sentiment under the DMK's watch? Viewers, at the start when I see these pictures, it causes me great sadness, because I cannot imagine situations where state governments have to make not playing a national anthem at a particular time, as it is by rule and convention. If not playing the national anthem is making a point for the DMK and for Stalin, then I want to know what is the point that they are trying to make. Is there an attempt to block the national anthem? Why so? Now, what do the rules say? The rules say quite clearly, and the Ministry of Home Affairs in its guidelines has said, that there has to be strict compliance of the orders related to the national anthem in India. And it has been mentioned that the full version of the national anthem shall be played on the following occasions, one of which is the arrival of the governor or lieutenant governor at formal state functions within the state or union territory, and on his departure from such functions. And this is done as a mark of respect not just to the governor's position but to the constitutional values enshrined around the national anthem. If the DMK is, despite being reminded of its constitutional duty to play and sing the national anthem, if it has refused to do so, then what kind of sentiment is the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin trying to create or support here? This is not the first time that the DMK government has been accused of disrespecting the national anthem. And I want to say this to the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, that you do not respect anyone if you disrespect the national anthem. You cannot create a separate political identity on the basis of blocking the national anthem. Nobody, neither your core or future vote bank, will support you in your attempts to disrespect the national anthem. And I would say so clearly to the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu that if politics has come down to blocking the national anthem for you, then you need to revisit your politics all over again. That is debate number one, viewers. What appears to me to be a deliberate attempt to block the national anthem by the DMK government in Tamil Nadu. Debate number two tonight. The Pakistan-Afghanistan fight and India's strongly worded response to Pakistan as we condemn the airstrike on Afghanistan by Pakistan. The situation is getting very bad there. Debate three tonight. You have a Srinagar MP who's gone out of control and is rebelling against Omar Abdullah. And Omar Abdullah is not being able to control him or call him out. He is creating a new breed of neo-separatism in Jammu and Kashmir, which is very dangerous. That story is our focus tonight. And debate number four this evening is likely going to be on what I think will be the resignation of Justin Trudeau. We have a live breaking on that at 9:15 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the headlines this Monday evening on the Debate Tonight. Rise in hardliners in Jammu and Kashmir.
National Conference MP Aga Rugulla Mehdi, who represents the Srinagar Lok Sabha seat, is the latest in line of leaders to legitimize neo-separatism. He calls tourism in Srinagar a cultural invasion. Omar Abdullah, who is facing a near rebellion for him, must sack him either to control his party, if for nothing else. The week after the Pakistan airstrikes on Afghanistan killed over 40 women and children, India unequivocally condemns the Pakistani strikes, calls it Islamabad's old practice to blame its neighbors for its internal failures. And these visuals causing concern tonight. The Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi walking out of the State Assembly session without delivering his customary address to the House as Chief Minister M.K. Stalin sits back and watches him leave. The Governor complains that the national anthem was not played and was therefore disrespected. And the game is over for Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He's expected to resign anytime now. We have a breaking live on that at 9:20 p.m. tonight, where he could be making the formal announcement of quitting. Ladies and gentlemen, for a second time now, M.K. Stalin and his government has flatly refused to sing the national anthem ahead of the governor's address at the start of the session in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. This is in clear violation of not just the national anthem code, but is complete defiance of the governor's reminder and brazen disrespect, in my view, to the Constitution. Let's debate.
The Tamil Nadu Assembly convened today for the first day of the winter session. As per custom, Governor R.N. Ravi arriving at the Secretariat to deliver his address to the joint session of the Assembly. The session begins at 9:29 a.m. But within 4 minutes, Governor Ravi, seen here, forced to storm out of the session. He's seen exiting the premises at 9:32 a.m. The reason for the governor's walkout in protest. For a second time, the DMK government has refused to play the national anthem ahead of the governor's address. Minutes later, the Raj Bhavan put out a statement. The statement saying that the national anthem was once again insulted in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, reminding the DMK that respecting the national anthem was a fundamental duty. Adding that after the Tamil Nadu state song was sung, the Chief Minister and Speaker refused to sing the national anthem, following which the Governor decided not to be party to such brazen disrespect to the Constitution and the anthem.
Today what happened in today Tamil Nadu Assembly, it is same for us. The DMK government once again proved that they are anti-national. The DMK government proved that always they are anti-constitutional.
As per the national anthem code outlined by the Ministry of Home Affairs, it is part of the protocol to play the national anthem upon the arrival and before the departure of a governor at all formal state events. With absolute defiance of the governor's requests and in complete violation of the national anthem code, the DMK government must answer why the repeated and brazen disrespect to our national anthem.
Uma Anandan is from the BJP. She's joining us from Chennai. Kovai Satyan, AIDMK spokesperson, and C. Rajashekharan, lawyer and founder president of the Voice of Tamil Nadu. Now, Kovai, what do you think about this incident today? We are talking about it. Major talking point nationally, the pictures which we have seen causing great concern, where the governor is forced to leave the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Why is the Speaker and the Chief Minister so keen that the national anthem should not be played? Why this opposition to the national anthem? What is it stemming from?
Good evening, Arnab. Thanks for having me here. A New Year wishes to all your viewers. So whenever the incompetent MK Stalin-led DMK government is under fire, they take asylum in the actions of governor. The governor comes as their savior, and this incident adds to that. What governor insists is a norm that needs to be followed. This was insisted last time as well. What happened today, not only the national anthem was missed in the beginning, wherein the ally of DMK, the Congress and others started blaming governor because he is a chancellor for the Anna University. They started blaming governor for the recent molestation episode that took place, wherein we, the principal opposition, raised that to nail the incompetence of DMK government, failing to take the appropriate action. When these two incidents took place, governor decided to walk out. However, what was not clear is the speaker went and invited the governor a couple of days ago. Whether the Raj Bhavan insisted on playing the national anthem in the beginning was not known. Only after the governor's walkout and the statement by Raj Bhavan, everybody came to know that it was the governor's insistence that it has to be played, which is a norm. Wherein the DMK states that the Tamil anthem was played first, completion of the governor's address, the national anthem will be played. That is the norm in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. So it is a fight between two people whose norms best suited the national interest. However, what has happened is, it has helped DMK to escape from the ongoing fiasco. Who is that, sir? The second person who the DMK is vehemently shielding on the recent molestation event that took place inside Anna University.
But are these not two separate issues? Are these not two separate issues, Kovai?
These are all two separate issues, but unfortunately what has happened is the governor's action has helped DMK to divert the attention from answering from the core issue, for which their own ally has sought a special attention-seeking motion.
Well, let's look at the rule here. The
And
Ministry of Home Affairs in its guidelines, the Ministry of Home Affairs, Mr. Rajshekharan, talks about the strict compliance of orders regarding playing the national anthem. The Ministry of Home Affairs guidelines say clearly that the full version of the national anthem shall be played on occasions such as the arrival of the governor and his departure from some such functions. So it is not arbit, as Kovai makes it out to be. It's not just a convention, it is a rule. And that rule has to be followed. It's not a women fancy of the DMK government whether to follow the rule or not.
Arnab, say, I am not the spokesperson of DMK nor the government of Tamil Nadu. But fact of the matter is, see here, interestingly, two policemen. One is a resigned person, another one is a retired person. Both are literally ensuring that BJP never even gets a single vote in Tamil Nadu by their deeds and by their talks. That's what I understand in the last 10 years of BJP rule in the center. See, if you go by the rule book, you are going to say that BJP government at the center is following all the rules laid before them. But are they following in every state they are ruling?
Are there other ways? Are there other ways to take each other politically on, or what to make a point? If all your politics comes down to I will become popular by refusing to sing the national anthem, that's a very sorry state of your politics.
See, I'll make one thing very clear. I am a proud Tamilian and a patriotic Indian. Nobody has the right to give me certificate for my patriotism. Nobody has the right neither. So let me make things clear. See, being an Indian and a Tamilian, I would love to hear my Tamil Thai Varthu in the assembly. And that has been there for several decades. Not today or yesterday or day before yesterday. It has been for several decades during...
what would have been the problem if the national anthem would have been played before the state song?
No, I'll tell you. See, it is a tradition. It is the culture. It is the...
No, you're trying to pass on a message, state first, nation later. Your message you're passing is the message. It's all about messaging. You know, this ultra-regionalism that has started in our country. One minute. All messaging is, I will put state first, nation later. I will put state first, nation later. And because the BJP is challenging me in Tamil Nadu, I will present them as a national party and play the regional party card by not playing the national anthem.
No, I'll tell you, even BJP plays the same card in wherever they are ruling.
Not at the cost of the national anthem ever.
No. See, if you are going to talk about the nation's interest, every party ruling at the state will say we are the state first. And
these are not. No. This is ultra regionalism. This is ultra regionalism bordering on secessionism.
No. It is your smart.
Bordering on secessionism.
No, definitely not.
Tomorrow you'll say I'm going to have a separate flag. I will not have the national flag. I will not put the national anthem.
Tamil Nadu does not have a separate flag.
Tomorrow you'll say I will not respect the national game, the national flower, the national animal, the national song. I will. Yeah.
I am a patriotic Indian.
I'm asking you and Kovai, tell me, how do the people of Tamil Nadu benefit if the national anthem is not played?
No, how do the people of Tamil Nadu don't benefit if the Tamil Thai voice is played?
Nobody is saying don't play the state song, but you have made it a point not to play or sing the national anthem.
No, it is the norm. That is the what is the norm followed? No. That is the tradition followed in the state assembly. You sing the Tamil Thai voice first, and after the governor's speech, it is.
Okay, we have Uma Anandan who wants to come in. Uma ji.
See, yes, as you rightly said, the DMK, the DK, and all these parties.
Lost her audio there.
In Tamil Nadu, they think that they don't belong there. Tamil Nadu, and second, he speaks about tradition and all that. Are these people giving respect to any tradition? When it suits them, they will use the word tradition. Does he know the meaning of that? And first, during Jayalalitha's time, it was followed. When Jayalalitha madam was a CM, it was followed. The national anthem was sung at the beginning at this thing. That DM at the end of the session, and the governor walks out of the assembly. Now they have brought in a new practice and they call it as tradition. The DMK has brought in a new tradition and they always take pride in saying that they are not part the Tamilian pride and all that. So the Tamilian pride takes precedence, becomes more important than the national pride for them. I doubt whether some of them may not even to sing the national anthem fully. That is my doubt. And that is where the state of Tamil Nadu is going. And what is Mr. Rajashekar talking about tradition, customs and chancellor office? Then he talks about tradition here. So tradition is something like a pickle for them. If they can use it when they want, they don't want. And it is there as per the constitution that whenever the governor comes, at the beginning of the session, the national anthem should be sung. And at the end, when he is departing from the place, it has to be sung. So let them know all this first. And then, see, they may not think about this because they never think about themselves as Indians. And another thing,
Arnab, 10 seconds, please.
Governor has refused to speak. His speech today, is it going to be read as the governor's speech? The governor's speech, which he had refused, the governor's speech is now was read out by the speaker. So is that the speaker's address or the governor's address? So tradition can be flouted as per their norms. And what is he talking? The Congress government, has it ever upheld any of this thing? They threw everything to the winds when it suited them. During Mrs. Indira Gandhi's regime or Mr. Rajiv Gandhi's regime, they threw everything to the winds, tradition, everything. And now they come and here speak about this, and it was followed in Tamil Nadu by Madam Jayalalitha when she was a CM. So what is he talking about, the age-long practice and all that?
Arnab, can I come in 10 seconds?
Yeah, Koba, I've still not understood. You know, the DMK is trying to position itself. It's under challenge. You have Vijay forming his own political party. Kamal Hassan has failed. Rajshekaran had his stint with Kamal Hassan. The BJP is on a comeback with 11% vote. The DMK vote share went down by 6%. The ADMK also lost out. You have a strong issue, which is the issue regarding the sexual assault on the second-year student at the Anna University campus. You have a coming together of political parties. DMK needs something to hold on to. And it is obviously deliberate. I'm saying here, Kovai, this is deliberate, pre-planned action by Stalin to disrespect the anthem. Because he thinks if I disrespect the anthem, I will be respecting the state song. He's made it national anthem versus state song. And that is the unfortunate prism in which he's putting it. You know that, Kovai. He's made it national anthem versus the state song, asking people literally to choose between the two. And that's a very dangerous trend.
Arnab, true that. But who helped in pinning that narrative by DMK is this governor. Last year, governor delivered the address without the national anthem being played in the beginning. He had already set a precedent. And that's why DMK is saying it is our norm in the assembly. And governor says the norm should be different. That's why in my opening remark, I said whenever the incompetence of MK Stalin-led government is under fire, governor is their savior. And this time again, governor has saved them. When the assembly speaker went to invite him for the opening remark, did the governor Rajbhan insisted on playing?
You're saying it's a fixed match.
In the opening?
Are you saying it's a fixed match?
Because a newfound love between DMK and BJP, and governor has time and again helped DMK to escape whenever it is under fire. And this time again it has happened. It is governor who set that precedent. Last year he should have walked out without delivering the assembly. The national anthem were not played. Who asked him to make the speech, governor's speech, deliver it when the national anthem was absent? When he can set a precedent for his own convenience, how can you demand now that saying that the norm is not being followed? So it is like the norm of convenience, the national interest of convenience. So it is not national interest out of heart, it is national interest out of convenience.
Is your accusation that the governor has deliberately made the national anthem the center of a political pot boiler?
Sorry.
Are you saying the governor is politicizing the national anthem? Do you believe that, Rajshekharan?
Scriptwriter.
I say
Mr.
yes.
Satyan seems to be a good scriptwriter.
The ADMK has the right to say whatever they want. They can interpret it for their own political whims and fancies. That is their right. I don't deny that. But fact of the matter is, I'm saying that the practice in the state assembly for several decades, the Tamil Thai Varthu, any state, if you go to Karnataka, they say Jai Karnataka. When you go to Andhra, they say Jai Telangana. So if you are saying that they are anti-national, it is funny and ridiculous for BJP. See, BJP can never dream. In their wildest dream also, they cannot win a single seat individually, and they are going to lose deposit everywhere in Tamil Nadu in 2026 because of these two policemen. Because one guy has resigned from Karnataka, he calls him savior, and he is involved in all kinds of things which is in the public domain. That's not my cup of tea, rather.
I would like to
this governor who is a retired
I would like to
policeman,
comment, please.
He
Yes, Somaji.
to a point every now and then.
Yes,
And
see,
they are
Mr.
ensuring that DMK
Rajshekharan, please tell me when DMK stood alone, whether DMK has stood alone in one election. Now you're talking about we're afraid. First tell me whether, with allies and all that, whether DMK...
You got votes only because of ADMK, not because of you. It is ADMK vote. You ate into the votes of ADMK.
Yes, one single election without allies. You tell me that. Do your homework and count. We have stood alone. DMK stood alone. DMK has never stood alone. And Mr. You have a very good scriptwriter. You have a vivid imagination. Your imagination is good. Good for scriptwriting, not for the practical realities that they make out. Mr. Rajshekharan, never in your wildest dreams. Never in your wildest dreams, DMK has stood alone. So what is the vote percentage? What is the vote percentage of our BJP today? Why are you scared of Annamalai? Why are you scared of Mr. Annamalai? And how even a black cloth is scaring you? A black cloth. Even Ramaswamy's black cloth. Even Ramaswamy's black cloth is scaring you that the chief...
Okay, we have a bandwidth problem there.
Why these people are...
We have a bandwidth problem there. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind you once again that at 9:15 p.m. tonight, we're expecting the official announcement of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigning. I thank Omaji, I thank Jyoti Rajshekharan, and we are going to our next debate, which is India snubbing Pakistan and clearly taking Afghanistan's side after the Pakistani airstrikes on Afghan soil. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to get serious. And this is our opportunity to surround Pakistan from both sides. Let's debate.
The 24th of December, 2024, marking a sharp escalation in hostilities between Pakistan and Afghanistan. At least 46 people killed in a bombardment by Pakistan in Paktika, most of them women and children. The airstrikes targeted multiple suspected hideouts of the Pakistani Taliban inside the neighboring Afghanistan. This latest attack stems from what Pakistan claimed was its response to regular attacks by the armed group Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. In the aftermath of the strike, tensions have escalated at the border, with the Taliban warning of retaliation against Pakistani aggression.
Having incubated terrorism and acted as a nursery of terror for decades, Pakistan is perhaps now paying the costs of its sins. But the larger point is that is Pakistan become the headache of the region, blaming India sometimes and blaming Afghanistan in this case. With the Kabul regime making it clear that it would inflict costs on Pakistan, it is clear that the world community, including Afghanistan, including Taliban, see Pakistan as double crossing on this very important issue. And India, of course, now making it clear that you cannot make civilians, particularly women and children, pay the price of your own indulgence with terror.
India has strongly condemned Pakistan's airstrikes on Afghanistan, calling it an old practice of Islamabad to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures. There is worldwide condemnation of the airstrikes by Pakistan. A conflict with the Taliban and being bombarded by the Baloch Liberation Army within its own territory. Countries are calling out and snubbing Islamabad now. There is worldwide condemnation of the airstrikes by Pakistan that kill children and women. Facing a conflict with the Taliban and getting attacked by the Baloch Liberation Army within its own borders, can Pakistan exist peacefully in South Asia?
From the Indian side, we have General K.K. Sinha and Professor Madhav Nalapat. And from the Pakistani side, I have Kama Agha, defense expert, and Abdul Samad Yaqub of the PTI. Kama Agha, these airstrikes, obviously there is a conflict between both sides, so one can understand. But the fact is that 46 civilians have died, mostly women and innocent children. Was this a mistake, or was this well planned by the Pakistanis to inflict damage on women, children and civilians? The ones that happened in December last week, I mean.
Arnab, I just want to correct you. Arnab, I just want to correct you. I'm an Indian based in Delhi.
No, I'm so sorry, sir. I skipped my introductions there. I was talking about Abdul Samad Yaqub. Please continue, sir. Sir.
Yes, it was by deliberate attempt by the Pakistani to dominate over Afghanistan.
Yes.
And they were treating Afghanistan like a client state, which is not accepted to Afghan Taliban, And Talibans are now very comfortable because they have developed their own ties with China, America. They negotiated with them a deal, and plus with other Central Asian republics, and now with India also they are trying to improve their ties. So they are very comfortable, And secondly, the Afghanistan stature has gone up, because in case of war with Iran, America would like to use Afghan bases, which in fact they have developed. And second, one more thing, they have very little trust in Pakistan, and because of and this trust deficit is very prominent. Besides this, these people Pakistan wanted to have greater control over economic resources or natural resources of Afghanistan. That is also not acceptable to them, because now they are directly talking to Chinese and other companies for investment, and investment is also coming sometime. And And Pakistan's game plan was, to exploit these resources that would help their economy. But that has backfired. Pakistanis were also negotiating gas pipeline, from Turkmenistan to Pakistan via Afghanistan. This was also not liked by Afghanistan. So there are a number of things, they don't want domination. Besides this, one more thing I'd just like to add. Both Afghan Taliban and Pakistan Pashtun Taliban, both are one people. They have one culture, one language, and most of them follow one religion. And besides this, they belong to the same religious school of thought. That is Deoband, based in Pakistan. They also came from same madrasas based in Afghanistan. But they were divided by Durand line. And Durand line is not acceptable to Taliban because not only Taliban but previous governments also, the successive Afghan governments have not recognized this as an international border. And there is a tremendous desire now to unite both the sides, Taliban and both Taliban, Pak Taliban, TTP believes, that Pakistan army is corrupt, inefficient, and besides this, they think, they can have a better, pure Islamic state by uniting with Afghanistan.
But Mr. Agha, Abdul, this is also a diversionary tactic, isn't it, from the economic situation in Pakistan, which is going from bad to worse. Your unemployment rate, the availability of food, electricity, the number of terrorist attacks which have happened in 2024, Shia-Sunni clashes in Kurram, which are continuing. Hundreds of families are fleeing their homes. The Shia-Sunni clashes are only escalating. Chinese officials and Chinese nationals on Pakistani soil are being targeted. So I wonder, and my real point of concern is that whether your government is doing this only as a diversionary tactic from your internal issues and whether you can sustain it.
Well, Arnab, I will not represent the declarative policy of Pakistan here. I am not representing the state.
I'm well aware of that, yes.
Representing any institute. And it's a quite confusing situation for me to present, to evaluate these incidents which are unfolded recently. Principally, I'm very much against these airstrike as I take it the clear violation of the sovereignty of Afghanistan. And I believe it reflects actually the failure of the dialogue, the failure of the Pakistan's policy towards Afghanistan, the failure of the foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as they have clearly failed to negotiate or failed to engage the Taliban government. Which they have celebrated it well when the Kabul was fallen to Taliban's. So at this moment, instead of accepting their failures, they have started accusing the PTI and the Imran Khan that it was the Imran Khan who has initiated dialogue with the TTP. So we believe that after we were thrown out, we were ousted. It reflects a complete failure.
But you can say this now, but I quite remember Professor Nalapat that Imran Khan, who is now in jail, had hailed the American exit from Afghanistan. He said that the Taliban are breaking the shackles of slavery as the Taliban seized power. That was Imran Khan's own assessment. So I find every Pakistani politician very short-sighted. It's not like Abdul Samad Yaqub, Imran Khan's policy was any different or any more mature when he was in power. But my question is, Professor Nalapat, given its present situation, can Pakistan sustain this battle, this war, if more countries get involved?
Look, I'd like to say very clearly, Arnab, that Pakistan is only making more enemies for itself within the Pashtun population, an extremely proud population. And there's no question that the Durand line is an artificial line. In fact, it ought to have been wiped out of the map quite some time ago, because it is a 99-year lease which expired quite some time ago. But the point of the matter is that, the reality is this kind of an airstrike is not a precision strike on precision targets. It's a mass civilian, mass casualty strike. If you have a targeted drone strike, particularly smaller drones, supposing you have a targeted missile strike even, you can argue that you're bombing military facilities or whatever it is of the TT, or Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. But you can't do that when you're talking about an airstrike which is completely indiscriminately attacks civilians and everybody else. I doubt that there was even a single non-civilian in the number of people who were killed, frankly. I mean, so this
Which
is
means
the wrong...
Pakistan is looking to escalate this.
No, I'd like to say one thing, Arnab. Long back in 2021, I had said there are 6 factions of the Taliban. 2 are under the control of Islamabad, 1 under the control of China, and 3 are free Taliban, and that 80 to 90% of Taliban members who are youngsters are in the free Taliban. They're neither beholden to China nor to Pakistan. And now we're seeing that play out. And I believe, frankly, the Pashtun people are very proud. They're proud of their heritage. They're proud of their culture, their language, their traditions. And I do believe there's a strong push across both sides of this now extinct Durand line to integrate. And I think that is the goal forward for the Pashtuns, whether they are now in the state of Pakistan or in the...
So you're saying that there's going to be a hit back, a blowback?
Let me correct. These targets were precise, and the civilians, unfortunately, the collateral damage, these children, which so far we have heard that they have been killed, they were actually Pakistanis. I mean, they were not Afghanis. They were some targets of some wanted criminals from the terrorists from the TTP. I mean, so they were the Pakistani citizens. I mean, even yet I'm condemning
no,
it.
But I can't believe so, because if Pakistan wanted to target terrorist hideouts, either they are completely incompetent, because all the people who were targeted and killed were women and children, largely 80% women and children, no combatants at all.
I mean, when these...
this is not my definition of collateral damage.
When usually these terrorists, they are hiding anywhere in Afghanistan or even in the Waziristan, they are usually surrounded by their families. I mean, you have the clear example of the Osama bin Laden. He was living along with his wife and kids. So what would you call them? I mean, obviously, they are always surrounded by, and you should condemn. You should also condemn when Americans were B-52 bombardments were doing the corporate bombing over there. So hundreds of thousands of Afghans.
I don't know. I'd say this, that Pakistan today cannot have a problem with every neighbor. You know, General K.K. Sinha, you have a problem. You blame India for violent attacks on your soil. When terrorists on your soil are killed, you say India's RAW has done it. You blame Afghanistan for supporting the Tehreek-e-Taliban. You blame Iran for attacks on your soil. You don't even take the concerns of China on the situation in Pakistan seriously. You should realize, I mean, at the end of the day, General KK, they have a problem with Iran, which is at the forefront of the Muslim Brotherhood. And Iran has been supporting Pakistan.
You are bringing...
Yeah. Yes, General KK.
Yeah, you are asking that the old practice of Pakistan of blaming everyone for whatever is happening internally in Pakistan, and this total failure of a failed state which was created in 1947. And what you see is the balkanization of Pakistan, which is just set in, slightly long back, and now what we are seeing, it is happening. The Pakistan has got a syndrome it's called fifth province syndrome of Afghanistan, that Afghanistan is their fifth province. They were used to talk about the strategic depth against India. The Afghanistan is the strategic depth. And what they created, Afghan, Taliban or TTP, what they are calling it, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which came up in 2005. Even that time it came for, to helping like Haqqani network, which they created to help the, Afghan Taliban for their strategic goal. And what you see in 2023, Arnav, how many attacks? 643 attacks were there, and death, in Pakistan I'm talking about 1,082, death which has taken place, security forces. In 2024, it is 856. In November itself and December, it is 245 plus, which has happened. And what they are doing it? You said, they are blaming. The Pakistan delegation was there on 24th December when, they carried out this airstrike, so-called airstrike, and carried out on civilians and children. It happened into Paktika area, and you have seen Nangarhar, Kohat, these are the areas. Because Pakistan is digging his own grave. They are talking about dual line, and dual line, of course, someone says 2,640 kilometer dual line, which is, Afghanistan don't agree with it. They have created barbed wire. They think that what India has done it with the Pakistan, they can do it in their eastern side.
So how should we take advantage of this, General? I believe for strategic depth or coercive diplomacy, we should take advantage of this situation, shouldn't we? I mean, we should be very, it's an opportunity for us.
Yes, absolute opportunity.
What should we do?
We should. First thing you start off, that our ceasefire agreement of 2021, when the American has gone in the month of August, in February we have agreed for the ceasefire. And, that's why what they were doing in Jammu and Kashmir, what we have a little bit seen. First thing, we abrogate and start bonding them. What these people are doing, they have moved every forces in that side and try to take. Now, Afghanistan, today the India has come up openly in supporting the UN, because UN said that it was innocent, women and children, they have been killed by these Pakistanis. They have done it, they used to carry out this fire across LOC in our area, but they do not know that, what the Afghanistan can do it. Not only Pakistan will come up. This is the Balkanization, setting it not only in, they are doing it with Afghanistan, they are doing it with Iran. Today when we are talking about, they have carried out their strike there also.
No, so
I'm telling you, listen, just listen to me. It is your Balkanization is coming. I'm just trying to show you the mirror. Whether you, and Arnav asked what the India can do it. India can do it because, your CPAC which has come up, it is from our area. It has gone from Baltistan and POK area. And just adjacent to this in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, it is happening. This is the right time to do it. Why should we try to give
do what? Arnab is
we should carry out,
saying that
we should open
they should take the
in my judgment, if we have to take POK, this is the right time to take
India
POK.
is already...
When we are talking about, our defense minister has been saying the right time has come. What you have done it in Pakistan, the CPAC has going through our area. That is our area.
No.
If
TTP is attacking Pakistan and you are trying to take the benefit of this
Pakistan, India will decide, and we have attacked 3 times. And what we have done it in Eastern Pakistan.
No, you don't try to see. First is Abdul Samad. I tell you this. The laughable thing is, see, with the Pakistanis, don't build an ethical argument. You're an unethical nation. You can't build an ethical argument, it's not the right thing to do and all that. We're practical people, as geostrategists, we have to seize the opportunity, seize the day, seize the moment. Now, I'm seeing in this, and I want to go to Kama Agha and Professor Madhav Nalapat. No, I'm saying...
I have a question that...
Yes, what's the question?
We are fighting with the TTP and you are trying to take it as an opportunity. Opportunity by helping them, by enhancing their capability or by providing the ammunition to them.
You want an honest reply?
Against Pakistan.
You want an honest reply?
Yeah, exactly.
We should seize the opportunities that we can to break you apart and to take advantage of your internal fissures, your growing internal instability, your weakening economy, as well as the fact that your army is poorly equipped, and the fact that Trump is taking over, we can strike the right geopolitical balance to
Then you should know better that we are very good
don't now give me that nuclear blackmail.
We are very good in infiltrating. We have a very huge capacity to infiltrate deep inside the India, and we can build the capability of those who are fighting against you. I mean,
So deep into India means what?
I mean, obviously, if you are going to support you're openly admitting that you should take the benefit of this opportunity.
You don't remember that.
You
What
think
happened
that
to
we
East
will
Pakistan?
stay silent?
You try to do it without notice. What happened? One complete wing has gone. And today you are talking about that you can do, you have a deep hand inside. We know that you have a deep hand which can reach our parliament also. But the right time, this is the right time to teach you now. Balkanization has set in. I said that. Balkanization has set in. Balochistan will go. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa will go. Gilgit-Baltistan will go. Your POK can go.
Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming.
Sindh is sweating hard. What are you talking about? Even Pakistan is your Pakistan. Your Punjab. That province is also TTP basically drawn from that area.
I mean, that is something which you start dreaming since Pakistan was founded. At that time,
that was a fault. A failed state was created in 1947, not by our choice.
You have been trying to undo the partitions since 75 years.
Your Britishers,
the regional instability
is it is the biggest state.
General Saab,
that time when the partition happened.
I'd like you see. I think Abdul Samad Yaqub got triggered when I said we should seize the opportunity. When I say that, I'm speaking honestly, practically like a geopolitical analyst. I'm not living in a la-la land, Alice in Wonderland world. We are a strong country with strong government, strong agencies, strong connections, strong economy, unlike you. I would like Madhav Nalapat's understanding of the situation. Because I'm not talking of one final settlement, break Pakistan into two parts. I'm saying there's a natural process of erosion that is being witnessed by a country that is our pinprick. And it is, in my view, I mean, we are nobody to advise the government of India, but the government of India would be foolish not to take advantage of these, tailwinds that are there behind it at this moment.
Look, my point is very clear. What is happening in Balochistan, in Sindh, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is basically the fact that the Pakistan military is not a multi-ethnic military. It is composed only of, it is led by Pakistani Punjabis.
It's a Punjabi army.
And that section of Pakistani Punjabis. And the other nationalities feel oppressed and they are reacting back. And the military has taken control of the economy also through friends and relatives. They have I would say in my estimate, at least 90% of the large industry and about 60% of the medium industry in Pakistan is directly or indirectly controlled by the military or its relatives or its friends. It's become an octopus all over the country. And therefore the Baloch people are suffering, the Pashtuns are suffering, the Sindhis are suffering, and people in large parts of Punjab are also suffering, except for the catchment area of the military. So this kind of overwhelming takeover of resources by a single institution, led by a single group within a single ethnicity, is causing the problem. It's not India. What India should stand for is the moral and diplomatic support for all ethnicities in Pakistan, so there's a level playing field and all ethnic groups, whether Baloch or Pashtun or Sindhi or even the Punjabis in the whole of Punjab, they should be given equal treatment. India needs to give full moral and diplomatic support to this because I would say it's a struggle for the liberation of self-respect, the struggle for the liberation of human dignity. It's a struggle for liberation of human rights, and it's only right that India stand on the side of human rights dignity, human dignity.
Yeah, we should provide all kinds of political, diplomatic, economic support to the groups within Pakistan who are fighting for human rights and for their basic right to live a decent life. The level of persecution for all communities except the Punjabi community is so extreme in Pakistan that you don't even have to seize the opportunity. Kama aga, it's there. Even if India does not intervene, I see this moving in a certain direction. Can I quickly get your view on where you see this going? You know, Pakistan can't hide its failures by attacking Afghanistan anymore. How will this impact the situation internally in Pakistan?
You know, situation is very bad. Economic condition is bad. Uprising is taking place. One side, you know, the civilian people are uprising. They're coming out in huge numbers protesting against the government. People have no trust in army-backed regimes. They want democracy, and which they are not going to get. Army is becoming more and more repressive. One side, they are repressing their own people. And besides this, Arnab, the country is disintegrating. In the sense, you know, the Pashtun and the Baloch, they never wanted to be part of Pakistan. In fact, the Badshah Khan was there when Pakistan was partitioned. He opposed the partition. He wanted to be a separate country or the arrangement which they had earlier with India. Secondly, the Baloch also never wanted. In fact, Balochistan was the last, after 1.5 years. It was basically occupied by the Pakistani army, annexed by them, by Jinnah, Muhammad Jinnah. So they never wanted to be part. Now they think this is the best opportunity to get rid of Punjab-backed army establishment in Pakistan. Same case is with Sindhistan.
So I do see this then in that case.
Last comment.
Yes, Mr. Yaqub. Yes, Mr.
Arnab, right after the Mumbai attacks, when there was fear that India could take, India could attack Pakistan. So at that time, KTP spokesperson has released the statement that if any adventure of from the Indian side, they will come along and fight side by side with the Pakistani army against the India. So this is the historical reference that you can never take the opportunity, no matter what's a problem with us with our.
So you're trying to play a Muslim card. Don't play a Muslim card. You are trying to say that eventually the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan will come and save the Pakistani army. The very fact that you think the Pakistani army needs help from the TTP speaks volumes about the situation of the Pakistani army. It's a very bad situation.
In case of any, if India thinks or any,
no, it's not thinking. It's a reality, sir. We are keen observers of Pakistan. Sir, I'll wrap up here. This has been an interesting analysis. The sum total of which, in my view, is this: that what you're seeing on the Durand line, on the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, will not be limited to the border alone. Ladies and gentlemen, at 9 p.m. tonight, the fight is against Neo-separatists, a National Conference MP who is trying to wage a new rebellion against Omar Abdullah.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
एक्सपर्ट्स ने HMPV वायरस के बारे में यह स्पष्ट किया है कि यह वायरस कोई नया वायरस नहीं है। इसकी पहचान सबसे पहले वर्ष 2001 में हुई थी और कई वर्षों से ये विश्व भर में फैल रहा है। HMPV वायरस एक ऐसा वायरस है जो हवा के जरिए सांस लेते समय एक दूसरे में फैलता है। यह सभी आयु वर्ग के लोगों में संक्रमण का कारण भी बनता है। यह विशेष रूप से सर्दी और बसंत के मौसम के शुरुआती महीनों में अधिक देखा जाता है।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे रुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। अगर बिहार में बदलाव चाहिए तो आपको, हमको, सबको खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। आज मुख्यमंत्री से मिलने के लिए 20 दिन से बच्चे टाइम मांग रहे हैं। उनके पास 5 मिनट समय नहीं है कि इन बच्चों से 5 मिनट के लिए मिल ले। कैसे झुकेगी 4 दिन में? जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा? जिसको पिछले 20 बरस से आदत लगी हुई है जनता की बात न मानने की, वो 4 दिन में कैसे झुकेगा? सरकार की असंवेदनशीलता है, उनका अहंकार है और कहीं न कहीं उनका ये भ्रम है कि बिहार की जनता खड़ी नहीं होगी। चाहे उसके साथ जितना अन्याय हो जाए, वो खड़ी नहीं होगी। अपने लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी, अपने बच्चों के लिए नहीं खड़ी होगी। जब चुनाव आएगा तो लोग फिर जातियों में बढ़ जाएंगे, फिर धर्म के नाम पर वोट दे देंगे। इसीलिए लोग जनता की चिंता नहीं कर रहे हैं। कोई रणनीति नहीं, बस बैठे रहना है, चाहे जो करना पड़े। जब तक बिहार के लोग जगेंगे नहीं, तब तक सुधार होगा नहीं। और लोगों को ये समझना होगा कि जन बल के आगे कोई बल नहीं है, लेकिन जन बल तब होगा।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. And tonight, Omar Abdullah faces rebellion. He has an open revolt within his party from a member of parliament a few years younger to him, and his name is Aga Syed Ruhullah Mehdi. He is the National Conference member of parliament from Srinagar. Ladies and gentlemen, Aga Syed Ruhullah Mehdi is the National Conference MP from Srinagar and is planning to replace Omar Abdullah by striking his own pose within the party. I have no problem with that. That's between Omar and this Ruhullah Mehdi gentleman. They can have their own fight. I couldn't care less, frankly. I don't particularly agree with any of the things that Omar Abdullah says or does, so I don't care. But the point is not that. The point is that Omar Abdullah has been told he's too soft. This man, Aga Syed Ruhullah Mehdi, is such an opportunist that he gets elected on a National Conference ticket, goes to Parliament, swears by the Constitution of India, gets a salary paid for by you and me, and abuses the country. If he believed that the abrogation of 370 was wrong and he disagreed with it, then why did he fight the elections? He knew the rules he was bound by. The classical hypocrite will become a member of parliament, will earlier be a minister in Delhi, then worm his way up, get into the party. Tomorrow this man can even tie up with another political party or be a traitor within his own party or tie up with anyone else. But the issue is not this gentleman. When he says tourism is cultural invasion, I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, how can a member of parliament in this country, that also the member of parliament from Srinagar, say that tourism is cultural invasion? What is cultural invasion for this National Conference MP? Is the Tiranga hoisting in Lal Chowk a cultural invasion? West Pakistani refugees have been given the status of permanent residents. Is that a cultural invasion? Indians from every part of the country, every other state are now able to witness the beauty and serenity of Kashmir. They contribute to the economy of Kashmir because they believe that Kashmir is an integral part of India. And we have the member of parliament from Kashmir saying it's cultural invasion. And we, in the name of democracy, are going to keep quiet and do nothing about it? Ladies and gentlemen, if Omar Abdullah cannot sack this member of parliament because he's weak, because he's being blackmailed, or he feels threatened by this MP, that is Omar Abdullah's personal problem. But we, the people of India, cannot have a member of parliament who compares India to Pakistan, who asks for state symbols different from national symbols, who says tourism is cultural invasion. I couldn't care less that he's rebelling against Omar Abdullah. That is his own problem, ladies and gentlemen. Let the both of them fight as much as they want. But the fact is, both of them are going down, and each one of them will pull the other down. And there will be a competition, I can predict, between Omar Abdullah and this member of parliament for who can talk more anti-national, anti-India language. If you've seen pictures of Omar Abdullah looking weak and helpless in the assembly of late, unsure, it is because he's being blackmailed on the path that he has already chosen to be on. You see, Omar Abdullah is competing with the ultra-radicals, the anti-nationals. And he hopes to become a moderate version of an anti-national. And Omar Abdullah, let me tell you this, there is no moderate anti-national. If you are a nationalist, which you should be, then swear by the Constitution of India, stop taking an anti-abrogation of 370 stand, call out this man, Agha Syed Ruhollah Mehdi, who is protesting outside your own house, and take control of your party. If you can't, let one of you quit. Either Omar Abdullah quits because he cannot be chief minister and defend national interest, or this man quits, Agha Syed Ruhollah Mehdi, or we sack him because we can't have an MP from Srinagar who is an absolute and open anti-national. Ladies and gentlemen, let's debate.
A new wave of neo-separatism has emerged in India. Srinagar parliamentarian Agha Syed Ruhollah Mehdi is the latest in line of many leaders to legitimize separatist demands through democratic articulation. In a recent interview, the controversial parliamentarian from Srinagar was quoted saying things like the act of accession of Jammu and Kashmir to India was immoral, calling the rise of tourism in Jammu and Kashmir as cultural invasion. Not just that, he even went on to say that Omar Abdullah was not the chief minister, but he should be the chief rebel. He further brushed aside the Kashmiri Pandit genocide by saying that a lot of Muslims died too, and blood of Pandits was also spilled. This is certainly not the first time the Srinagar parliamentarian has taken a pro-separatist line and has been at the forefront of leading a neo-rebellion within the National Conference against Chief Minister Omar Abdullah for putting a full stop on the radical demand of restoration of Article 370.
हमारे इंडिविजुअल अगर किसी की कोई भी बात हो वो अपनी कह सकता है, वहाँ कोई वो रुकावट नहीं है. आपने देखा कि जनाब रुहोल्लाह साहब ने बडगाम की सीट पे उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब को कहा था आप यहाँ से लड़िए. ये गलत फहमी है, नाराज़गी नहीं होती, गलत फहमी है लोगों में कि शायद कोई इस किस्म की नाराज़गी चल रही है. ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है.
The BJP has questioned the intentions of the National Conference government.
ये एक फिक्स्ड मैच है बिटवीन रुहोल्लाह एंड अब्दुल्ला. इन्होंने बहुत सोच समझ के बाद एक गेम तैयार की है रुहोल्लाह साहब और अब्दुल्ला साहब ने कि हम इस सारे इशू को डिवेट करते हैं, डाइवर्ट करते हैं दूसरी तरफ जहाँ पे रिजर्वेशन की बात हो और आपस में एक तकरार दिखे, ताकि लोग उन इश्यूज पे बात न करें जिन पर उन्होंने वादे किए थे। इसलिए एक फिक्स्ड मेज की तरह इस वक्त इनकी लड़ाई दिख रही है।
From election of terror funding accused Rashid engineer.
The vote to me was a referendum against Modi's policy, especially abrogation of Article 370 and 35A.
To pro-Khalistani elements like Amritpal Singh.
No peace can be established without weapons. We have to fight for our rights. We can't let everything slip away from our hand.
India is certainly witnessing a resurgence of neo-separatists who are attempting to capture the mainstream space with their radical agenda. But can members of parliament who have sworn an oath to protect the sovereignty of India take pro-separatist lines without any consequences?
Ashok Pandit is a proud nationalist voice, and Iftikhar Misgar and Dr. Pirzada are both pro-NC, but they have different positions. Dr. Pirzada, I think, majorly defends Omar Abdullah, and Iftikhar defends the Member of Parliament, Agha Syed Ruhullah Mehdi. If he's a Member of Parliament, he is sworn by the... First, he should, if he's going to be an anti-national, he should quit as MP. I think. Don't you think, Ashok? If he's going to abuse Indians, the government of India, say that tourism is cultural invasion, then decent thing is let him quit and do what he wants to. This man is so shameless, he won't even quit, Ashok. He should first quit. Shouldn't he, Ashok?
Arnab, you see, nobody can understand these politicians of Kashmir than a Kashmiri Pandit. We know what their real face is. Now, this guy called Agha has been a plant of Mr. Omar Abdullah. He has been told to take this kind of this kind of a line, so that the real face of Omar Abdullah comes to public. It's a very win-win situation for them, because Omar Abdullah, as a chief minister, cannot take this aggressive line of pro-separatism. He has planted Agha Syed to say what the real National Conference is all about. National Conference and other political parties in Kashmir cannot be nationalists at any cost. We know their real face. Now, this man is a plant. If he would have not gotten permission from Umar Abdullah or Farooq Abdullah, he has no guts to say what he's saying today. This exact entire language, all the lines which he is speaking against the country, against tourism, against 370, whatever he's been saying, is basically the voice of Mr. Omar Abdullah and the National
But isn't it
Conference
embarrassing, Omar? I mean,
and
Ashok,
So
Omar is looking so weak. I mean, you have his own MP abusing him, criticizing him, giving him guidance. Omar is looking very weak. So I don't understand this logic that you're saying he's this plant. Iftikhar, what do you think? Is Omar planting him to do these things? Is Omar Abdullah telling him to abuse tourists, to attack Indian tourism, to compare India to Pakistan, to call tourism cultural invasion? Is the Chief Minister doing this? Can you unmute yourself, Iftikhar, for a moment?
Arnab, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yeah. The unfortunate part of the story here is, like, whenever Kashmiri have spoken or taken his fundamental rights on board, he has been called terrorist. That is unfortunate part. Whenever a Kashmiri nationalist who believes in idea of India...
What do you mean Kashmiri nationalist? One minute. What do you mean Kashmiri nationalist?
I said Indian
What do you mean?
nationalist.
No, you said Kashmiri nationalist.
You have always...
Please correct yourself. Don't say Kashmiri nationalist.
Because it is because of the people like Ashok Pandit, Kashmiri shawl owners are being beaten in Himachal Pradesh because you always treat us anti-nationals when we have given our blood for this country.
He has proved to be an anti-national. He has proved to be an anti-national by calling...
No. My point is I disagree with him. I'll tell you why. Iftikhar. Mehdi, 1 minute. I think that we must be clear. If the Chief Minister is egging this on, then it's a matter of great concern. If the Chief Minister is not egging this on, that he should sack him, because let's
Why
look
will
at
he
the...
sack him, Arnab? What is wrong with Aga Ruhollah? Aga Ruhollah is talking about the fundamental rights. Aga Ruhollah is talking what Kashmir.
You cannot have a member of parliament asking for a plebiscite in Kashmir. Do you understand me? You cannot have a member of parliament asking for a plebiscite in Kashmir. Mehdi, 1 minute, Dr. Pirzada, Mehdi said plebiscite Junagadh में कराया गया क्योंकि वहाँ की अक्सरियत हिंदू थी और वहाँ प्लेबिसाइट कराना हिंदुस्तान के हक में था, पर कश्मीर पे प्लेबिसाइट नहीं कराया गया. He is claiming that the plebiscite was held in Junagadh because it was Hindu and it would swing in India's favor. I am asking you, if a member of parliament in my country asks for a plebiscite, that means he has a conflict in his mind about where Kashmir belongs. Kashmir belongs to India. Be clear. Kashmir, Pirzada and Iftikhar Misgar belong to India. You can't have an
Kashmir
MP.
belongs to India, and whatever Aga Ruhollah has said is perfectly all right. See, Arnab, you have a history to read. Go to the history. Whatever he said about Junagadh is true. Whatever he said is Hyderabad is 100%. And whatever he referred to Kashmir, that we were told that there will be an...
No, I find it dangerous. I find it dangerous. And Lalit Ambardar, I don't think we can allow this neo-separatist...
These people...
No, let me go to Lalit. Lalit, this is a new form of neo-separatism.
One second, Arnab.
Yes.
Arnab, I think this is not neo-separatism. What you're witnessing now is the attempt to renew...
Take it up.
Renew the old tactics of this national conference, traditional national conference. You know, the founder of national conference, the patriarch, Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah, the original...
Hello, Mr. Did you ever raise a finger towards RSS?
He played this game with Jawaharlal Nehru, able to illegal...
You have been always speaking against Kashmir. You have been always against national conference. You have been always against...
Yes, after Trudeau. 1 minute, Ms. Dr. Pirzada, Mehdi is questioning Kashmir's accession to India. He is asking for a plebiscite. What is his intention and why is Omar Abdullah allowing this? Dr. Pirzada.
Good evening. Thank you for having this invite. I take this issue differently because I see it the tension that is rising up day by day between Aga Ruhollah Mehdi and vis-a-vis his party. It is basically it's symptomatic of the tectonic shift in the political landscape of the Jammu and Kashmir. I take it like that way. And it reflects to the tension within the region that is still grappling with the post or abrogation 370. So the ground is quite fertile. It is ripe for any political leader to catch on it. But at the same time, I add to this debate that Aga Ruhollah Mehdi is a young leader. He has a very good standing among his followers. I do have a respect for him. They are the divergent.
No, he is asking for mass anarchy. Dr. Pirzada, let me go to Iftikhar and Iftikhar. Now, Iftikhar, please, Iftikhar, he is saying there should have been a mass protest against the abrogation of Article 370. He is calling for mass anarchy. He is trying to delegitimize an elected central government. He is trying to dilute the authority and sanctity of the decision taken by the parliament. You have an MP who is calling for violence. You have an MP who is calling for violence. This is not what an MP is supposed to do.
Arnab, when 2 times MP Karan Singh, Dr. Karan Singh says the same thing.
He should have
why don't these RSS
he should have not stood for elections.
The guys with
he has taken an oath. He has taken an oath on the Constitution of India.
Discuss on that?
And Constitution of India has eradicated
they have an agenda.
Article 370.
These Kashmiri Pandits have an agenda.
Constitution of India has eradicated, abolished Article 370. So he cannot criticize or he cannot ask for demand for getting back Article 370. It's a crime. It's a crime. And secondly, Mr. Ali,
when Aga Ruhollah Mehdi, who's
How can he as an MP, who as an MP of this country, India, how can he call the tourists as invaders?
He is a terrorist.
How can he call tourists as invaders? On what basis is he calling the tourists as invaders? He is no less than a terrorist, and that's why he should be called. He should be action should be taken against him as action.
We come across lots of heart attacks nowadays.
Ali sahab, आप सुन नहीं रहे हैं?
पानी पियो. Don't shout.
Don't shout. आप सुन नहीं रहे हैं? Heart attack.
Keep your age in consideration. Don't shout.
आप अपना ख्याल रखिए. I'm not
अपना ख्याल रखो.
I'm questioning you. How can a member of
I am hand-holding you, telling you, hold on your breath. Take care of your health. Why don't you shout on? Why don't you shout on Karan Singh's son? Why don't you? Why? Maharaja Hari Singh's son, when he speaks about 370 article, when he speaks about 35A, when he speaks about land rights, geographical rights of Jammu and Kashmir,
and how dare?
Why he is not an international? Why Agar Ghulam Nabi, who holds the credibility in Indian nation, why he is targeting as an international? This is hypocrisy. This is hypocrisy.
Who has given
this
him
is
the right
ultimate
to call
hypocrisy.
This is
we have a situation because Omar Abdullah's member of parliament, has called Indian tourists invaders, cultural invaders. Now, Omar Abdullah, in my view, has no right to remain quiet on this.
He should be arrested.
He believes that he'll remain quiet, look the other way. He has to clear the air. Where does he himself stand on it? Yes, please.
Lalit.
How can you call an Indian tourist and Indian citizens as invaders?
Lalit.
Sir, what I was referring to, this purported dichotomy is only to befool us Indians. They are using the Indian constitution, Indian democratic system to sabotage from within.
Why don't you question Dr. Karan Singh also?
Was a member of parliament in parliament last Lok Sabha. That man was member of Speaker of Assembly. You know what he did in the assembly? He rented the slogan of Pakistan Zindabad right in the live assembly. And what does Sheikh Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah do? Nothing. And they award him with a ticket to Lok Sabha.
Court on that. He apologized on that. You went to court. You went to Supreme Court for that. He apologized for same. Why you are crying now when he apologized for his mistake?
Bavuk ho gaya. And Mahdi from day one. For the patriarch Farooq Abdullah, you know, when he won this election from the Srinagar constituency, he went around and told Kashmiri Muslims in Kashmiri that this man you have elected, he is going to speak for Kashmiri Muslims as well as the Muslims of the rest of India.
Do you know Mr. Sacrifices of Agar Ghulam Nabi?
Quick.
Do you know his
He was very open about it. He was very open about it.
Have you ever heard?
So what he said, first interview, he said, 1995, and when the judge asked him, he said, no, I belong to the society, and this will happen. This is what they want to do. They want to revive the Kashmir Jihad, revive the genocide of Kashmiri Hindus in full fledged, full throttle, and don't forget, when they were competing, the election campaign was Islamism.
It is Bharatiya Janata Party who is putting the blanket on your exodus.
You know for who?
Janata Party who is putting the blanket. Agar Ruhollah always talks about your exodus. Agar Ruhollah talks always about Kashmiri Pandits. Agar Ruhollah always talks about the fundamental rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Agar Ruhollah talks about the reservation rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
Ashok, his audio is not clear. Ashok.
On behalf of India.
He never spoke about exodus, and we don't want him to talk about us. We don't want any anti-national to talk about Kashmiri Pandit genocide. We better not talk about us because he is responsible for my exodus.
You want me to tell you, one minute. Viewers, 1 minute. Iftikhar, let me tell you what this neo-separatist Mehdi MP has said. He said that Muslims could not have saved Pandits. He said Muslim majority उस हालत में नहीं थी कि वो किसी की जान बचा सके. उनकी अपनी जान ली जा रही है. मुसलमानों का कत्ल ज़्यादा हो रहा है. He says Kashmiri Muslims were killed more than Kashmiri Pandits.
जो भी हिंदुस्तान के खिलाफ AK-47 उठाएगा उसको तो मरना.
This is what he has said.
What kind of comparison is this? What kind of comparison is this?
Please on air.
What kind of comparison is this?
Ask them don't heckle. Ask them not to heckle. See, whatever he said there were two guns in between.
What kind of comparison you are talking about?
I'm expecting an announcement from...
Two guns, and we are unfortunate that we couldn't save our Kashmiri brother. He said, I am sorry, and I must say honestly sorry to my Kashmiri Pandits that we couldn't save them. What is wrong in that? Why are you judging him in a wrong perspective? Why you are making a narrative for Agarullah Mehdi?
You are responsible.
When
you are responsible. We don't want crocodile tears.
Maharaja
we don't want crocodile tears.
Karan Singh,
we are not crocodile. We don't want crocodile
the same
tears.
language.
He was responsible for my genocide.
He is a nationalist.
You kill us, you rape us, you throw us out, and then say that we can't save him.
Whose father became the victim of terrorism.
And then you can't save him.
Who has sacrificed his childhood for terrorism and for Indian democracy. The Agarullah who stood for India in Jammu and Kashmir, and today you are giving him a name of an anti-national. Shame on you, Ashok Pandit. How do you call yourself Kashmir?
No, we don't want crocodile tears. We don't want crocodile tears to talk about us. We are not interested. The truth prevails. The truth prevails. You are responsible for my genocide and ethnic cleansing. You and your people are responsible. So don't spread this crocodile tears on us. We are not interested.
Who stood for
we
your
are fighting
survival?
our own battle and
we
know how to fight our battle.
Now, this doesn't look nice.
Don't shed crocodile tears on us.
Ideology.
Don't shed.
Have you ever
You are
spoken against
responsible.
RSS?
You are
No, not a
responsible
single
for my
word.
genocide and exodus. Okay? And you have no right to call my tourists as
You will
invaders.
never utter a word.
Tourists as invaders cannot be spoken about. Kashmir is part of India and will always remain to be part of India.
Who doubts
or anybody
it?
talking
Who doubts
against
it?
it.
You have a doubt. I don't have any doubt.
Against eradication of
India
370.
India is me and I am India.
Is not
India
possible.
is me and
so
I am
you
India.
As a member
Ladies
of
and gentlemen, I have a breaking news input coming in. I'm going live full frame to the pictures from Canada, where any point of time now, I'm told Justin Trudeau could be resigning. Viewers, within a year of taking on the Indian government, he has such rising discontent over his leadership that I have reports that Justin Trudeau will be resigning, and this was expected about 4 minutes back. That is the door where he's supposed to come out from, and he will be resigning as the head of the Liberal Party. There will be no head of the Liberal Party then, and the Conservatives are going to sweep the elections. His popularity rating is really, really low. It's in the 20s. In fact, less than 25% of Canadians believe that he should be re-elected. The only party that had been backing Justin Trudeau, which is Jagmeet Singh's New Democratic Party, pulled out support, and that was a huge setback for him. And Jagmeet announced that he was ready to declare a loss of confidence in his government. And then Justin Trudeau's own party members lost confidence after Trump's 51st governor of US remark. Remember, Trump put down Justin Trudeau by introducing him as Governor Justin Trudeau of Canada. Trudeau had gone to seek Trump's help. Trump, in fact, ended up mocking him. And ladies and gentlemen, all of this is happening principally as a one-year rollout of the impact that taking on the Indian government has had. Justin Trudeau is a pro-Khalistani politician who thought that taking an anti-India line, a pro-Khalistani line, a pro-Khalistani terrorism line would help him hang on to power, and that was his clear intent. And Justin Trudeau is this really privileged, elitist figure. Many people compare him to leaders from the Vadra Congress here in India, who's been an absolute disaster as a leader. Today, we are waiting for the live announcement of his resignation. This is going to be a moment I would say, where many Indians will consider themselves proven right. And Justin Trudeau's record has straightforward, ladies and gentlemen, been that of a pro-Khalistani leader. In recent times, ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement there. I think he will be coming any time now. They are preparing for his resignation announcement. I think my producers will tell me anytime which guests I have live with me. And that's coming up in a minute. And Shiv Bhaskar is with me. He's president of the Overseas Friends of India, Canada. He's live from Ottawa. Shiv, you're expecting this announcement soon now? Any last-minute thoughts ahead of the formal briefing?
Be announcing fairly soon. He's waiting to come out, and I believe he's gonna resign as a leader of a Liberal Party, and maybe not as a Prime Minister. So he will be in the interim as a Prime Minister and attending the President of Trump his inauguration on January 20th. So that will go on in the meantime. I think he'll leave a legacy behind, where he was a Prime Minister for 9 years, and. In the beginning, he did bring his Liberal Party into, first time when he won it with a majority, and the second time when he got a minority, it was a more of a challenging situation. And since then, his popularity has gone down tremendously. And the Conservatives, if an election was to happen today, Conservative would get a major majority right now.
But if he quits as if there is going to be coming out. If he quits as head of the Liberal Party, what does that make him in effective terms? I mean, is lame duck Prime Minister?
Well, basically what
less?
will happen, that will allow for the party to start the process to have its leadership convention. So they will start the process. There's like rules that they have to follow. And they will elect a new leader. And for that, they need to go certain processes. Which I'm not totally familiar with, but that's why. And they're going to prorogue the parliament until, I believe, March 24th, and that will give them some opportunity at that time to run their leadership convention. And it'll be a very short one, very quick one. It doesn't give you a hell of a lot of time. And then they will have a new leader, and then they probably will call the election, and then Liberal will have a new leader who will be representing in the next Prime Minister election as a Prime Minister face.
And what about the Khalistani lobbies? Where do they stand right now? He's been so strongly pro-Khalistan.
Yeah, I mean, that's not something that is going to be remembered very nicely. He has totally destroyed the relationship between India and Canada because of that. And I think there was too much noise there. It's really a non-issue as far as economy of Canada goes, as far as building relationships with the other countries goes. It was a lot of noise, and I think that's.
I think Trudeau's coming out right now. Let's listen in.
Sure.
So I thought it might be fun for us to do this again. Bon matin. Every morning I've woken up as Prime Minister. I've been inspired by the resilience, the generosity, and the determination of Canadians. It is the driving force of every single day I have the privilege of serving in this office. That is why, since 2015, I've fought for this country, for you, to strengthen and grow the middle class. Why we rallied to support each other through the pandemic, to advance reconciliation, to defend free trade on this continent, to stand strong with Ukraine and our democracy, and to fight climate change and get our economy ready for the future. We are at a critical moment in the world. Mes chers Canadiens, à chaque matin, je me suis réveillé en tant que Premier ministre, inspiré par la résilience, la générosité et la détermination qui nous caractérisent si bien en tant que Canadiens. C'est ce qui me motive à chaque jour où j'ai le privilège de servir dans ce poste. C'est pourquoi, depuis 2015, je me suis battu pour ce pays, pour vous, pour renforcer la classe moyenne. Pourquoi nous nous sommes mobilisés en tant que Canadiens pour se soutenir les uns les autres pendant la pandémie, pour faire progresser la réconciliation, pour défendre le libre-échange sur notre continent, pour notre soutien inébranlable de l'Ukraine et de la démocratie, et pour lutter contre les changements climatiques et préparer l'économie de l'avenir. Nous traversons vraiment un moment critique dans le monde. My friends, as you all know, I'm a fighter. Every bone in my body has always told me to fight because I care deeply about Canadians, I care deeply about this country, and I will always be motivated by what is in the best interest of Canadians. And the fact is, despite best efforts to work through it, Parliament has been paralyzed for months after what has been the longest session of a minority parliament in Canadian history. That's why this morning I advised the Governor-General that we need a new session of Parliament. She has granted this request, and the House will now be prorogued until March 24th. Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night, I asked the President of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election. Mes chers amis, comme vous savez, je suis un fighter. Dans mon fort intérieur, je me suis toujours battu parce que je me soucie profondément des Canadiens. Et je serai toujours motivé par ce qui est dans le meilleur intérêt des Canadiens. Et le fait est que malgré tous les efforts déployés pour passer à travers, le Parlement est paralysé depuis des mois, après ce qui a été la plus longue session d'un Parlement minoritaire dans l'histoire de notre pays. C'est pourquoi ce matin, j'ai rencontré la gouverneure générale pour lui faire savoir que nous avions besoin d'une nouvelle session du Parlement. Elle a accédé à ma demande et la Chambre sera donc prorogée jusqu'au 24 mars. Pendant le temps des fêtes, j'ai également eu l'occasion de réfléchir et d'avoir de longues conversations avec ma famille quant à notre avenir. Tout au long de ma carrière, tout le succès que j'ai eu personnellement est dû à leur soutien et à leurs encouragements. Donc hier soir, au souper, j'ai partagé avec mes enfants la décision que je partage avec vous tous aujourd'hui. J'ai l'intention de démissionner de mon poste de chef du Parti libéral du Canada et de Premier ministre une fois que le parti aura choisi son prochain chef à l'issue d'un processus national, rigoureux et compétitif. Hier soir, j'ai demandé au président du parti de commencer les étapes nécessaires. Le pays mérite un choix clair et réel lors des prochaines élections. Il est devenu évident pour moi que si je dois me concentrer sur des batailles internes, je ne peux pas être la meilleure option lors de ces élections. Le Parti libéral du Canada est une institution importante dans l'histoire de notre grand pays et de notre démocratie. Un nouveau Premier ministre et chef du parti portera les valeurs et les idées du Parti libéral dans la prochaine élection. J'ai hâte d'observer le déroulement de ce processus dans les mois à venir. Nous avons été élus pour la 3e fois en 2021 pour renforcer l'économie après la pandémie et faire progresser les intérêts du Canada dans un monde complexe. Et c'est exactement ce que je vais continuer à faire, ce que nous allons continuer à faire pour les Canadiens. The Liberal Party of Canada is an important institution in the history of our great country and democracy. A new Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Party will carry its values and ideals into that next election. I'm excited to see the process unfold in the months ahead. We were elected for the 3rd time in 2021 to strengthen the economy post-pandemic and advance Canada's interests in a complicated world. And that is exactly the job that I and we will continue to do for Canadians. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll now go to questions, starting with Laurence Martin, Radio-Canada.
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Vous vouliez le faire, ce combat contre Pierre Poilievre. Des batailles internes, il y en a dans votre parti depuis.
Okay, so that's the official announcements. You're going to have Q&As right now. Let me get in some analysts in. Peter Kuznick, Director of Nuclear Studies at the Institute of American University at Washington. Peter, expected lines? Some said he would quit only as Liberal Party chief, but he's also quit as Prime Minister. When did his luck begin to run out, in your view? Did he have any options left?
Well, his luck started to run out when Trump got elected, but it ran out much more strongly when the pandemic hit. You have to put this in a global context. And it's not as if Trudeau is somehow an aberration. What we're seeing across the world right now is a reaction against almost all incumbents, but especially more liberal or social democratic incumbents. And what people are opting for is more conservative, more right-wing governments. I think they're going to regret it. There's going to be a vast buyer's remorse. But what's happened recently, especially with Chrystia Freeland's resignation and Donald Trump's victory, is that Trudeau came to Mar-a-Lago and groveled. Trump mocked him. Trump mocked Canada. And that was an insult on top of, the other issues. They've got real issues. They had problems with inflation, but those seem to have largely subsided now. Inflation is under 2%. They had serious problems with dealing with the pandemic. They had pretty strict policies, and the public has reacted against that. They did open the door to immigration, and that was partly in response to what Trump was doing. So when Trump cracked down, Trudeau, I think, in a very positive way, opened the door. But what we've seen over and over again is that that policy ultimately backfires because right-wing populists are able to exploit it. And it happened in Canada as well. So in some ways, Trudeau is paying the price for having done a lot of good things. But
he's got a bit of I don't know about image, but I don't know, maybe we in India look at it particularly from the perspective of his having been one of the greatest supporters of Khalistani terrorism, and that is our skew. That's how we look at it. You see, Jeff, I'd like to go to Jeff Bellinger next, who's joining us, I think, from Toronto. Jeff, how are you viewing this? We in India are looking at this as good riddance to a Prime Minister who was clearly pro-Khalistani terrorists from our perspective. How is it being viewed there?
This is a great day for Canada. The Canada that I remember 10 years ago before Trudeau is completely different than the one I know today. Our country is poorer, our country is dirtier, our country is more dangerous, our country is in need of a comeback. And so I think this is a fantastic news for the country. Time will tell about what happens next in terms of how the Liberals decide to replace Trudeau in what fashion. But this is great news for the country. Not only is Trudeau he didn't even get to go to the ballot box. He is getting pushed out by his party. It's a humiliating end to his premiership.
Rakesh Tiwari is a journalist based out of Brampton. Rakesh, will this change the policy of the government or the Ottawa's policy regarding Khalistani groups?
I will say it has started a bit prior to that. You can say that since last 2-3 years, his whole time period was like that. When you talk about the Khalistan, so the legitimate questions was raised by Indo-Canadian community, and he has disregarded it. His father was known for bringing the multiculturalism in 1984 and bringing the Charter of Rights. And so I will say the Indo-Canadians who are living in Canada, they are not only Indo-Canadians, and majority of the immigrants, they were siding with the Liberals up to a time. But this time, anybody and everybody is, as my previous person has said, that everybody is happy. Put it this way, this uncertainty is over now. Now we know that Justin Trudeau is, as is disliked by his own caucus member as well. So he was prolonging as much as possible. But I think he couldn't bear anymore. But I will totally agree with this point that 16th of December, when Chrystia Freeland, who was the Deputy Prime Minister, as well as the Finance Minister, she was known as Justin Trudeau's strongest hand. She was always by his side. And when he threw her away, that was his going down towards the hill.
He's literally taken on everyone. I wonder who he is not taken on. In the last 16 months, we were calculating since he he became this irrational kind of person. He had a grudge against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, behaves very badly, made a lot of enemies, virtually took on every group out there. Anis Farooqi, how do you view this? Anis, he's a journalist based in Canada. Anis.
Arnab, basically I agree with my friends that Canada is happy that Mr. Trudeau, who was not performing well, is no more. From Canadian point of view, it has nothing to do with any external factor of Khalistan or Modi ji or anything. Liberal Party was recently like a house of cards falling apart, and
but he was using what he perceived to be a battle with India. He was using it to position himself.
On the foreign front, yes, but this is not the cause.
No, from a political domestic front, I meant. Let me get Shiv on this. Wasn't he doing that, Shiv? Was Justin Trudeau not using his sort of fight with the Indian government, fight with Modi, to position himself to get Khalistani votes, to appeal to certain sections in Canada?
Yeah, if you look at his foreign policy, I think he miserably failed not only with India, but also with China, and also with the United States, and also with Saudi Arabia. I mean, the relationships that we had previous to Justin Trudeau with those countries was much, much better. And then, for whatever reason, I don't think he understood the bigger things of the foreign relations, the international trade. And the funny thing is, Canada is a trading nation. We export almost 80% of everything we make. So that should be first. I don't think he put Canada first, and he started putting his personal, whatever, if he did like somebody, his personal interest first. And I think that was his downfall. And once he dug that hole, especially with respect to the Khalistani issue, he went further and further, and he didn't know how to get out of it. And that's made situation, not only like Canadians knew what he was doing, even the world didn't know what to expect from Canada and what their stand was. So this confusion actually hurt us in good standing all over the world, and also in relation to when we were negotiating trade agreements. I mean, a North American Free Trade Agreement was a great, great trade agreement. And then when he came in, when Trump was there first time, he opened it, and he squeezed out a lot of benefits in his favor. Now he's saying the same thing. I'm going to come in. I'm going to put 25% tariff on all Canadian goods, and when Justin went to see him, and he referred to him as a governor, that's an insult. So I agree with what the panelists have said, is that this guy, as far as foreign policy went, international trade goes, it was not, beacon to be held up. He was probably the worst, I would say, prime minister as far as international trades went.
Absolutely. Well, I think Rakesh wanted to come in there. I'm very keen, Rakesh, to get a sense of how this is going to be viewed by the Indian community in Canada.
they will be in much more relief, I will say that, because we were facing, our temple attacks and, those people who appreciate India, they were proud of coming from India and they are living here. So they are very, very happy in that way, because let me say that on 4th of June 2023, when late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's whole thing, cargo was going on, and he has not condemned it, while his opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, has condemned it. So Indian community is going to take, will be very, very happy, Indo-Canadians who are here. I will say that, since the beginning, his situation became a bit, I will say, imbalanced during the COVID period, because when he was giving the payment to all the Canadians. And even that time, I really thought about it, when in 2021, he has declared the midterm election. There was no need, he didn't get anything. Over $500 million Canadians has to pay for the midterm election for his own gain. And he was in another scandals too before about his minister. Plus, during the COVID period too, when he was giving the all the students, he was giving the money through his one of the business partner, you can say, where he was actually with the legal, I will say, framework. He was put in that way that he has a conflict of interest. His finance minister at that time, if I'm not wrong here, Bill Murrow, has resigned as well. And the organization where he got problems with the WIN, where his mother was going and giving the lectures, he has put, I think, if I'm not wrong, in $90 million or $100 million. That was the issue. But definitely, let me say that Indo-Canadian, or every Canadian, wherever I go, being in media, people say, Mr. Tiwari, when Justin Trudeau is going down, down. So everybody, I will say, all the Canadians, they are going to be happy.
Okay, Jeff, quick word from you. What happens in the transition now in Canada?
We don't know. That's going to be up to the Liberal Party to decide about how they choose their next leader. All that we know is that the House is prorogued, the House is suspended until March 24th, after which we'll see if the Liberal Party can make some sort of deal with the Socialist NDP to prop them up, or whether there'll be a quick vote of non-confidence and we're plunged into an election. It's going to be up to the Liberal Party to decide how they choose their next leader. There's going to be lots of infighting. I think it's every step the Liberals take from here on in is the step into a rake. It's not going to get better for them. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah, it won't help them in the election. So we are seeing a complete political change coming up in Canada. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that. And as I come to the end of the debate, let's record and summarize with Note Assist using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Justin Trudeau's resignation marks the inevitable end of a leadership tarnished by plummeting approval ratings, internal party discord, and growing public dissatisfaction. With his ally Jagmeet Singh pulling out support sometime back, escalating corruption scandals, and worsening economic crisis, from skyrocketing housing costs to rampant inflation, his departure reflects the collapse of his political credibility and the urgent call for change in Canada's governance. Ladies and gentlemen, and there you have it, the precise reading of the debate in a simpler format using Galaxy AI on Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Thank you very much for tuning in. Good night and goodbye.
Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Wait. This is an excellent article. Let me just summarize it and take it at the end of my bulletin.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.